Just
my
let him. No,
personal
no, no.
idea
Get
of
back
what
to
it is.
your point. No, go back to your
Okay, my
point.
point was, we're talking about living civilizations because we are all living, to my knowledge. So if we already been classified at birth as being either a biological male or biological female, okay, that's understood. But if someone who's classified as a biological male or female wants to be named something else, what's the problem? There is no issue with that. These points that you're bringing up are all moot. You're trying to conflate science with feelings. You're trying to conflate science with feelings. We know, yes, you are born male, you are born female. Okay. You want to go into the social constructs, you want to talk about gender, fine. But if someone wants to simply be identified as a female, but we know they're a male, what's the point? What's the issue
No,
with
no, they don't
acknowledging
want to
them?
You're
be. They
There
don't
is
want to
normalizing
no
be.
the
They
issue
don't want
with
to
mentally
be
acknowledging them
identified as
as
a
what they
unstable.
female.
want
They
to
want to be
be.
identified as
The
a
fuck?
woman.
There is no issue. How does that ruin your
Yes,
day?
there is an
How does
issue. The
that ruin your
mentally
day?
unstable. You're
Because
How
of
does that ruin
bathrooms,
normalizing
your
that's
day?
why.
mentally
So
Bathrooms.
if you name,
unstable
okay,
people.
if
Well,
you name a character, if I'm pretty sure a lot of you play video games, and I keep using the same analogy. If you have some weird name on Call of Duty, you expect everybody to call you that name, correct? But what if they call you by your government name? Wouldn't you feel a way if they call you by your government
We're
name?
not
You
talking
want
about
them
Call of
to,
Duty, we're talking
you
about
want,
bathrooms. That's
but
what we're
I'm
talking
just
about.
using that. We're not talking. That's a whole different topic. We're talking. You want to bring up bathrooms? That's a whole different discussion. We're talking about simply. We know, yes, by science, if you're born male or you're born female, okay, you've been born that, but you are still living. You have feelings. If you want to be identified as something else, there's nothing affecting another person's life by acknowledging the fact that you want to be called that. How does that ruin your day?
yeah, but to be clear, the people who are transgender, right? They don't want to be identified as the opposite sex. They want to be identified as a certain gender.
Okay, so if someone was a female who transitioned into a male and they now want to be called a male, what's the problem with calling them a
No,
male?
no, I'm saying they don't want to.
Because
No,
you
no,
can't do
I'm
that.
saying they don't want.
Exactly.
I'm
You're
Why
not
saying
paying
it's
can't?
not the
What's
attention.
the
case that they
problem?
want to be called a
But
male.
what's
They
the
want to be
problem?
called a man.
No,
Explain to
That's
Corey.
me.
it.
They're
Explain
Like,
to
saying they
me.
don't
Corey,
want to
Corey,
change their
Corey, you're
gender.
wait,
talking a lot. You're
wait,
not
wait, one
listening.
second, one second, one second. Let White go. Go ahead, White, because you're about to say it.
yeah,
Break it
so I'm
down for
saying
him.
like they're not. What they're not doing is they're not making a claim that they're male. They're making a claim that they're a man.
Okay, so you're conflating science with a social construct then.
What do you
So you say
mean when you say I'm conflating? When you say I'm conflating, are you accusing me of making some error?
no, you said that they want to be called a male and not a man.
No, White. There are people who
No,
can
no, no,
change it
no,
on
no,
their
no,
driver's
no. Wait,
license
wait.
and birth
That was a
certificates what it
failure.
says
That was
on
a
it.
failure to
Let him
clarify.
Regardless of
finish.
whether
Let
Excuse
him
me.
someone.
finish. Let
Excuse
him
me.
finish.
Nathan, can I get
Go
That
can I
ahead,
was a
ask a
White.
question, Nathan?
failure. That was a
Yeah,
failure
yeah.
to track. So I said they want to be called a man
Is it? Am I
and
in the
not a
Matrix?
male.
Am I
Right?
in the
Yes.
Matrix?
They're not making the claim that they're a male. They're making the claim that they're a man.
Okay,
This is
so they want to
all.
change. Okay, so they want you to identify them as the social construct, as a man. What's the problem with identifying them as a social construct, a
Nothing's
man?
the problem. Nothing's the problem. Come
I'm
on,
not
can we
saying
move
there's
on?
a
So why
problem
do
with
we
that. I'm
have a
saying that
discussion?
I'm saying what you said was
It's other
incorrect.
Because you
people
just
having the
keep
discussion.
talking.
But Chaos wanted to say something. Go ahead,
No,
Chaos.
no, you're wrong. You just
Thank you,
told me to
Nathan.
let Corey go
What?
first.
No, it
Oh my
was
Oh,
Corey,
God,
then
shoot.
That's
Chaos.
what I
dude.
With
meant.
due respect.
No, you're lying, bro.
White agree.
She brought
And
up
white.
Samoans 10 minutes ago. I
Yeah,
said
you
let
keep
me
Corey
speak, and
coming.
then Nathan said, "Hey, let Corey go first."
My fault.
Bro,
Yeah,
nobody
go
want to hear
ahead.
you,
Go ahead.
Smo. Nobody want to
Corey
hear
and
you, bro.
White agree. Corey and White agree. You don't need to have those two talk anymore. Somebody else can
Go ahead.
disagree with
Go
White.
ahead, Samoa, and then go ahead, Samoa, and then after Samoa, we're gonna go to Chaos.
Chaos. Oh yeah, I defer
Yo,
my time to
is
Chaos.
Andrew trying to drive from the back seat? What the
I mean, I
fuck?
Chaos,
think the
you,
whole
Go ahead,
point,
Chaos.
Nathan, is that
Thank you,
Chaos, you
people
good,
Samoa.
are
Chaos?
saying.
Yeah, I defer my time to
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
the
Chaos.
whole
good.
point,
Thank you very
Nathan, is
much.
that
Yeah, yeah,
people
yeah.
are
Thank you,
saying that what
Samoa.
they were born
One second,
So,
as.
Nani.
Yes, you need to
I'll
speak.
say this real quick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chaos gonna say something.
Uh, yeah, thank you, Nathan. So, Matt, I do want to just like jump in real quick and say that in the Tamil language, we do have a word for a transgender female. It's called Tirunangai, which means holy female. It is. I do want to say this, right? Like, there is a very nuance to it. Like you and Nani are both right in a certain way. So culturally speaking, we do. I think we do have a space for transgender people in my culture. It is kind of interesting to see how Western society has this like has an identity crisis when this is brought into question. But what I do want to say is that when looking at like previous fossils and bones and analyzing them and classifying them as male versus female, I do think that most transgender people might be classified as something purely biological. So I do see your point there. I just wanted to add that nuance there.
I just want to say this, and this is the Corey, and then Nani, if you go. So Corey, look, when we're talking about gender, gender is similar to like race. There's nothing scientific about it, right? It's socially constructed. Like think about like biracials. In America, biracials are considered black. In the other place, biracials are considered mulatto. That's socially constructed. The same thing with gender. Even though people could point out some objective things about it and say that, look, the majority of people that are women, they are female. Yeah, that's true. But gender is on a spectrum. The things that make up what a woman is isn't always associated to the female sex. For example, we have men in this room right now. If you would listen to them, the way they act towards other women, you might mistake them for women as well too. For example, people with deep voice. People often associate deep voice with masculinity, so they assume that people who have deep voice are men. And if you listen to some of the women inside here, you might mistake that as well too. That's the thing up with social constructs. They appeal to something
Sound like a
objective, but it's not objective. For example, you see the example right there? That's one of the women
Why
I
we
are talking about that act like a man. But anyways, let me get let me and lastly I want to say this. And this is for Matt too. Matt, what you're doing is you're having a semantical debate. You have a definition on what a woman is, and you believe that a woman is a female, and Nani and everyone else have a different definition on what a woman is. But what you want to do is you want to say, hey, try to disprove my definition. No one want to try to disprove your definition. But we're telling you that there's a phenomenon that exists. Those are transgender, people who transition into a different gender. They don't change it. They just, sorry, they don't become it. They just transition, right? They go from one to the other. And that's okay.
Okay, maybe I have a I guess a misunderstanding of the topic, but I'm speaking of sex. If someone is born with the sex male, but they want to be identified as the gender woman, what is the issue with everyone
You keep asking that, but you
acknowledging?
don't give room for the answers.
Well, what's the answer?
Yeah, what's the answer?
What about mental health? The people that really are born in the correct bodies, right? Because let's say you have a handful of people that are born in incorrect bodies, right? And then you have the people that are just doing it because they want to. They really want to change genders. They think it's the popular thing to do. It's fucking cool. We've seen it. And then
Which
later
people
on,
are that?
they have regrets.
Well, what
No,
about
the
people that
answer.
believe
No,
that
hold on.
God
Wait, hold
Right.
on.
exists
No,
So
no,
and
hold
they
what
on.
about
also
the
Let,
mentally
let her
mental
finish.
ill?
health
Let her fin.
side of
Let her
it?
finish.
No,
Let her
Why
no.
finish.
are
Don's
we
right.
normalizing
Well, let me
something
go
No,
after
no.
Don.
He
so
asked. He asked
submissive?
what's wrong, Mrs.
Why are
Mrs.
we just
Lopez. He
normalizing?
Miss
This is
Lopez.
taking
You're
it
answering
severe.
him. 1 second, Miss Lopez. You're answering him
It's
with a
not
question, but he
flippant.
asked you a direct. Yeah, he asked you a direct question.
Yeah,
He
you
said,
didn't
"What is
hear her
wrong with
answer?
someone transitioning?"
Yeah, her
I
answer was
can't answer
because
if you're
God.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Miss Lopez. Stop trying to mansplain school. Go ahead, Miss Lopez.
I'm saying is this is something that's serious. What about the mental health side of it for the people that need mental health help?
Oh, Mrs. Lopez. The
All right, can I
question
answer
was,
the
what is
question?
Can
wrong
I
with
respond to
one
that
second? I'm going to say it
sorry.
one more time. I'm going to say this one more time. Mrs. Lopez, the question was, what is wrong with people transitioning? And just answer it like, what is wrong with people transitioning is blah 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 blah. Go
How many people are transgender?
No, I'm answering. Come on.
ahead,
You're
go
gonna
ahead some
answer.
more.
You're not gonna answer. All right, cool.
Go ahead,
Because
go ahead
God,
some more.
right? Because God, the superior authority, has coupled sex to gender.
That
It
sounds
would
like
behoove.
mental delusional. That's
Relax, relax,
delusional off the bat.
relax, relax.
I'm
Hey,
just saying,
brother,
if we're trying to
do
keep
you
the
think
same
that your
logic,
response would be the exact same in the next 22
God
seconds?
talked about science in the Bible.
Hold on real quick.
Wait, real quick. Okay, well,
Yeah,
no,
do
let's
you
just go
think
with
your
that.
answer
But
would be that? Come on, relax. I'm not done yet. So if God, if your position is that God has coupled gender and sex, it would behoove me to believe that you could also consistently say that society, subordinates of God, could override God's uh, instruction or rule or whatever. You can't decouple it because you don't have the authority to do so.
what
That's
do you
why.
mean when what do you mean when you say God coupled them? What does that mean?
Yeah, like when God says He
I,
in describing Himself. Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't
Hold on.
asking. I wasn't asking you. Wait,
So
Bert.
that wasn't a
What?
question.
Excuse me, Bert. When you said God coupled them, what do you mean?
no, I didn't say that.
I
Oh, who
said that,
said
dum
that?
dum.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what is
yeah,
the
yeah.
word
Okay.
Me.
coupled? What is the word
Okay, my
coupled?
bad. My bad. When you
All
say
right, all right, all right.
when
Hold on,
Wow,
you
hold on.
say
that's
God
sucked.
coupled
So,
them,
That was
so
what do you
embarrassing.
mean?
Dum
yes,
dum.
I know what the
yes.
word coupled means, but how
Just
did
hold
God
on.
use
Just hold
coupled
on.
it?
No, I'm
Go
just
So,
ahead,
no,
go
no,
ahead,
no.
hold
Samoa.
on, hold on. All right. So when God says that or describes Himself as He, and then says that male and female are images or are in His image, He is coupling gender at this very moment to sex.
What do you mean
God is
when
a
you
man?
say, wait, that's not answering the
Oh my
question.
God
gosh,
My
yes,
gendered
my
right.
himself?
question, I don't know why people who I'm
No,
not even
I'm
I
saying
addressing
know.
are
I
talking
agree
Yo,
over
with
me.
calm
White.
your bitch ass
My
down.
my
Oh,
question, hold on. My question,
Maybe I should
my
slow this
White,
down real quick
no,
so
no,
you're
calm.
not.
Oh, listen, please, bro. The question was, what does this word mean? Samoa, what does the word coupling mean when you
Yeah,
use it in that term? Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So you take two separate things and you make it one.
no, hold
You,
up. Okay, but we have
okay.
two
All right.
different, so we
Just
have
just
two,
wait.
hold on.
Hey man, how are you supposed to get the answers if you can't even formulate the
You've
question?
answered the question. I've heard the
Well,
answer
so
now.
what was my
So
answer?
you said you take two separate things and you make them
No,
one.
dumb
So we
dumb to
have
the actual point
that's
of God.
I just quoted you.
Are you sure?
That
Do,
was a quote.
what
That
is
Mo,
wasn't
wrong
you
like
with you,
just
your
said
weirdo?
that. You just
We're
that's
said
what
it.
getting
you
off
just said.
topic. We're
Hold
You
on,
getting off
went
I'm
through the
topic.
hold
totality
on,
of his
hold
We're
on,
getting off
answer,
hold on,
topic.
obviously.
hold on. I
All
was
right,
asking a
one mic
question.
on, mom mic on, White, please. Go ahead, White.
Okay, yeah. We have two different terms. We have the term man, and then we have the term male. Okay, and when you say God couples them, is that just to say that when God uses both of those words, they mean the same thing, or is that to say that God prefers that when we use the word man, we're only talking about males or something? Or are we just talking about what God wants or what God prefers or what God means? Is that all we're saying?
Oh, can I go?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a direct
Thank
question.
you, thank
Please
you,
answer.
thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and speak very slowly just so I can get at least 45 seconds of airtime here. So when God says that these male and female in which He created is a image of Him, right? These are made in our image, my image, whatever, and He places these terms of roles assigned to biology. That is the process of coupling. These males have this function, aka men, and these females have this function, aka women, in their adult stages. And then he starts to, uh, I guess, instruct the roles that goes through the scriptures. You do this, you do this. This is how
Okay.
you're able to gain foundation structure. Da da da. So these are the general roles that he's assigning.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
in other words, it seems like what you're saying is that when God uses the word man, he just means male. Or at least when God uses the terms, they're coextensive. Is that the claim? Is that all you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that when God uses the term man,
He just
right? He
means
hold on. He's attributing things to the quote unquote male. Like
okay,
this is what a male does.
sure. Okay, I don't
And,
care
and hold on,
about
hold on. And a male is what a male
are we just
is
letting
and
him
does.
ramble or okay. Yeah, I just don't care about how God uses the words. I
Yeah,
just
it really
care
doesn't
about how
matter
I
what
use
you
the
care
words.
about.
We don't
What
care
does
how
any
you
of
use
this
the
have to
words.
do with the
Yeah.
original
So in
topic?
other words, the point
What does
is
any
that
of this have to do with the
All right, let me
topic?
just get
no,
10 seconds and then I'll go on mute.
just real quick. Well,
So
hold
so
on,
when I
just well,
started to speak, I said for those that are believing, yeah, you're not going to ramble on, bro. That's not going to work. We're going to be
No,
here
no,
for the
no,
next 5 hours, bro.
no. We're not doing that, bro. Samoa, he was in the middle of talking and he got cut off by everyone and you.
Answering me, Nathan. Nathan hasn't
real quick.
answered me.
So real
Go
quick.
ahead,
And
White.
Samoa.
Go ahead,
So
White.
just like the point that was
All
made
right, we're
above.
gonna give you a little bit of room.
So
Go ahead,
just
bro.
like the point made above, right? So all you're doing is you're just equivocating. So there's a bunch of people using the word in a certain way, and then you're just saying you believe in a being who just uses the words differently. Okay, so you're just so in other words, well, I don't want to say you're equivocating, rather you're just
Uh
talking
huh.
past everybody else. You agree with that, right?
All right. So when I said for those who believe in God, this is a coupling of God's doing, and we don't have the authority to uncouple what God has coupled. What do you have a problem
Do,
in that?
do you
Like, where's
agree
the
that
problem?
you're just talking past everybody else?
No, I'm taking a position that might be oppositional to the majority of people on stage, but this is a position that you got to deal with.
Okay. Here's when I
You
And we
say
can't just
can't
when
call
avoid
I
it.
that
hold
a
on
mental disorder.
when I say talking past, what I mean is that you just mean something different when you use the word woman or man than what everybody else means, right? There's nothing deeper to this
You're not
besides you.
listening to
There's
me.
excuse me. There's nothing deeper to this besides you just using the word in a different way. That's all you're saying you're doing. You're
Hold
just
on.
using it in the
Do
way
you
you believe.
agree
You're
that
just
God coupled
using.
these two things or
Excuse
not?
me. I don't believe God exists. So no, you're
That's
just
fine. But
using.
if God did exist in this scripture, did God couple? Yes or no?
I'm not convinced he did. Anyway, so
Wait,
when
wait,
you
In
White,
the
can
use
you
the
ask
What
word,
him?
scripture?
does any of that
when
Hold
have
on,
to
you
Can
do
you
with
use
hold
the
on.
ask
Let
him
him
word,
finish
how?
making his
when
point.
you
Let
when
him finish making his point.
yeah, just to finish, when you use the word woman, right? All you're saying is that you're just using it to mean whatever God means, and they're saying you're just using it in some different way, maybe in some ordinary sense that's already used. Okay, so you agree that you're just talking past them, and that you're just using the word in a different way, correct? That's all you're doing.
Did you get enough of that, Nathan?
It's a yes or no
So, so,
question.
so, can we move forward now?
what are we talking about?
We're
No, you
talking.
Yeah,
About,
can't move forward
can you
because
finish, Samoa,
wait,
What are
please?
we
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
wait,
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, Samoa's gonna finish.
why is she
That's it.
screaming? Is she okay?
Because are you fucking
Your voice.
okay?
All right, everyone relax. We're gonna do this. We're gonna have one mic on Samoa to respond. Then after Samoa responds, Nani has a question for you, Samoa.
All right. The problem with that gentleman is that he's going to the point of because he doesn't believe in God, ergo these things don't exist. You're not actually attacking the position of the coupling. Did God couple, regardless on if you believe that God exists or not? Did God couple gender to sex? And if you say yes, I don't believe in that God, but yes, he did do that just to be consistent with the scripture. That tells you why we don't have the authority as as a society, quote unquote, social construct to undo what God has done.
Okay, so just to answer, so the statement God coupled these two terms, if that just means God uses the words in a certain way, that statement is false because God does not exist. Now, if you ask me if God existed, would it be true? I'm not convinced of that. I would have to see the argument for the claim, where the conclusion is if God existed, he would use the words those way. But lastly, you never answered my question. You dodged like a little weasel, right? So the question was, do you agree that all you're doing is talking past everyone else here? And all I mean by that is you're just taking the word and you're defining it in a different way, right? And you're not actually disagreeing with anybody else on the matter about whether trans women are women.
No, you're wrong. I'm saying that that's what you're doing. You're projecting right now. You're taking a word and you're changing it because you're society and you're the cardinal mindset. I'm saying that from the beginning, it was God. And with God was the Word. And at this very point, male and female, a creation of God, was coupled to certain roles. For example, Adam, this is what you do. Eve, this is what you do. And you guys create all these things here. That's your roles. Adam won't do what Eve does, and Eve doesn't do what Adam does, right?
Okay.
And when Eve tried to do what Adam did, you see what happened.
Yeah,
Just say
but
it.
when you say, but hold on, you're not follow. When you say trans women are not women, you're just saying trans women are not so that list of roles you said that God imposed. And when they say trans women are women, they're just saying trans women are so and so, some list of criteria that trans women fall into, right? Now, under that kind of decomposition of the relative semantics for the word woman, it turns out that you guys aren't disagreeing over anything, right? So they agree that trans women aren't whatever. Well, actually, if we assume God exists and if we assume your view is true, let's just make those assumptions. they would agree with you, and you would agree with them. So, provided we make those assumptions. So, I just want you to acknowledge.
Yeah,
Can
I
you just
acknowledge
can
that
you
you're
can you
trying
agree
to
that
decouple
no,
a
no, that's not my
biological
that's not I don't know why
reality
I
from
don't
a
know why
gender.
you're I don't know why you're over
Because you're
talking
just
me.
talking just to
I don't
repeat
know why you're
yourself.
over talking to me. So I want you to acknowledge
Because I want to?
that all you're doing is talking past each other, and there
No, I'm
isn't
talking
actually a
directly
disagreement
How is he
to
between you.
you.
talking past if he's
Do you
clearly
even know
laid
what
out
that
his fucking
means?
position? You just disagree.
Yes.
Come on, man. Don't you ever listen. Go ahead. Go ahead, White.
Yeah, so they're talking past each other in the sense that they don't disagree over the claim trans women are women. They just have different definitions of the word woman, and on each semantic furnishing of the term, under each person's respective definition, both parties agree on each respective claim. So that's what talking past each other means, and I just want him to concede that that's what's
No.
going on.
No, that's not what's going on. No.
Okay, can you reproduce what I said? Can you reproduce what I said is going on?
Yeah, you're saying that we are agreeing that these things can exist mutually exclusively, right?
No,
Like
no, no, that's
by
not what I said.
themselves.
Nope,
Hold
nope,
on, hold on.
already,
That we're
already wrong,
relax
already
so I
wrong.
can
So
finish.
here's what I said.
Relax so I can
Already
finish.
wrong,
You're not going
already
to
wrong.
control this, bro. It's not going to go your way. So you can save us a lot of time and you can allow me to speak.
If a moderator
Or
is here,
hold
did you
on,
see how he
hold
just
on,
failed to?
hold on,
He's saying no to what
He
I'm
hold
saying,
already
and
on,
he
knows
failed to like
hold
the
on,
moderators are
reconstruct
on
it,
his
and so
side.
he's
That's
like
why he's being
muting
hold
me.
on.
assessed.
No, it's not that, man. Okay, listen. Let's do this. Instead of it being a run on, let's go point by point.
All
Right,
right, let's
and
go.
that's how I want to do
Still
it. So
waiting.
that's why I want him to concede this. And so I asked him. Remember, I asked him a question. I asked him. Okay, he said no, right? But then I
Yo,
told
hold on a
him
second.
reproduce. Then I told him to
Yeah,
reconstruct what he's saying no to, and he couldn't. So he's not listening. So let's just go. I want to go point by
let's
point.
go.
Let's figure it out.
Let's
Here's what I'm
Samoa.
asking.
You good with that point by point?
Yeah,
Let Samoa
here
make a point
I'll
right
repeat
quick.
it.
Just an
All right.
offset. Wait, one
Yeah,
second. Let Samoa make a point right quick, and then you make a point right after.
yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Samoa.
Okay.
yeah, I'll repeat it. So here's what
Yeah,
I want
you're
you to.
not Samoa, bro. You're not
Let
listening
Samoa
to
go
the
first.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
moderator.
I didn't
White.
hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
Yeah, this isn't the first time.
Go ahead.
So when people want to speed things up, we purposely slow it down because the anxiety is going to build on your part. So this is how like smart people do things. Okay, cool. I'm saying that gender does not exist absent of sex. So when you say all we're doing is acknowledging that women could be this or be that, trans women are women, but not in the, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Can you just address my point? Just address my point.
Okay. So the
Women
question I was
cannot
asked.
exist without sex.
The
Do you
question I was
disagree
asking
or
you
agree?
earlier that you failed to
Come on, we
reconstruct
agreed we're going
despite
point by point. Come
now
on,
he's
man.
over talking me. I let him finish. The question I
So
was
we're
asking
not
you
going to go
earlier
point
that
by point,
the
Nathan?
question I was asking you that you disgustingly failed to reconstruct was as follows. Do you agree that when you say trans women are women and that when they say trans women are women, right, that you guys both agree with your respective claims? In other words, under how you're defining the term, they'll just agree that trans women aren't women. Under how they're defining the term, you'll just agree that they are women. Do you agree with that?
No. So they believe that they are trans women, but biologically male. They do not say that they are quote unquote female and trans women. That's not what they say.
Can you repeat my question back to me?
No. Now
He
back to
guy,
my
okay,
point.
guys, he's not even listening. He's just not even
Bro,
listening. Like,
this is
what's the
stupid.
point? He's not even listening.
Yeah, it is
Because
kind of a
he
waste of
doesn't
time.
jump
Yeah.
through your hoops, you
Yeah,
fucking
this is
asshole.
stupid.
Samoa's not track.
It's like
He
I
didn't
can
jump
Hold
through
ask
on,
a
your hoops
question,
for
then
you to
I'll just
progress
ask
the
hold
him
on
to
real quick.
conversation.
reproduce the question when he
Yeah, hold on
dodges
real
the
quick. Hold on real
question.
quick. Hold up.
And he'll
Yeah,
just be
hold on, hold on.
unable to reproduce it. He'll just say
Hold
no.
on real
What's the
quick.
point?
You're just talking.
He's a
So
troll.
Nathan, yeah, hold on. So Nathan said we're gonna go point by point. I asked you to
You don't
deal
even know
with.
his points. You can't even repeat it.
Hold on. When I was given the first chance to speak, I laid out my point and I asked him, "Do you agree with it or disagree with it?" Then he said in response, "Wait, do you agree with me?" And then went on his own little travels, right? I'm asking the question, do you disagree that there is a coupling of gender and sex? And there is no reality where these things could live by themselves as far as it being gender exclusively. I don't agree
Okay.
with that. Do you
Okay.
agree with that?
Let me answer your question directly. So everybody will hear I'm answering his question right now, and I've already have before, but I'm repeating the answer so he won't ask it again. Okay, if by coupling we just mean that God uses the words in a certain way. No, I think that is false because the Christian God does not exist. So my answer to the question is no. Now, here's another interpretation. If by coupling you are asking about the conditional claim, if the Christian God did exist, that he would use the words in those respective ways. Do I agree that that's conditional is true? No. I have not seen an argument for that conditional. Even if the Christian God did exist, he might use the words in some different way. Right. So I've answered. So everybody agrees I've answered this question, correct? Does
No, he
everybody agree?
didn't
Yes,
answer
you
my question.
have.
I
No,
And I
he
don't
Okay,
agree.
did
like
perfect.
gendering
not.
God either. I don't like gendering
Just,
God.
Right.
just real quick, right?
All right, point of moderation. Samoa, he did answer your question. He said, if you're trying to say this, then I'm a disbeliever in God, so I don't accept that. And if you want to say that God exists, well, give me an argument.
Right. The
Let me
problem
answer
is,
the
And
question.
are you reading the Bible
hey,
eisegesis or exegesis,
so
Yeah,
just,
keep
Samoa?
it
hey,
okay.
Yeah,
Are
Nathan.
you
so
reading
Nani,
the
if you're a
Hold on,
God
hold
eisegesis
on,
or
talk to
hater,
me.
we
Hold on.
can't get
my
married.
Come
apologies,
on.
my
Hey, Nathan, do you
apologies,
hear
my
me,
I just
bro?
want to
apologies.
understand,
This
are
one.
you reading it
So,
eisegesis or
Yeah,
um,
exegesis?
yeah.
Y'all
Nani,
need
But
the
I
church to get
Don't talk
married.
to me because you don't care about other people interrupting me. Don't act like
okay.
you're not
So,
getting.
yeah,
just
this is
Don't
really,
not
be
gonna work,
hypocritical.
bro.
just really
Stop being
quickly,
One mic on
hypocritical.
Tali. One mic on Tali.
just really quickly. I know that Nani is waiting to engage, and Alaska is as well. But right now we're on the Samoa engagement. But you guys are
Thank you.
next.
Thank you. So the problem with this is this discussion is not about does God exist or does God not exist. For those who can read the scripture, regardless on how you feel if God exists or not, is the coupling a thing? If you say it's not a thing and it's contingent on God being there or not, you're not answering the question.
Okay,
You
I
don't
see.
have to
So
believe in God for that to be possible.
yeah, so in other words, you're trying. So that was my second interpretation. So my second interpretation was you're asking me about like a kind of like
No, do you
subjunctive
agree that
conditional.
that's
If it
our
were
view?
so, hold on. You're asking me about like a subjunctive conditional. If it were the case that God exists, would it be the case that He uses the words that way? And the reason why it has to be subjunctive is because if if it's an indicative conditional, then it would be sorry if it's the material conditional. I mean to say it would just be like
Can you
vacuously
stop
true
trying
if
to
I
use
Oh my
elaborate words
God.
to make
it'd
your
be
point?
vacuously
If
true
you're
if it's false that God
confusing
exists. I assume
yourself with,
so. Anyway, yeah. So that was my second
you
interpretation. And
got
if
this.
that's the case, if that's the question, my answer is I don't know. I have seen
Okay,
no
wait,
argument to
no, no,
think that's
no, no.
true.
Wait, hold on.
So
So it's
yeah.
not
So I would
about,
say
hold
I
on,
don't
what
accept that.
don't
I'm
you
not
know?
convinced.
Hold on, do you know that that's our position? That God coupled gender and sex? Do you
Yeah, I know
know that
you
that's
believe that, but just
okay?
because you
Thank
believe
you,
it
thank you.
doesn't
Wait,
make it
hold on,
true.
wait, hold on. And then the other position as far as the decoupling of it, right? The social construct argument. You do agree that that's the argument that's opposing what you just agreed with is my argument, right?
Hold on. So
That
what I
gender
know,
can
real quick.
be excluded from sex.
Hold on, real quick. So, or to respond to what you said earlier, you said that's your position. I know that's your position. You've made that very clear. Just because you believe that doesn't make it true. So
It
if
doesn't
you
have to be
have,
true. That's my point.
so if there is an argument for that claim, I would like to hear it. And as of now, I'm not
Oh, now
convinced of
you're
it. But
changing it. This is
whether I'm
crazy.
being, I don't know why you're over talking me now. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant to my question. I'm asking you. Okay,
What?
I'm asking you if you acknowledge that you're just talking past everybody else by just using a different definition of the word woman. Just yes or no, do you agree?
Yeah, what I'm saying, and maybe it's all these cool words that you're using where
Directly
we're
answer
having
the
the
question.
disconnect. What I'm saying is this is the way that it is, and by you talking the way you're projecting, you're the one talking past us. I asked you, do you know what my position is? Pause. You said yes. I don't agree with it. I haven't been convinced that it's true, but I do understand that that's your position. By me demonstrating or articulating what the other position is tells you that I know the difference.
Hold
I'm
on.
asking you, do you know the difference
The difference
between these
between
two different
what?
positions? Between these two different positions,
I
the
understand
coupling
that
of
your position
hold
is
on, man. You just asked me a question. Let me finish. The difference between
you
the
answered the
coupling, hold
question.
on, man. The difference between the coupling of God being one side of the argument and the other side where gender and sex could be decoupled by society standards.
Yeah, I understand that we're using the word. I understand we're using gender terms different way. Good job. Now listen, your
No, we're not.
position, right? So you want to say something like this: the Christian God uses the word so and so. So that means you accept the following conditional, that if the Christian God were to exist, given that you believe he exists, that he would use the words that way. But I just don't accept that conditional. Even if the Christian God were to exist, I'm not convinced he would use the words that way. But that's not irrelevant. That's not relevant to my question, because all I just want you to acknowledge is that you're just talking past everyone. By that, I just mean you're just using a different definition of the word woman when you make the claim
No,
that
no, no,
trans women
no,
aren't
no,
women
no. All
than
right,
they are.
all right, all right.
Can you wait
All right, all right,
before
so I hear you.
before no
So I hear
before
you.
you go on? I just want to
Come on, man.
direct.
You're just
Yeah, I
talking.
just want to direct yes or no answer. I don't want any ramble. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want
not
any
talking past
dodge.
anybody.
I don't want anything else. Yes or no? Do you agree that you're just using a different definition? Do you agree?
No, no, no.
Okay, so you
Right.
think they mean the same thing by as you when they use the word woman?
Yes. So women or woman
Yes
is
or no?
things
No,
that
no.
are
That
attributed.
was a yes or no
Yeah, I
question.
answered no first. Did you not hear
Okay,
me?
no, but then that
No,
contradicts
no,
what you
no,
said
no, no.
earlier.
Now I could
Because earlier I
elaborate
was
on what I
asking
mean.
you if you
No,
use
no,
different
that's not gonna
definitions,
work,
and you
bro.
said
I've done this a
no,
Wait,
you
million
wait,
don't
wait,
believe
wait,
times.
that.
wait,
It's
And
not
wait,
then I
gonna
asked
wait,
you,
work,
do
wait.
you
bro.
believe me the same
White,
thing?
white,
And you
just like,
said
listen,
no, you
listen,
Bro,
don't.
let him
That's
it's
just a
not gonna
respond.
contradiction.
work,
You've just
bro.
contradicted yourself.
Okay, one second, White. I get you, bro, but just let him explain why it's no. Maybe
But
it
he
might
like
not be.
affirmed a contra. He just affirmed a
No, wait, wait.
contradiction.
You explain it to him afterwards. That's what I'm saying.
All right. All right. Thank you, Nathan. I really do appreciate you being able to draw some order here, especially when people that are overzealous. So we are operating underneath the exact same definition of woman. Okay. Things that are attributed to, let's say, behavior. Society says, hey, this is what a woman is, this is how they behave. God says, hey, these are things that are attributed to a female in case this is what we will call a woman. So in both instances, things are being attributed to something with certain cues, like behavior, like way you dress, like all these roles that are assigned. Do you agree that that is right? That society can do it and God can do it? Both sides of the argument.
Well, when you say both are right, I agree that that's a conception
No,
of women
no,
with
no. A correct representation of both sides of the argument,
real quick.
not right
When
and
you say both are right, it depends what you mean, right? I agree.
I just
I
clarified.
agree. I agree. That's the conception of women that people here might work with, but it's different from yours in that in their conception, they're just talking about some cluster of traits that might be associated with females. And your conception is the cluster of traits that God has associated with certain people, right?
Wait,
So
oh, wait,
the
wait.
difference is
Hold
that
on. So then we are using the same definition
the
of woman, though,
difference is
right?
that
It's
on
just
your concept, right? It's relevant in your concept that God is doing dissociation, but on our concept, it's just a non-factor. Like it's just silent. Like God
okay.
is completely
Okay, cool.
irrelevant on our concept.
All right,
Right?
absolutely.
It's just an
But you
association, some
do it. Hold
cluster
on.
of traits,
Hold
and it
on.
has
Come
nothing to do
on,
with
bro.
God. Whether God is doing dissociation is completely a non-factor in our concept,
Okay.
whereas it's a factor in your concept. Do you
All
understand the
right.
difference?
All right. So who couples gender and sex in your concept?
There isn't any person that couples it.
Wait.
We have a
What
word
authority?
man, right? And that's
What
our
authority?
concept. We use the word in certain ways.
Right.
And
That's
what it
society,
happens to
right?
mean is it happens to pick out people who fall into a
Oh my
category
gosh,
determined
come
by
on,
a
bro. You're
cluster of traits that
filibustering.
are
Come on.
associated with a
We were
particular
doing good,
sexual group.
bro. Come on, we
Right?
were
There
doing
isn't
good.
anybody who couples. There isn't
All right.
anyone who couples anything like. So in other
All
words, the
right.
coupling is a non-factor
All right, real
as
quick
we use
question,
the
right?
word, right?
So there's an idea, right? And then it's expressed. And if society accepts this, society is now going to make this an actual thing. And what I'm saying is if society says that this coupling is the thing, then it is the thing. I'm saying that God has created the thing. You're
Oh,
not disagreeing with that. In both instances, somebody did the coupling or
no.
something did the
I've
coupling.
already denied that.
Oh my goodness. When you
I'm
say that, hold on, when you say society offers a meaning to a term like man, by the collective's consensus and the agreement of
no, that's
acknowledgement,
not.
that's
No,
what
no,
it
no,
is.
no. You're just confused, right? So I take
Oh my gosh,
the
I'm the
view.
confused one.
So the idea, the meaning here. Okay. So when I use a word in a language, we have words in a language, right?
Right.
And when I use the word in a language, okay, that word means something as I've used it. Okay.
To those who understand the language, right?
Now we're making a further claim that there is a similarity to the way a large group of people use certain words, where when they use the word, they mean the same or something similar. And as they use the word, the meaning of the word is individuated by a collection of traits, a cluster of traits that are in some way um, common, or a cluster of traits that are associated with a particular sexual group. Now, that's what they mean by the word woman. Okay. Now, when you use the word woman, here's what you mean. By the word woman, you just mean whatever God means when he used the words. And you could just imagine, like, it doesn't, whatever God means, it doesn't matter for now. Just whatever God means, that's just what you mean.
No,
And so
no,
there's a
that's not.
difference between the meaning of the terms, because when they use the word, they mean something that's different from what you mean, which is what God means. Okay. So when they say that trans women are women, right, that claim might be true. And when you say trans women are women, that claim might be false, but that's just because the word woman means something different in both cases.
Yeah, you just said a whole bunch of nothing. So if you're looking at the
That was very
cultural,
logical. I love that.
all right, thank you. So if you're looking at culture and we're talking about
And
gender
so
roles, right? You can say at one time, and I think Andrew brought this up yesterday, women were not permitted to wear pants. This was a quote unquote male thing, right? And then culture evolves, and then they start adding certain things, right? And they start adjusting. That's what you're talking about. I'm saying from the very beginning, before
I didn't
society,
say any of that.
who creates language?
He never made that claim.
Just hold on.
I don't know if
Yo,
you
Just
Samoa,
hold
yo.
on.
He
Come
never
on.
made that
Come
claim.
on.
He
Hold
never
on.
said that.
Hold
it
on.
doesn't
Hold on.
matter,
Hold on.
Samoa.
Hold on.
King,
When
stop
hey,
for
yeah. So just real quick, language only exists if more than one person, if you're trying to communicate to others, if one person accepts it. Do we agree? So when he says language,
Well,
he's
no,
talking about a
I
societal
don't
thing,
take
right?
private languages to be logically impossible.
That's fine. But now you're trying to run away. So
No,
if
I
you're
was answering your
communicating,
question was,
thank
do
you.
I agree?
Hey
No,
man,
I
you
don't
spoke
agree,
for like
because
two
that
minutes,
question
bro.
would assume private languages are
All
logically
right, you
impossible,
spoke
which
for
I
two
don't
minutes,
accept.
right? So you
Which
spoke
are
for like
very
2 minutes.
logically possible to have an individual
All
language.
right, thank you, thank you, thank you.
why are you doing
In
that?
order for us to communicate with one another as a society, we have to speak the same language, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. And these words that we're going to use to exchange is under our both understanding. You just said that, right? And if I change the definition of what a man is, and you as a society doesn't accept it, then it just dies. But if you
I thought we
do
were
accept,
using God's definition,
Yeah,
though.
none of this is relevant.
relax,
None of
Why
this is
are you still
relevant. None
talking?
of
relax.
this is relevant to the point. Like,
Listen. The reason why it's relevant is because I'm showing you that I'm at the very beginning. I'm saying God coupled these two things. You're at a point where society starts to influence culture, and now these things can exist by themselves. And I'm pointing out that if the starting point is wrong, then you're not even addressing what I'm saying.
okay,
God is
then
the
let's just
authority.
go.
Hold
Let's
on,
just
come on,
start with. Okay,
come
sure.
on. All right. Hey,
Okay,
bro, are
let's
you
just.
okay, man? Like,
I'm gonna
if you're
ask a
not okay,
series
then
of.
just let me know. No, you're
I'm gonna
not
ask
gonna.
a.
Listen, you're not
Are you?
talking to me.
Or just finish your point.
I don't know if there's something mental, like, bro, come on, man.
Just
Take a
finish. Just go.
breath.
Just finish your point. Just finish talking.
Do you think I could finish quicker if you just stop
Just
interrupting
go.
me?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Just
You
talk.
no no no. You're not gonna control the temple, bro. I'm not a new kid on the block, bro. I know how this
Oh
works, and
my
I'm
God,
trying to
just
have
go
a
to
good
the
shut.
point. Jesus
Real,
Christ.
is that how you sound when your mouth is full? That's crazy.
Yes.
Okay, that's a little disgusting, but whatever. I mean, I'm a married man. Please,
Hurry
I'm
the fuck up.
respect my truth
trying to
with other
mute
Hurry
him.
the
truth.
fuck up because you keep
Be
interchanging
quiet.
society and
Be
God.
quiet.
Stick to the
Be
definition
quiet.
of God. When
All
did
right.
Hey, be quiet, King. Be quiet.
when did God invent the word
Yeah,
man? When did
quiet,
God
King.
invent the
Be
word
quiet.
male?
Be quiet, King.
Damn.
Let
When
him.
did God invent
No,
these?
no,
You're
no.
not.
This is not relevant either. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not relevant. He's.
What? Are you telling Nani to shut up?
No, no.
Oh
I'm
my
not. Wait.
goodness!
No, he didn't
Finally,
say
something.
that. He didn't
Oh
say
You're
my
that.
telling
goodness!
Nani
Wait. Hold
she's
on.
wrong.
Here's what
She's
I
not
want.
So
wrong.
Okay.
why is he?
All right. Chill. Go ahead some more. Can you land, please? After you land, we're gonna move on to other speakers.
And that
Okay.
other speaker would be Nani and then Alaska.
All right.
Exactly.
Well, I
Maybe
need
we
to
can.
also.
No, you don't need to, bro. Take a couple of doses of some Ritalin or something, man. Goodness, this is horrible.
Nathan, if
Okay,
he's gonna stall, like, I mean,
what are you gonna do about it, bro?
Come
Come
on,
on,
man. Come on,
Samoa. We're
Samoa.
all been
Please
waiting
hurry
for you
up,
guys
bro.
to be
If people are
finished. Come
waiting
on
for you,
now.
if we're not, we're gonna just move on.
Hey, Nathan, am I supposed to just talk over him where nobody can hear what my point is,
He
or would
tried
you
her
like to tell him to be quiet?
with Google.
All right, let's go to Nani. Go ahead, Nani.
Damn, bro, you're
I
just
love
gonna
her.
skip over my spot?
Yeah,
That's
I would just like
crazy.
to understand, how
So I can't talk?
I'm
Well,
muted.
So bro,
Nathan
just
told me to
literally,
go.
Muted, but
everyone
she
was
won't shut
quiet.
up.
But come on, man. Go ahead, Nani. Go ahead, Nani.
Damn, bro,
Samoa,
that's
I have two
crazy.
questions
Why
for
do you keep
you.
I
talking?
don't want to.
Um,
No,
Do you not
no,
hear
no,
the
no, no,
mod
no.
telling you to stop? Do you not hear that? Gee whiz.
he said Nani, so what are you talking about?
Golly.
No, Nathan said Samoa and
No, he
White
said top
finished.
left Nani.
No,
Did you not
Nathan
say
said
that, Nathan?
Samoa
I'm
and
not
White
talking to
finished,
him.
and
Nathan, what
then
did you
we can go
say?
to you. And
What was
then
your direction,
they're not
Nathan?
done.
I will
They
take Nathan's
aren't
direction.
done.
I don't recognize you. I don't
Nathan,
know
this
who you
Angie dude
are.
is off the coat.
Yeah, I am
Can
off the
you,
whatever.
Nathan, can you explain
Nathan,
No,
what the
no, no,
PTR?
no.
Anonymous.
Wait,
Can you
wait,
order the
wait.
queue? Can you
they're not
find it
done
from the
yet.
queue?
Andrew,
What's the
No,
Andrew,
no,
queue?
you're
no.
Stop
We
wrong,
was
man.
screaming,
Andrew. We're moving
weirdo.
on. We're moving on, Andrew.
Exactly.
You're
You're
Let
wrong,
being
Andrew
Off
Nani.
funny, you
explain.
coat,
dumbass
bro.
bitch.
Nathan, you said that they
Go
could finish.
snort some lines and
Oh, did
stop being a
Yeah,
Andrew,
but
bitch.
Andrew, you're
so,
wrong. You're
Sharing is
wrong,
caring.
Andrew.
He's about to
all right,
argue with
come on. Let's
Nathan
some beat up
about
on it. All right. Your name is Nani. You get to move down. Go ahead, Nani.
Yeah, Nathan and other people who are studied in the Bible, this doesn't have to go to Samoa. How, at what point does God couple man and male in the Bible? Like the only references I've heard as to like maybe the ribs, in the Old Testament. But can you explain to me, Nathan, where in the Bible does it talk about male and man and assigns gender and sex? Are there descriptions of like genital parts and what people are supposed to do based on those genital parts? Like, here are your genital parts, so this is how you're supposed to behave. The other thing I want to understand is, are people reading the Bible exegesis or eisegesis?
All right. Samoa, that was a question to you directly. Care to respond?
Well, he said he didn't want to respond.
Okay, okay.
No, I
But
want to
you and Matt
respond.
talk about the
Hey,
Bible all the
I do
time.
appreciate.
So,
Come on, relax.
well, you
You
keep
just said.
changing your mind. You're like really
Is there a
weird.
reason why you keep talking?
You're weird. You don't just go and
You
answer
just
the
asked the
question. You said
question,
you
right?
didn't want to answer the question, and then now you want to change your mind and answer the question. Stop being a bitch and
What
answer.
was the question again?
stop
None of
being
your
a
business.
bee.
All right, so then
Yes,
answer the
I'm
question.
Stop
Pops.
being a
The
bee.
question was, is it
Yeah.
exegesis or eisegesis that he's applying this? And
Bro,
then
this is like
I asked for
clubhouse
an
stuff, bro.
example
Come
of
on.
man and male. How are they identified in the
Nate.
Bible? Like,
All right, Samoa, what was the first part of what's I don't understand exegesis. Go ahead, Samoa.
It doesn't even matter, bro. Yeah,
exegesis and eisegesis, Pops refers to
Nani,
whether
can you be
people read the
quiet?
biblical.
Come
I'm
on, man.
identifying it for Pops. It defines
You can do
whether
that
you're
in the
reading the
chat so we can
Bible.
answer your
You
question.
are you reading the Bible literally or are you reading it figuratively, right? So there's people that read the Bible very literally. Like if it
Like
says do not
everybody on this
kill, do
stage.
not.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, some people
No.
read it literally, some people read it figuratively, right? They try to find the meaning or
Oh, she
interpret what
just wants
God
to
is
know
saying, not
something. All
take it
right, cool,
literal.
cool, cool.
No, I'm just trying to explain it because you don't want.
I
All
got
right,
it. I didn't know
hey,
that.
real quick
Cool.
question, right? So, like in
I didn't know that too.
Proverbs,
Those were
come
different.
on, pause, bro. So
Go ahead.
in
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Proverbs, where it talks about a virtuous woman, it doesn't say a virtuous female. It says a virtuous woman,
Oh, you
and
got
there is a
that
certain point.
ChatGPT.
Come on, there's a certain point in a virtuous woman where it talks about what a female's roles are at this very point. Unless you would say that males or men can have babies. Do you
So
think
it
that,
says,
Nani?
no, so it says a virtuous woman is identified as one that gives birth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, White, to that point, in his example of coupling, would you disagree?
Oh, now you want to run out the way? What are you
No,
doing?
it's a
Just
Okay,
stand right there.
conversation. Are
Don't
you
move.
weird?
No,
so
Are
no, no,
you
no,
weird? I'm
no,
trying
no. Don't
to have
move.
a
Just stay.
so
Sit.
conversation.
Hold on.
so
What are you
as
doing?
I said
I can say
earlier,
I agreed with it. I don't
Oh
believe
my
in the
goodness.
Bible.
yeah, as I said earlier,
Clearly don't.
if we're interpreting coupling as the strict claim that God uses the words that way, I think that's false because God doesn't exist. If we're interpreting it as the subjunctive conditional, I'm not convinced of that. I would need the argument. But to restate the point again that Samoa is not going to engage, and I'll just say it one more because he knows like retarded. He's not going to engage. So let's just like put it this way: there's two different concepts. There's one, God's definition, and there is two, our definition. And God's definition and our definition are different. And when we say somebody's a woman, we're saying somebody's a woman under our definition. And when he says somebody is a woman, he's saying somebody's a woman under God's definition. And when we say it, our claim is true. And he's not going to disagree that it's true under our definition. And when he says it, we're not going to disagree with him if he's using God's definition. And it's that simple. And he's too stupid. He will never engage with this. He'll never track it.
Yo, as far as I'm concerned, you don't exist.
Well, actually,
I've never
White,
seen you.
White,
Spider-Man
not to be
exists.
White, actually, to Samoa's point, he gave an example that a righteous woman is identified in Proverbs as someone who gives birth, right? So, can you give us that proverb so I can pull it up and read it? Because then he's saying that God is coupling gender and sex because males can't have babies. So, can you give me that proverb so I can look it up, Samoa? Proverb 31, fourth said, let me look it up. Continue your conversation.
But
Yo,
wait, we should talk
Miss
about the
King.
private language stuff
Yo,
sometime.
like, just be real. Like, woman can have kids, man can't. Women does things that man don't. Naturally,
Well,
they can't do.
well,
No, we already discussed what
They
man and
naturally
male.
can't do. Like,
We're
male
talking about man, woman, male,
female can.
female.
yo, like
God, we're
most
not going to
females.
start from the beginning,
No,
please.
let's
You
be
just
real.
joined the
Like
conversation.
most
You
females, when they
just
see a
joined. You're
kid,
taking us backwards. You're taking us backwards.
they be like, "Oh, some guys like, get this kid out of my face." You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like girls are like, "Oh, they caring
Samoa,
about other people's kids." Guys don't give a
can you
fuck about other
provide
people's
the
kids.
proverb, please, Samoa?
He's still putting it in
All
a
right.
prompt line. You gotta give him a second. He's
I don't
putting it in
think
the
you
chat
prop,
GPT.
but if you want, I got you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so it's not Proverbs. I mean, if that's what Samoa said, then maybe he's thinking of something different. There is Proverbs 31 woman, but I don't think it talks about childbearing per se. But I
This
will
is
say in hold on, in First Timothy, in First Timothy chapter 2, it says that a woman will be saved through childbearing. So it does tie the woman to childbearing. That's correct.
a woman is saved through childbearing
Yeah, it's an
is an
interesting verse.
example.
That's a good question, right, as to what that means.
Yeah,
But it's
that don't.
certainly tying a woman to childbearing. There's no doubt about that. And the Bible's authored by God. And so what Samoa's point is that if it is the case that God outlines this and ties, a woman to childbearing, then we should do the same. And that's a fair point.
That
I'm
makes
not.
no sense, Andrew.
What? What'd you say?
That makes no sense. And
Wait,
we
wait.
all know God.
What makes no sense
And
about that?
we all know God did not write the Bible. God don't have hands.
No, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Guava. If God exists, does God have the ability to write through people's free choice, their hands? Can God author a book through them? That's impossible. Tell me what's impossible.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I
No, no,
would
no.
say so, just like he did for the
Te-
Marvel universe.
no, hold on, real quick. How is
Exactly.
that? I want to know what the contradiction is, or what is it that is impossible about God using free agents, impressing upon them, hey, I want you to write this freely, and they choose to write what he tells them to write. Tell me how that's impossible.
So people can be inspired by somebody who they consider to be all knowing, all powerful, omniscient, omnipotent,
Yep.
etc., etc. But that is
Yes.
different. So being inspired by something or
Uh,
someone is different from God freaking formulating this into somebody like they're possessing them to write through them like
oh
there's some sort of hypnosis. That's
no,
not the same thing,
they were
sir.
moved.
It's
No,
called okay.
it specifically says that the spirit moved them.
There's
Now,
no such thing
it's a
as a spirit.
cooperation. Hold on, it's a cooperation. It's not that God's doing it against their consent. It is a cooperation. It's symbiotic, certainly. But it is the case that God is the one that authored the scripture. Now, men wrote the words. That's fine. But God is the one who authored the concepts that are expressed through scripture.
How you do it?
And I don't agree because it's literal versus figurative. Is it eisegesis
I,
or exegesis? You're
Real
I,
incorrect.
quick,
I don't
I
think you
love
know
that so much.
this means. So
real quick. How did
eisegesis
God do it? How did God do it?
hold on real quick. Eisegesis is taking a passage out of context and just
Answer my
interpreting it. However,
question.
exegesis is taking it properly and interpreting it properly. So I don't even know what you're talking
That's
about.
not the definition, actually. I studied it.
Yeah,
I went to Catholic
eisegesis,
school.
isolate, in isolation, taking
I took
something
the scripture.
out of
I took the
context.
scripture.
Bro, y'all
Exegesis
arguing
is
nothing.
It's not
reading
out
out.
of context. It's not out
Yeah,
of
Y'all,
I just
context.
said
I'm
that.
That's
sorry.
I
not
just
what it
Yo,
means.
hold up. You're arguing nothing. If God's all knowing, before he made you,
No,
uh,
he knows you were gonna do it. He knows
no,
you were
I
gonna
don't
write
know. That's a
stuff.
different point that you're making, my
I mean,
friend.
you
What
guys
you're
are
God
saying,
already
knows what you're
gendering
gonna
God.
do.
What character traits does God have that
He
makes him
knows
a
you were gonna
man?
do it.
What
what's the
character
argument?
traits did God have that make
I
him a
Because then
man?
refer
This
to
is the
as
act of
he.
imposing one's
Why do
own
you keep
ideas.
referring to God as
I
man?
Exegesis is the act of imposing one's own ideas or interpretations onto the text rather than drawing out the meaning intended by the author,
Yeah, it
which is
doesn't mean
exactly
out of
what I said.
context. That's not what it means.
That's the
Why are you
context,
screaming? Are
Goober.
you
That's
okay?
the context.
No, it's not pulling it out of context.
Wait,
But
I
why do
just
you all
agreed
gender
with
God though?
you
Can the
it.
Christians help me understand why you gender God?
Did you
not
hear what I
You
just
said
said?
you
I
went to
yeah,
Catholic school.
I,
You should know
I'm a
that.
He
Christian and I'll help
impregnated
Shut
you.
up,
Mary.
Yeah,
Lopez.
I'm
Your
a
face don't
Christian.
match your
I'm a
picture.
Christian and I'll
You
help you.
should know
Nani,
that.
God
Don't lie
calls
to
God,
my
himself
face.
a
I'm
You
he.
sound
speak
like an
God
old
yours.
lady who
God got
chain
Mary
smokes. You don't
pregnant?
Speak
even look like
yours,
God
that.
You're
baby.
right. God got Mary
God calls
pregnant.
This is
Yeah,
news to
thank
me.
you.
Only,
Thank you.
only
God
men
calls
can
himself
get
a
women
he, and
pregnant.
Jesus is a he. That's why.
Was he
God
Haitian?
calls himself a he. Jesus is a he. Jesus is a male.
I'm
He had a
joking. I'm joking.
penis. Okay? That's why God is a he. Jesus is God. God is a male. God has a
Oh, I
penis
don't
when
accept
it comes
Jesus
to
as he
Jesus.
Hey,
Okay?
or
hey,
God.
sorry about that, but also, if you look at the curse of Eve, right?
excuse,
Not
Like when
the
Eve
car.
was cursed.
me,
Yeah, Eve. Yeah,
excuse
go to
me,
Genesis chapter 3, and there's certain
excuse,
things that are.
excuse me. I
Are
was
you
talking.
okay?
I
No,
got
I
cut
think she
off.
just wants to speak because we've listened to you and White talk forever, and some other people want to hear.
Hold
I'm
on,
even willing to go on
hold on.
mute.
You're
Yeah,
the one that
No,
stay
I'm
on
wanted.
willing to go
Genesis
on
while you're at
mute.
it.
I'm
We're gonna
willing to
pin
go
back
on
circle
mute to
back to
let new
Genesis.
people speak, though. Let's let
I
new
love
So now,
people
hold
Genesis.
on,
speak,
whoa, whoa,
Samoa.
whoa. So first it went to finding truth, and now it's about being equitable.
Well, it's
Samoa,
your faith. Your faith is not my truth.
Whose faith?
Your
Samoa,
Christian faith is not my truth.
All right,
Bro,
all
I
this is
have
right.
the
an
One mic
problem
on
with
Guava.
these.
One
Shut
mic
up.
on
I have an
Guava, real
unpopular
quick.
This
opinion.
is the problem with these pseudo intellectuals. Why don't
All
you
right.
guys try to think? Hey, man, I don't know what happened to your microphone, but something is drastically wrong right now.
mute up.
Can everybody let her know what's going on, bro? So it's not just me.
You're in a tin
No,
can,
we can't
Guava.
hear you. We cannot hear you. You're just making noise. You sound
Andrew,
like
can you hear
Nani.
me?
It's
Can you
kind
hear
of
me?
No.
bad, Guava.
Oh, here, everybody, get quiet, just so
All
we
right.
can get a headache. My
Can I
So
have an
goodness.
Jesus is a
unpopular
dude.
opinion here? So the unpopular opinion I have is that you don't necessarily need to believe that God is a man to conform to a Christian theology.
Wait, nope.
True.
What? Who said God was a man?
All right, can y'all
No,
hear me
I'm
better?
saying I'm
Hello,
Much
saying
better.
hello,
Much
hello.
better. Much better.
Yes, we
Seven.
can
Yeah,
hear you
okay.
clearly.
Yeah. Go
So,
ahead.
Andrew, you're supposed to answer my question.
Go ahead.
We were having a conversation
Go ahead.
about how can God
Yeah.
go into a human
Right.
and have them write for him.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yes. So if God is to make somebody aware, which I don't, and if you want to point out a contradiction here, I'm open to hearing it. God being omnipotent, that's what we're positing. He's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, okay, omnibenevolent. He's all loving. He comes to somebody and says, "Hey, I'm God. Write this." And if they say, "Okay," then
Yo, he's
if
all
he if
knowing. Well,
Let
yo,
him
listen,
finish. Let
bro.
him finish, please.
It don't even
if
make
they,
sense what you're saying.
if they
If he's all
what
knowing, he could before he even created them, he already knew his future.
So,
What
hold on,
what
hold
what was
on.
gonna
that's
happen.
Wait,
you,
I
So
wanted to engage
it
with
starts from the
whoever
creation.
Andrew for a
There's
Damn.
no
second
there's
because
no
I'm
need
the
Damn.
for it.
one
God
right,
already
because
who
knew he
you're
was
act.
gonna
talking.
happen.
I'm the one who asked
Yeah, Guava. All
him the
you're saying
question.
what he just said is nonsensical. Okay,
Exactly.
Guava, to you, if God says, "Look, I want to operate through you," do you consent? And they say yes. God, being all
Wait,
powerful,
pause. Can
do
we start right there? Let's walk together.
yes. Go ahead.
So, how does God consent to a human? How
No,
does
no,
he
they
communicate? How
they
does he do it?
they consent to Him. It's not that He consents to them. God presents Himself to a person. It says, "Look, I'm God.
How
I
does God present himself to
God
a
can do it in
person?
various ways. It can be an audible voice. He could do it in your head. He could. There's various ways He could do it.
That's
God is
called crazy.
How do you know that that's God talking to you?
well. You can. Do you think God can convince you if God exists? Can God convince you that it's Him?
No.
A
Okay.
That's
demon.
why we have
That, that
that's why
hold,
we have atheists.
A
hold on.
demon can
Hold on.
convince
Hold
you.
on. Wait a second. Stop. Whoever else is
Crazy.
interjecting, be quiet for a second, please.
I think
If
we're
God exists, you're telling me God can't convince you that He exists?
Nope, he cannot.
That's insane.
So again,
I
there are
Quite the
multiple.
contrary.
Hold on. There
She's a
are.
white belt. She doesn't understand what you mean. You have to flesh it out a little more.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh.
So
Oh gosh.
Guava, God can do when we
No,
say
no, no,
God.
no, no. You don't have to. We can
No,
have
I'm
a
not fleshing it
conversation.
out.
I don't want Nathan to influence you
No,
that
clearly
I
you don't
can't track.
understand what he's saying. You sound dumb.
Listen. So again, no, you sound dumb, and so does your child. Now go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so if so, God is omnipotent. When we say God is omnipotent, we mean He can do. Oh boy, yeah, that was pretty bad, Guava. Uh, God can do all things.
Give
Oh,
me a
that
I,
was
second.
I,
crazy. Are you?
I
Give me a
uh,
That was
second. Give me
bad,
a
bro.
second,
Damn.
Andrew.
go ahead, Matt.
Yo, we'll talk about Guava. This is your first and last. You name his kid again. You're out the room. So your first and your last. We're not playing that game anymore. Not at least not while I'm modding.
Maybe it was a figurative and not a literal.
What?
You don't
Wait,
know the
what happened?
history, Nami, so stay quiet.
Maybe it's
There's
a figurative and not a literal.
I
A-
definitely.
Anyway,
what,
Andrew, go
Damn,
what,
ahead.
that's
wait,
crazy.
what did she just say? What's figurative and not literal?
John 14:12 is figurative, not literal.
The fact that she brought up his kid.
No, that's not figurative.
Maybe
What,
though, in Nani's
The
world,
talk,
maybe
Nate,
you
the talking
never
I
snake.
mean,
know.
y'all
Okay,
need to take some philosophy
the
classes.
talking
Jesus
King, you
snake,
need
Christ.
the talking
philosophy. What's wrong with
figurative.
you?
Never teach your child
Tell
talking
me
exists.
who is this person that just keeps talking?
I
I
said
just swear it. Like
it's a
we
fact.
should. Yeah.
No need
Okay.
to
So
get angry about it. It's a
I don't
fact.
know what you're saying though. You're just kind of saying some weird stuff, and it's like
Well,
cutting
I'm
it.
saying talking snake is a figurative language, plain and simple. That's a fact.
Talking snake.
You would never
Plain and
child.
simple.
You
Plain
would
and
never
simple. Hey,
child
hey, hey, hey,
talk.
hey,
End of
hey, hey.
story.
Oh, end of story.
And
End
you
of story.
don't even have a. You
Yeah,
don't.
you tell
In
me.
fact,
Yeah,
to
you go
I
go like
can't.
this.
I can't. I really can't hear both of
well,
y'all.
Yeah, we
I
can't
want to
hear
Yeah,
both
hear.
of y'all.
Same.
Can
We
one
can't
Yeah,
hear
person
any of
go?
you.
yeah. Let me ask him a question. I want to hear how you know that it's a figurative story, plain and simple. Go ahead and tell me.
because snakes do not talk, we have
Oh,
science.
really?
Well, are you gonna
Oh,
cut me
snakes
off? You're
don't
gonna ask
talk?
a question? Is it not a good faith question or what? You're gonna
No,
talk about
snakes
answering the
don't
question?
talk.
well, they
So let me
clearly
finish
don't talk
answering the question.
now.
Simply put, snakes do not talk, have never spoken, and it
How,
is, if
how do you
anything,
know they
it is,
spoke?
if anything, a philosophical concept and a level of
How,
geniusness to use a snake as an anthropomorphism.
yeah, let
Give
me
a snake,
respond.
well, your talking doesn't make your point
Yeah,
strong. Give a
yeah.
snake, even,
Respond to
I
your
mean,
nonsense.
again, you talking doesn't make your point strong.
Let
The
me
fact that
respond to your
Andrew,
nonsense.
you're gonna
Listen,
Is
ask
it
a
listen,
question,
possible?
listen. Your
Mata,
dog doesn't talk,
and
but
then he's
you
talk,
understand when you
answer.
understand when he's hungry. You
The fact,
understand.
the
You
fact of the matter,
understand when he's when
Can
he's
I
crying. You
the fact
understand
of the
all
matter,
that.
finish,
can I
brother.
No, you
respond
don't
to
You don't need
understand it.
language to
You really
You don't
understand.
don't.
understand that. You actually train your
Your
dog
dog.
to
No,
Let
respond
me.
a certain
no.
way.
Your
can
So
dog
I
the
understands.
fact of the matter remains that
You
you
don't
would
need
never,
language.
because you have common sense, you would never teach your child or any
can
child
I
for that matter
respond
that
to the
a
stupidity
snake could
I
actually
just said?
talk. We
Can I
have enough.
the
Why are
stupidity?
you cutting me off? I'm simply
Because
saying.
you've already made your point,
All
and
I'm
I'm trying to
simply
respond
saying
to it.
is the talking snake is figurative language
Yeah,
versus when
got you,
things are
got
more
you,
literal.
got
We know
got
when they're
Yeah. You said snakes have never talked. How do you know that?
snakes do not speak. You don't
How do
speak
you
the
know
way.
that a
What do you
snake
mean?
has
How
never
do I
talked?
know? We
How do
have
you know
science
a
to
snake has
confirm
never
this.
talked? How do you know a snake has never talked, sir?
There's
Because they
no
don't have
evidence.
vocal cords.
How do I know
Yeah, oh they
pigs?
don't? Could they have had them in the past?
Could pigs have flown in the
Could
past?
snakes have
Sure.
had them in the
Could you
past?
have
You got
been?
animals
Could you
that
become a
talk
billionaire?
currently.
Maybe.
Could
There's
snakes have
always
talked
there
in the
always the
past? Could
possibility of things.
snakes have talked in the past,
No,
sir?
they could not. Based on the
Yeah,
evidence
well, you're
that we have,
wrong. Secondly,
no, they could not have.
God exists. Can God make a snake talk? Goober. Can God make a snake talk? Goober.
God makes snakes communicate how they communicate.
Can
Obviously,
God make a snake
God
talk?
made
Oh,
the snake.
Goober.
can
What are
we
you
have a
talking
regular
about?
conversation though? This is
Snakes
Yeah,
crazy.
snakes
you're a
communicate with each
numbskull.
other. Snakes communicate how they communicate. God
Hear what I just
obviously.
asked you.
I don't know why you want to go against
Can
how God
God
designs things.
make a snake talk? Yes or no?
I don't. That's not how God made the snake. Snakes
Yes,
are a
he
story.
can. That's
That's
right.
make believe, though.
Yes,
Can
That's make
he?
he
believe. You have
can.
to
Thank
believe
you.
that. You've
Thank you.
never seen God do that.
I don't
You
need
have
to
no
see
reason.
God do
Can
anything.
God make a male a female? Sure, but God obviously that wasn't his plan or its plan.
You're being an
So God
absolute
could probably do
neutral.
all types of magical, mystical
Adam and Eve
things, but
existed.
God
Death
obviously
and
made
sin came
females
into this
females.
world through the garden. The
God
garden
didn't
is
make.
referred to in
Can
the New
God make a
Testament
female grow
multiple
up?
times
Can God
as
make a
being a
male grow a
historical,
vagina?
actual thing that took place
Could
historically.
could
No
That
could
would
God?
be
way.
kind of cool though if God could do that. I mean, that'd
That's
be
what I'm
Can
Yeah.
saying.
God?
awesome.
Can
Or if anyone could do that, actually.
Yeah, shout outs to
Really?
God
Is
for
there an
finally
Anishinaabe there?
accepting what
Is there
us
any
Shout outs
humans
to
And
Anishinaabe?
want.
both.
Spider-Man. And Spider-Man.
Based on his
Yeah.
logic, God can make a male give birth to a baby. God can make their
Yes, God
fingers
could do
grow
that. Yes,
inside
God
themselves.
could
Of
do that.
course, God
Yes,
can do.
Seahorses.
God could
Of
do
course,
that.
God can do
Seahorses.
anything. But what I'm saying is, God God can make
Seahorses are so
wings. God
weird.
can make wings grow
That's so
out your
cute,
back, and you
but
start flying,
Yes, he
jump
could
out
do
the building.
that. Yes, he could do that.
But
So what
could God
and
turn
yet
Andrew black?
you're
and
making my point for
I'm not
me.
making it.
Yes.
Now,
No,
God.
not even he has the power to turn that
Jesus.
clear
critical
man into
critical
flesh.
thinking tells you that these
And
things
science.
are happening. These
You
things,
guys
God
are
can make you
what
fly if you
are
wanted
you
to,
saying right
Yo,
now?
but
can we talk about current
yet you're
existence
not
though?
going
This
to take
is very
God.
What,
easy. Look,
what current
God created a
current
garden, put
existence?
Adam and
What are we
Eve in
going
it.
through right
There
now?
Andrew,
was a
God
We
can
snake.
make
don't need
you a
to make
billionaire
There
up
was a
in this
snake who was
lifetime, but that's
fantasy
inhabited
land.
by
unlikely
Come
to
the
on,
happen.
devil.
man.
The
There
snake
are
convinced
things
Eve
that
to
are
eat of the fruit.
unlikely to
What are
happen.
you
God
talking
can
about?
make you a polyamorous,
Yeah, I
polygamous
heard all that.
a
No, keep
male,
saying
but that's
stupid
also
stuff. And
probably
you
not
now
likely
you're
to
trying to
happen.
act like you agree
So
with my
certain
point,
things are just
like you
not
agreed with me
probable.
all along. This is stupid what you're
Jay,
doing right
it's
We
called
can't hear you both. You're
now. Yeah,
breaking
I
up.
well,
So
understand.
he
one or the
I think
other.
you don't.
I
It's
understand,
called
missus.
it's
I hear
called
everything.
God's plan, right?
Look,
A divine plan.
God's plan.
Obviously, God has planned things out, animals out, plants, minerals, humans to function a certain way. So when you say God can do this and can do that, you're
yeah,
ignoring how things actually
yeah.
function. Snakes do
Hey,
not function to speak
hey,
the way that human beings speak. Never have, never will. Now, if
okay,
you
let
want
me
to
go
say
ahead and respond.
it's
Let me
a
go.
great
Yeah,
story, it's
yeah.
a great
Let me go
analogy.
ahead. Let me go ahead and respond to you. Let me
Sure.
go ahead and
If you
respond
want
to
to
you.
use
Okay,
anthropomorphism,
can I
sure.
respond to you, or are you just going to monologue? Okay.
Can-
Look,
I'm
when God
complete.
cursed the
I will let
snake,
you speak.
when God cursed the snake, he said, "You will crawl on your belly for the rest of your." Sounds like maybe something different's going on there. Maybe the snake was different prior to being cursed. Okay, that's one thing. Secondly, if God created Adam and Eve and created a garden and put them in there and said, "Hey, you don't do this. And if you do on that day, you will die." Okay. And sin and death entered through that time when they sinned. The New Testament refers back to Adam and Eve as historical, actual people. Jesus refers back to the snake and calls the snake the devil and says that he's a liar from the beginning. What is he talking about? The beginning. Oh, I don't know. What does Genesis say? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then he creates Adam and Eve. And Adam and Eve were deceived by the lying serpent, the devil. So, yes, all over the New Testament, it's referred back to Adam and Eve
So
and the
snakes are
garden
the devil?
as historical. Hold on, sir. All over the
Wait,
New
I'm a
Testament,
man.
ma'am, hold on.
God
All
made you a
over
man.
the New Testament, it refers back to Adam and Eve and the garden as historical, literal historical events, not metaphorical,
Andrew
not
can't tell the difference between a
allegorical,
man and a woman.
not some kind of proverb. It's not about that. Death and sin are actual things that you and I and all of us here have experienced or will experience. They are real things. And they
Prove
came from
sin.
where? Hold on, sir. They came from a real
Look who's
event.
monologuing now.
That's the garden. Be quiet, Jay. They came from a real event, and that is the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, but Andrew, the thing is,
I
We're
like,
let
talking
you're
snakes.
you're kind of putting yourself in
I
the
let Andrew
position. Hold on a
I
second. You're
think
kind of
it's
putting
kind of
yourself.
dope that
I
snakes
let
Can
I
can
let
everyone
talk.
chill
Andrew
out for a fucking
let Andrew
second?
finish without cutting him off.
There's
I'm
a
gonna
Spider-Man
He
suit.
I'm gonna
finished.
wrap up.
He
Let
Let
finished,
let
Let's
right,
have
Andrew?
him have
let
him.
Yeah,
Heaven
I
respond,
did
please.
not cut
Hey,
him
Let
off.
Andrew, can I
I'm
ask
gonna
you
let
something?
Andrew
When these
let
retards are
Heaven
done
respond,
finish.
please.
sorting it
Let
out,
I'm
respond.
gonna wrap up by saying this. I did not cut Andrew off.
Jesus Christ.
So
Heaven,
the
I'm gonna
Bible
let
is
you
not
go.
the only story in the world to talk about sin. The Bible uses a snake as a metaphor, a hyperbole for speaking about the nature of sin. There's no evidence, there's no empirical data that we must have sin and or that we must have the Garden of Eden to have sin. Sin could have very well been in this world without the idea. As a matter of fact, it was in this world before the story of the Garden in Eden. End of story.
So, Andrew, the
A
issue you
snake
have here, kind of
represents
philosophically, is
a
that you're
snake
kind of
represents
saying, Andrew, that
the
anything you can
Bible contains
imagine, you are
philosophy.
justified in
The Bible
believing in.
contains
Andrew,
philosophy.
how do you deal with that?
The Bible is
Dude, can you
philosophy.
shut the fuck
The
up, you
Bible
religious
relax,
retard? Like, what's wrong
relax,
with you? You
relax,
sound
right?
retarded.
If
Like,
anything, the snake represents a emotional, cyclical
holy
nature
fuck,
of
dude.
thoughts. Now that would make sense because oftentimes we do see how our emotions and our thoughts can cycle through phases of sin or phases of righteousness. And if we don't tame ourselves, we will find ourselves falling each and every single day. Now that is something you can do with. That is something that has practicality. What does not have practicality is the belief, not the knowledge, the belief that you think or have faith in a talking snake that once existed. That does absolutely nothing other than give you some type of mythological origins of humanity. And there's a reason why, and I'll land with this, that the Old Testament is called the Hebrew or Jewish mythological origin. It's not history, okay?
Yo,
It
Effin,
is
yo, can I ask a question
and I
after you're done?
value mythology.
Can I ask a question
I
after
would
you're
like to
done? Can I ask
respond
a
to
question
Heaven.
though?
I
Mic
invite
drop.
I'd like to respond to Heffen if I could.
Yeah,
So
Andrew,
Heffen,
can I ask a
Heffen,
question, dog,
you
real
just
quick?
said a bunch of. Hold on, guys, come on. Heffen, you just said a bunch of stuff that's pretty wild. You said there's a reason why the Old Testament is referred to by who as mythology. I don't refer to it like that. Yeah, there are people that do that, but there's people who take it historical, and I'm one of them. Okay. Secondly, you say all this stuff about, oh well, sin was prior to the garden. Yeah, in heaven, it wasn't on earth. Earth hadn't even been created yet. So no, it didn't exist in this realm, in the world that we live in. No, it didn't. Okay. Third, when you say, "Oh well, look, there's no reason to take this. This is a belief. You don't know it. How do you know what I don't know or know? How do you know?" Yeah, I do know it. I know that Adam and Eve existed historically, literally. I know that.
You were there?
Okay. Fourth, fourth, the last thing is that you aren't going to be able to make sense, and I'll go toe to toe with anybody in here on the
Well,
passages in
I
the
got a question,
Bible.
man. If
Hold
you're
on,
done,
hold
I
on.
got a question.
Whoever's interjecting, hold on. I'm about to land. I'll go toe to toe with anybody in here on the passages in the Old and New Testament that validate the historicity of Adam and Eve. Let me just bring up one. In the New Testament, when you trace the genealogy of Jesus back to wherever, guess where it goes? To freaking Adam. Do you think these aren't real people? Jesus was real. Do you think his father was real? Yep. And I'm not talking his biological, the God the Father. I'm talking Joseph, his earthly father. Was he real? Yes. What about his father? Did he exist? Yep. Had to, or that one wouldn't have been born. What about his father? Did he exist? Yep. And it goes all the way back to guess who? Adam. There's no point in that in the lineage of the genealogy that you go, oh, well, this must be metaphorical. No, they had children, actual people, lineage traced all the way back to Adam. And then there's all kinds of passages that refer back to Adam and Eve as being historical. Not just that, it refers back to the flood, saying people would deny the historicity of that in the last days. That's exactly where we're at. People say the flood didn't happen. There's all kinds of stuff like that.
So all
But
these
all
people are
throughout the
related to
script, hold
Noah?
on,
So
sir.
who got Mary pregnant?
Hold on,
Are
sir.
they all related to Noah?
Hold on, sir. Hey, Jay, hold on. All throughout the scripture, it is the case that Adam and Eve and the garden are historical. Nowhere does it say they're a metaphor.
Sorry.
Who came
Yeah,
inside
I
of
got a
Can the
Mary?
question. I've
mods
been trying to
check the
ask a
goo,
question
please?
for
Sorry.
like the last 5 minutes. I just want to ask one question, right? Andrew, whoever wants to answer it, right? You can't believe in free will and God all knowing and believe in the devil. You can't
That's
believe in all that.
nonsensical. I'll answer it if you'd like.
There's no
So,
way. It's
God,
impossible.
yeah, I know.
Who nutted inside of Mary?
This is a common fallacious thing that people
Joseph did.
So the devil doesn't exist
for
if you
some
really believe
reason
in God. The devil
people
doesn't
have a
exist.
real. Hold on, I'm responding to the question. for some for some reason people have a real hard time understanding how it is that you can have an omniscient being who knows exactly what you're going to do and yet you're still free. If somebody makes a choice, okay, a free choice, and then all of a sudden a being pops up out of the ground and says, I knew you were going to do that, does that mean you didn't have a free choice?
No,
No,
what
it
I'm saying
doesn't mean
is,
that. It doesn't
Yeah.
follow. That
that's not
makes
what I'm
no
saying.
sense.
I'm saying you can't have free will and still believe in the devil. That
What are
removes
you
free will.
talking about?
If
The
you believe in
devil?
the devil and then you say you have free will, it removes free
Yes.
will.
What do you do you know what do you think free will is, sir?
Free
Define
will
it.
is the ability God made you to do. You could choose to do whatever you want,
That
right?
you can choose between available options.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah, you
free
could
will
choose
is.
whatever you want.
You can
But
no,
to
not whatever I
believe in
want.
free
I may
will,
want to know,
listen,
sir.
listen.
Hold
To
on.
believe
I
in
may
free
want to,
will, the
sir.
devil
I may
cannot
want to.
exist.
I may, sir. I may want to be God. Doesn't mean I can choose it. It isn't. You can choose whatever you
Listen,
want.
listen. What
Okay.
I'm saying, to
Hold on.
believe in free will,
You
the
don't get
devil
to
cannot
choose
exist because
whatever you
that's not
want.
free will anymore.
You choose. Then we don't. Then free will is impossible to begin with.
You don't
Okay.
have a concept.
That's not. It doesn't matter if the devil's there or
Why
not.
you
So
gotta
you
yell in
adding
our
the devil
ear? The
doesn't
devil
change
is
Thank
it.
you
in
so
You hold
our
on,
much.
hold on.
ear.
Yeah, we
You
don't need
adding
to
the devil
please
doesn't
don't
change
chill.
anything. You adding the devil doesn't change anything. You just said
But
that
the devil
if you want
influenced
if
you,
you
so
have
you
free
don't have free
hold on,
will.
if you have free will, you can choose to do whatever you want. No, that's stupid. Nobody thinks that's what free will is. Go learn a little bit of philosophy. That is not what people think free will is.
Nobody?
Free will,
Is free will
free
religious or
will.
is it
Free
philosophical?
will is choosing among available options, the ability to choose otherwise.
You don't.
Having a choice that is not determined by antecedent causes. That's what free will is. Okay?
Yeah, well, now you're getting
It's actually
confusing.
Now he's using it interchangeably between
harder.
God
It's
and
harder to prove
humans.
a devil
No.
entity
Look,
than
I'm
God.
telling you, I don't know
Did
what you're
God say
saying.
we have free will?
Yeah,
It's
God said
harder
we
to
have free
prove.
will. Yes,
It's
God
harder.
says
So
you
did
have
Where?
free
God.
Where
will.
does it say
Yes,
that?
God says that.
Where? What
You
scripture
Andrew,
says we
choose.
most
get the free
people in
will?
You choose.
philosophy are
The
Shout
Bible.
outs to
compatibilists.
Lion.
The Bible
Where?
actually
What
Boy,
uses
what
the
scripture
term
says that?
free will. It actually
What
uses
scripture
that
says
term,
that God
free
gave
will.
you free will? He says that I gave you free will. What scripture? I want to hear it.
God gave you
Chapter
free
and
will.
verse.
Absolutely.
Chapter.
no, I
What
don't
chapter
Yeah,
and
actually
verse?
cite
think
the
that's true,
verse.
Andrew.
I,
I
I, I
agree
know,
with
I
them
know,
on
I
this
know,
one.
I know. I don't want to have it with you, Cloud. I don't trust me.
No, I
I don't
mean
But
want
like
if you
produce the
study the word,
scripture.
you
because
should be
I love
able
you,
to
buddy.
tell
I
us the
love you, buddy, and I
scripture.
just
You
don't
could
want to
even
do it.
chat GPT it. Like, come on
I
now,
just
I
just
told
give
you.
have
us the
done it.
verse.
Yeah,
I don't
Google
think
it.
it's in there.
Google it. Google it. Somebody Google
Lion,
it. What
I'm
does
gonna
it
Google it
say?
on your behalf. Let me go to
All
Google.
right. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody. Somebody's
It
not
does
doing
it
it.
does use
Where
will. It
does
uses the word
God
The
will quite
Bible
often.
uses
reference
the term free
free
will, but I'm
will
not telling
in
you.
the Bible?
Look, it's you guys are trying to ask me for. It's like, where does the Bible say Trinity? No, I'm not saying that. The Bible
No, I
teaches you
agree
have
with that.
free will.
I don't think you
The
need
Bible
to. It doesn't have
teaches
to be
that you
explicit.
have free
Oh,
will.
so it's
Where
left
does
open
it
to
teach?
interpretation.
Where does it teach that you have free will? When
And
God says, "Thou
interpretation can
shalt
be
not do
vague.
certain things," He says,
Okay.
"Don't do it," and it grieves His heart when
It's
people
there
make
can be
decisions.
true
Hey,
things
did
that
you
When it
find
aren't in
it
the
yet?
when it
Bible.
makes
Like,
when you make a decision
seriously.
that grieves God's
I
heart,
mean,
that's
these are
you're
kind of open
violating.
to
You're violating
interpretation.
God's
Yeah,
That
command.
part.
open to interpretation. So
Can
that
I
means
can
No,
I
it's
give
not
you a
open.
couple? Can I give you a couple references, Andrew, that could be
I
open to
already know the
interpretation?
references that you're
Genesis
talking. Just
126.
Well,
speak to the room.
well, I
King.
mean, if you know them, why didn't you give
Let me
it to
give
us
you.
when he asked for it
Just speak to the
then?
room, King.
No, I'm not trying to respond to you, but I'll respond to you right
No,
now.
you can respond to
Genesis 1 and
Lion.
20.
Don't respond
No,
to
Genesis.
me.
Lion,
Respond to
Lion's asking
Lion.
for exact verses,
Genesis
Lion.
exact
126.
verses that say that. But when
What,
it says, "Choose this day
what is
whom you
Genesis
will
1?
serve," choose this
126.
day
Somebody can
whom you
quote it.
will serve.
Then
Do you
God
want to
said,
choose
"Let us make
God or
man
the
in our
devil?
image
Stop
after
right
our
Choose this
there.
day.
likeness."
Who's
Choose
us?
this
Sorry,
day.
so you said us?
Okay, choose
Yes.
this
Then
day.
God
Choose
said, "Let
this.
us make man in our
That's
image
a
after our
Trinitarian.
Elohim.
likeness."
That's a
That's the one that you
Trinitarian.
referenced.
Us? Who's us?
What's
But
that
you
have to do with
The
free?
plural of
We're
us
talking
may
about
refer
free.
to God presiding
Yes,
over an assembly of
of
heavenly
course. Yes,
beings.
Trinitarian verse.
Oh,
Oh,
so
Oh,
there's
heavenly
more than one
beings?
God. Okay, yeah.
yes.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Let's
no, there's
go.
three persons, one God. Give me a break, you guys. This
Wait,
is
how
so
many
stupid.
persons? That does it say how many persons?
Well,
Doesn't
and
have
see,
to.
Lion,
It's
the
at
reason,
least
wait,
two. It's at least
Is
two,
that
can I,
Lion. It's at
wait, can I
least
talk to
two.
Lion?
is
So
that
Can I,
wait,
can you
plural
stop
this is
verb?
screaming?
before. Isn't that before? Wait. So
Hey,
What are
just
you
Pops, can
talking
you,
about?
Pops, let me talk to Lion for 2 seconds.
all
Lion,
right.
another verse that could be interpreted is you, my brothers and sisters, were called to be free, but do not use your freedom to indulge the flesh.
Of
Rather, serve
course.
one another humbly in love. So it's like we're called to be free. What does that mean to
Right,
be
of
called
course. And there's
free?
plenty of verses like that. I
So
can give you one that's even
so
Yeah.
stronger than that.
so that
John
so
seven
here's the
seventeen. Anyone who
Station. Let's
put
just open.
your critical
Everything is.
thinking, put your critical thinking cap on. What the scripture, the
Yeah,
first
critical
scripture did it
thinking.
say? Did
Oh
it say
boy.
that God said?
Here's some nonsense from Lion.
In the second scripture that you read from John, is John God?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot,
I
Lion.
thought we were still
No,
on Genesis, but okay.
no. So the two scriptures that you read, King, this is just for King. Did
yes.
those two scriptures was it God's word?
I hate this line of argument.
I
I
know
hate
that.
I
No.
thought
Lion.
I
Everyone
thought it
does,
was the
Andrew.
people.
Everyone
I thought
does.
it was those
You are
people's
so
writings.
Lion. You are
Not
so
every
per-
word.
And then
Not
the
Mark,
Bible not
Mark
written.
what what
8:34 then said, then he called the crowd to
Yeah, but
him
Mark's
along with
not
his
God.
disciples
But
and
Mark's
said,
not God.
whoever
Lion's
wants to
gonna say
be my
Mark's not
disciple
God.
must
why you
deny
cutting
that.
her off?
Yeah,
Why
Wait,
you
Mark's
cutting her
not
off there?
God.
whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and
Yeah,
take
but
up their
Mark's not
cross and
God.
follow me.
But
How do
Mark
you
Mark
is
have
isn't
not
free
God.
God.
Lion, how do you have free will if God is telling you whoever wants to be my
Every
disciple must
person.
deny themselves
Look,
and take
Mark's
up their
not
cross
God.
And he's
and
talking to
follow me?
himself in the first person,
King,
not us, right?
Mark's
King.
not God.
All
Oh
right, hey
no, you know,
King,
I be
listen.
a
King, I
Mark
want you to
isn't
really
God.
critically think. Put your critical thinking cap back
Yeah.
on.
No
Now
more
listen to
stupidity,
who's
Lion.
writing this or saying these things. Number one,
Yeah,
is
God's right.
this God?
Yeah,
Is this
God's right.
God speaking? Is this the
Yeah,
Holy Spirit
God's writing
speaking?
it. God's
Is Was
God,
it? Is this? Did they say that the Holy Spirit was saying these words? Did
God
he
No,
utter
granted.
these
it's the
promises?
Apostle John that wrote
Right, the
that part
apostles, meaning
of the gospel.
regular men. So check this
So
out. When you
gross.
go to the, when you go
So
to the,
John the
gross.
Baptist did
Yeah,
exist.
remember?
hey,
He
yeah,
said, tell me where the Bible says it. Tell me where the
wait. Now,
Bible says it.
now
And then
check
you
this out,
show him. And then
King,
he says,
King,
well, that's
King,
not
King.
God.
King. Now,
Relax, guys.
when you go to the Old Testament, it actually says It says, "Thus saith the Lord God."
Oh
Here's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Mm.
definition.
Yeah, but some man wrote
Thus
that
say,
down, Goober.
thus
A
saith the
man
Lord
wrote
God.
that down,
Thus
Lion.
saith,
A
thus saith the
man
Lord
Who wrote
wrote
God.
that down. A
Genesis?
man
So
wrote that
so
down.
throughout the
Yeah. So
scriptures.
how do you know a man's not
So
misquoting God and just
what's wrong
making
with
that
this
up?
guy?
It's
Hey,
just
Andrew,
your
calm down. I'm
skepticism
talking to
can be
King.
pressed back on
Andrew,
you.
Andrew,
Your
Well,
guys,
then
y'all let
then you
skepticism.
contradict your earlier statement that
Your
God
Andrew,
yeah.
directed people
I'm
to these
arguing. I'm
words.
arguing against his
And it
point.
was
I'm
Moses that
arguing
wrote the
against.
book of
I agree.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Y'all
Yeah.
didn't
Okay.
go to
No,
Bible
No,
study?
I'm
yeah.
asking. I really, I'm
Hey,
Catholic and I didn't
Listen,
study. So
listen, Pops, I'm
King.
Muslim and I
I'm
know this
arguing. Yeah,
shit.
well, you shouldn't be Muslim.
I
That's your
study
first problem.
what? Go to
That's your
hell.
first
so
problem.
Go to
so
hell.
so
Go to
back
hell, you
to
That's
Genesis.
bastard
Can we
bitch.
Paul.
close out Genesis
Go to hell,
126?
you bastard bitch.
yeah,
Yes.
that Genesis 1:26. He said, "Let us make man." So who's the us?
Yes,
That
please,
open
and
for
thanks.
is that open for interpretation?
I don't. You tell
Yes.
me. Y'all tell
I
me,
would
please.
yes,
All
yes.
right.
No, no,
So
look,
as
the
you
us is
continue,
plural. The
all
us
right.
is
So
plural.
yeah,
It's
it
not
is
One
plural.
at a
singular.
time. One at a time. Andrew,
Yeah,
you're
All
next.
right.
Hi. Hi, good
Yeah, I'll
afternoon.
go first.
Let's take a deep breath for a second. I'm here now. You're
Yes, Andrew.
welcome.
He's
Let's all
very
take a
good
Hi.
deep
here.
breath. Yes, thank you. We're going to have a productive conversation today. Andrew doesn't have to yell. None of the stage members have to yell. We can have a discussion. We can have a debate. We can have this conversation, but we can do it in an orderly fashion, okay? Because it sounds like, for the most part, the stage is very interested in this topic, okay? So we're going to do this and we're going to do this in an orderly fashion. Lion, go ahead, uninterrupted, but I expect the same energy in return. Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
lady.
baby. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I usually am into like clowns and monsters, just and demons and devils and ghouls like to come off the mic. So here's the point. 126 is a there is no scripture in the Bible that says, number one, that there's a triune God. The scripture that they like to use is open for interpretation, which you just read 1 and 26, where it says, "Let us make man." There's another one in Psalms that they try to use, and that also is just as vague. There's nothing that states that there is three gods. As a matter of fact, I also make the counter argument when we go to John, that John 1 and 6, where it says that there was another man apart from Jesus, God, Holy Spirit, that was sent also from God, and his name was John the Baptist. So that would mean that there's four people in the heavens. Now, 126 is it's saying us. We don't know. We know that it's plural, but there is no way that you're going to be able to make the argument and state that it's three.
Can you read the verse one more time, just so everybody's brought up to rest?
Okay. All
Just
right.
one
So
Genesis. Thank you.
no, hold on. Okay, I'll do it. Um, Genesis 1
Which
verse
one is it?
26. Genesis 1:26. So I'm going off of memory. I don't know every single scripture
Then
word for
God
word.
said, "Let us make man in the image after our likeness." This verse is part of a creation story that describes God, how God created humans in his image and gave them dominion over the earth.
But there's
Uh,
an us. So how did it go from us to his?
then God said, let us make man in our image. So
Right.
there's a all right, so us is obviously plural, which means so if you study Hebrew text where this comes from, there's the Elohim and the Elohim. One is singular, and then the other is plural. The Hebrews believed that a um, there's a larger understanding of what the word God means, and it's not just one single entity. But they never said that it was three. As a matter of fact, the angel of the Lord is interpreted as a God. Moses and is interpreted as a God to Pharaoh. Human beings could be also considered gods. Exodus talks about the other gods. Deuteronomy 28, I mean not 28, I think it's like 7 and 28 talks about um, the gods of the other nations. It simply means power. El means power. The
Yeah.
problem is a religion like Catholicism has taken this and created their own version of this same God, of a Hebrew God.
Yeah.
all right, Andrew, your go, I guess.
Yeah, so that's absolutely wrong. The scripture teaches the Trinity blatantly. It's more veiled in the Old Testament when it says that when God says let us make man in our image and we, okay, that's a plurality, but then it goes back to the singular. In the image of God he created them. Okay, he. So it goes from our to us to we to he. Why? Well, because there's three in one. That's why. Jesus and the Spirit are in the Old Testament. There's it says the Spirit hovered. Thank you, brother. Have a good one. Thank you. When it says the Spirit hovered over the water, the face of the deep, it says the Spirit of God. Wait, what? The Spirit? Wait, what are we talking about here? We have a different thing going on. Oh, then you have multiple occasions in the Old Testament where you have Yahweh talking to Yahweh. What? Yahweh talking to Yahweh? Wait, how many Yahwehs are there? What? What? Oh, yeah, that's right. There's one. But wait, but there's two. It says Yahweh rains fire down from Yahweh on Sodom and Gomorrah. Wait, what? Yeah, two. In the New Testament, Jesus is clearly God. The Holy Spirit is clearly God. The Father is clearly God. That's three. How many gods are there? There's
Three.
one
Right.
God.
We got it.
Deuteronomy, hold on, sir. Deuteronomy 6:4 says that, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. There is God, there are three persons. That is the Trinitarian, consistently orthodox historical view. Lion is outside of that view, but he's outside of all kinds of views that are historical, that are Christian orthodoxy. Of course he is. He believes that all kinds of stuff. Certain groups aren't going to make it into heaven. Christ didn't die for all. He has all kinds of aberrant beliefs. So that doesn't surprise me that he denies the Trinity. But I thought we were talking about free will. And the scripture is very clear to choose this day who you will serve. Will it be God or the devil? You choose. Will you serve God or will you serve something other than God? If you're not for God, you're against him. It's a choice. God doesn't make you do what you do. Otherwise, God is responsible. God, hold on. Otherwise, God is responsible for all the rapes, the murders, the child molestation.
He went out for me, but
Oh, thank God. May I interject now? If you only have the option of either following God or following the devil, then do you actually have free will? And I also think that I know that you don't like to use the words exegesis and eisegesis, but when we
Can you
refer
stop
to
saying
terms
that?
like us,
God damn.
can you let me finish? Because
They're
Lady said
just
we could
trying to
all talk one
correct
at a
the
time.
record.
We're talking one at a
Samoa,
time.
stop. Thank you.
Stop being a bitch.
Make me a sandwich.
So
get it from
ask your
concrete.
wife, but you spend more time with us than you do with your wife because I'm single and I'm
Hey,
Make me a sandwich.
Small. Let her get her point out.
married
Let her get her
and
point
you're
out, please.
not. Why are you always spending time talking to single women? You should focus. Yes, thank you, Lion.
Yeah, why are you
The
a
thing that
single
I
woman?
struggle with understanding of the word us means the assembly, the people that follow God. And then when you refer to the person, also a challenge. I could, and then the other thing is we keep applying gender man to God. And so for me, I find what you're saying to confusing. I thought that the parts of the book were written by men who anthropologists and other people believe did exist based on the timelines, based on clothing, based on other reports of them existing. And so to say that but then one
Is that me or is that her?
Breaking up. You're breaking
Yeah, I
up,
was like,
King.
what is
matrix.
going on here?
You're in the Matrix,
Did I say
King
the
King
same thing?
Nani.
I'm
Did I say the
just
same thing she
King
said?
Nani.
Thank
Yo,
God.
I got a
Thank
question.
God.
Real
Thank
quick.
God
One
for it.
last question,
Bro,
man.
that's God at work, bro.
Or is that
That's
the Holy
God at
Spirit?
One
work.
last
Is that
question.
Yeah,
I'm,
that's
is,
I'm,
God
I'm
or
at
done.
work.
or
I'm
is that the
logging
Holy
off.
Spirit?
Thank God. Thank
I'm
God.
logging off. Right.
Thank
But
the Holy Spirit.
Wait, hey,
yo,
wait,
but
wait, wait, wait,
yo,
wait. King
Yeah.
Nani,
everyone
King Nani.
believes God is. There's so many religions in this world, right? The only
Hey,
way to find out is
yeah.
when you're dead. When you
Okay.
die, you find out
Cool.
which one's
Cool.
right.
Thank you for the
no, this
explanation.
Oh
So
my
the
Thank
gosh.
only
discussion
you.
is
one
Very
way.
between
New
unintelligent.
topic. Uh
Lion,
oh.
me,
This
and
Thank you for your
Andrew.
King
skillful
Nani, King
interjection.
Nani, King
Yeah,
Can
that's
Nani.
you
true.
Can you
let
do me?
is the only
Andrew
way to find
respond?
out.
Nani, you're
Goddamn,
in the
give him
Matrix half the
He
time,
respond.
so you got to
just made
I
a
repeat.
know.
he just made a
Okay,
statement.
I need him to under.
All right,
We're
Nani, you
responding
were
to what
cutting
he
one
just
second,
said.
Lion. 1 second, bro. Let me just moderate.
No, I
Nani,
was
you
just
were
saying
cutting in and out.
Never
One
mind.
second, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go listen
I'm
to music.
That
Y'all
no,
confused.
can have it.
I'm
that you'll have a chance right afterwards, bro. But Alaska
yeah,
is
so
gonna be next, and after that is that. Oh, he left. Okay,
my
go ahead,
my
man.
understanding my understanding is the parts of the book were written by human beings that existed. They were disciples. That gendering God is very confusing. And then even using the words like person and us, those are like English words, right? And so for me, it's like when you say God was three persons, I find that very confusing. And I need you to help me understand how you can apply the words persons to God, which is an entity.
That's on the
Yeah.
King.
person, not the word.
So if you have a dog with three heads, how many persons are there? How many beings are there? How many persons are there? If you have a three-headed dog that has three brains and has three different, they can communicate or bark. They can all bark differently. Okay, and they can turn their head and do whatever. You have three different heads, but you have one body. Well, how many persons is it? Well, good question. How many beings is it? Good question.
It's still
It,
one being.
oh, it's
It
one
just
being.
has
Okay,
three,
but
it just
what?
has three brains because there's creatures on Earth that have more than one
Yeah,
brain.
I understand. If you have a Siamese twin or somebody who's conjoined at the hip, okay, and they have two heads, and one head chooses to do something like a crime or something, is the other one guilty? No,
So
it's
you're
not.
saying God is one being with three heads.
Correct.
Gospel. But Lion, I want to understand that if you only have the choice of following the devil or following
Wait, no,
God,
no, no,
how
no,
do you
no, no,
have
That
no,
free?
didn't even.
no, 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 no,
It was
no,
so
no,
not
no, no,
obvious
no,
what his
no.
point
Shut up,
was.
Andrew. Andrew, shut up. Andrew, the God of this world is who?
Satan, goober.
Satan. Satan. Is Satan a God?
Yeah, yeah, he's a god
Hey,
because he's
Andrew,
an
shut up
object.
for a minute.
Because he's an
Hey,
object.
hey,
Because he's
King,
an
King, King,
object.
King, King.
Because he's
Remember
an
what I said
object of
earlier.
worship, goober.
Wait,
He's an
hey, hey, now, King, King, I want you to go to
Andrew, you're
Job.
not being
Job.
fair right now. You're
Yeah, he's
not
a
being
Thank you.
fair.
faggot.
We got to be fair.
Calm that man down.
Job
Hey,
what?
Job 9 verses 24.
Job 9 verses 24 says, "The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He coveteth the faces of the judges thereof." What does that mean?
Right, meaning he's covering over the he's covering the faces, meaning covering the wisdom of the Israelites, to see through the darkness. But here's the point: both scriptures are simultaneously saying the same thing. The earth, the world, was given to the God of this world, the wicked, the devil. Given, meaning it was once mine, but I gave it to somebody else. And what they did with it was the God of this world. Now check this out. He says that there's three gods. Should we now
I
count
did not
the
say
devil
that.
as a god?
Liar.
Wouldn't that be four gods now?
This is so stupid.
Hey, shut up, Andrew. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, King.
I'll
Would that
respond
is
to you.
there
I'll
now
respond.
four gods? Watch this.
Yes. Yes, there'd be the
Okay,
three
Yeah,
entities
I'll
plus the
respond to you.
devil.
I'll
right.
respond.
All right.
I'll
Now
respond.
check this. Wait. So now there's four gods. Now
Yeah,
I
there's
want you to.
five gods. There's 15 gods. Jesus said, "Ye
Why is
are
he why
gods."
is
So
he
now a
doing
bunch
that?
of
Why is
people
he
are
doing that?
gods.
Why is he doing that?
Gosh, you
Why? Hey,
numbskull.
somebody please
Because
tell
you're
me why
saying
is he
stupid
behaving like
stuff,
that?
Lion.
Why are you behaving like this? You grown white man. Shut the fuck up.
I'm
You're acting
dead.
like a petulant child. So we have four gods here now, King. Is that three? Is that a triumph God?
All right. Respect. Hey, hold on, Lion. Respectfully, right? We have a one mic policy, okay? And that goes for everybody, even the moderators, okay? I yield this for Nathan whenever he want to talk, whatever. But Andrew, I know you run your rooms in your own spaces, how you want to run them, and that's
Call for
fine.
me.
But here, right, one mic policy, we don't have to agree. I understand that Lions say a lot of stuff that most people don't agree with, and that's fine. Okay. But let's allow everybody to speak, including myself, Nathan, since you're doing the melting face. Okay. Let's allow everybody
Okay,
to
I
speak.
apologize. That's fine.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's just I know we might not like what people have to say, but at least let them get their point out and then you can attack their point when they're done. But just
They
let them
not
get it
like
out.
us.
All right. Now listen, King. I need you to thank you for calming the chimp. King, I want you to go to Exodus 7. Exodus 7. You
Mm-hmm.
just got to read. What does it say about Moses? A man.
Exodus 7. And the Lord said unto Moses, "See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet."
See, I have made you. a god to Pharaoh. Keep using the word God. This is a man though. So we got the Satan. Is this number five? Is this the number fifth? The fifth God in this triune orgy, the sex orgy of gods now? We got five different gods now.
Blasphemy.
Is
Yeah,
it is that truly what this is saying?
yeah.
Or is
You're
it or is it that these churches, like I keep saying, have made their own interpretations and claim that this garbage that they've been pushing out is actually the truth of what the Bible is saying? Could that be a misinterpretation that there is a triune God? I've given you five. Last one, I want you to go to John 1 verses 6.
John 1 verses 6 refers to John the Baptist, a man sent from God whose role was
Wait,
to prepare. Wait.
stop. John the
Mhm.
Baptist is Jesus' cousin, born to Elizabeth, also of the Holy Spirit, sent by God.
In the
Wait, I
beginning
thought it was.
I'm
was
so
the
confused.
In the
I
beginning there
know.
was the Word, and the
He's
Word
a
was with
Nepo
God,
baby.
and the Word
Sorry.
was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. He came as a witness to testify concerning that light, so that
Mm.
through him all might believe.
And
He himself was not the light. He came only as a witness to the light. Dang.
right, so
Talk about a logic
there's
puzzle.
more. Wait. There's more people in heaven, or more entities or spirits in heaven. And guess what? There and some of these people were called gods in light. That's New Testament and Old Testament all coming together as one. That's the reason he can't understand these so-called church people. They can't actually understand because
And Lion,
they
who
don't
wrote
really read the
John?
Bible. John was
Who
a
wrote
man,
John? John, a man, wrote a book
right?
called John about John, saying that he's the
Well,
light.
no. He has scribes that wrote his story. But
Right. But it's about John, written by
John
John.
the Baptist, correct? The
We refer
scribes.
to him.
Here's the point. How many guys have you? How many guys did I bring up so far?
We got three with God. Then we got John. Then we have in Exodus the
Well,
Pharaoh,
no, John
right?
wasn't
So
called a
we're at
god.
five. Is it
John was
is it
not.
five and impossible?
Yeah, well, okay, let's go with that. Five and impossible. We got the devil. He's a god. He's the god of this world. He was given power and dominion over this earth to blind everybody, to blind the light, to stop the light from shining. He was given power by God over the earth. We got John, who was sent by God to bear witness to the light, which was Jesus being born also or sent by God. And then we also have God calling Moses a God to Pharaoh, all within the same book. There's so much more of this if you had the time, but I know Andrew, he needs the time to speak. But there's a lot of this all throughout the Bible. All the other gods in lesser powers, going all the way down to man. That's what they meant when God is one. Not that all like that that's not mean it does not mean that all of these entities are all God itself, or they're all three-headed creatures in one. No, that's nonsense. Where you got that from was Egypt. Egypt isn't Hebraic at all. They mixed that during the time of the Catholic. I mean, during the time of all of these councils that
Point of
happened in
moderation. Point of
the second
moderation.
and third
Okay, this is
century.
not lecture time, brother. This is not lecture
I'm
time. Let's
giving
go to
my
let's go.
answer. I'm about to be done. I just said that I was going to give the floor over to your chimp. I just said that. You didn't even have to come off the
No.
mic, you dick sucker. All right.
All
Hey,
right.
chimp.
Thank you, Lion. Let's move on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alaska. I know you waited forever. Go ahead.
To be honest, my point was it's not relevant, like, in what we're talking about now. But thank you so much. Hope everyone's having a good day.
John
Thanks.
chapter
You too.
14, verse 12 is a metaphorical statement. If it is taken literal, then it kind of contradicts what a lot of people believe about the Bible. Whoever, I think Lion said that the Bible is up for interpretation. You know what's not up for interpretation? Aviation instruction manuals. That's not up for interpretation. You know why?
Let's
Because
go.
you have to quite literally follow it to a T. Otherwise, people lose their lives. Something like the Bible or almost any religious text is up for interpretation, and rightfully so. But the way they used to do things is that people who were vetted, or what they would call priests, were the ones who interpreted. Now, since everybody has access to these religious texts, the interpretation weakens versus what it was initially intended for.
Highline, you want to respond to that, bro?
Uh,
There's nothing I have to say. I'm
um,
waiting on Andrew to respond.
yeah, there's so much nonsense. There's so much nonsense. It's hard to know where to start. So the Bible is up for interpretation. Yeah, you know what? The Bible's up for the interpretation, sure. But you know what? When God says, "Thou shalt not murder," He doesn't mean elephants, reside in some country more than they do. There's a larger population of elephants in some country than some other country. It's very stupid to think that you can just interpret anything out of any passage. No, that's not true. If God exists, God can present what He wants pretty clearly through passages in Scripture. People can have differences of interpretation, that's fine. But somebody can be wrong, like maybe everyone or maybe all but one. It doesn't mean that it is not clear. It doesn't mean that God doesn't express himself in a way that should be understood very straightforwardly. It just means people have motivations, they have different things clouding their perceptions, their ways of taking things on, they have background beliefs and all this other stuff that affects the way they interpret things. That doesn't mean it's God's fault. And it doesn't mean that it's not clear. The scripture is clear. The Trinity exists. God is three persons. The Bible is riddled with this. The whole case that Lion just made was very, very, very stupid. He's talking about different usages of the word God throughout the Bible. Yeah, sure. Satan is the God of this world. There's all kinds of different examples of where God is this and God is that. And Jesus said, "Haven't you heard ye are gods?" Talking about judges being gods because they make authority decisions. They make decisions that affect a lot of people. People in places of authority or that are acting on behalf of God can be uh, can be said to be gods, or Sarah obeying her husband as unto the Lord. There's all kinds of examples where God or Lord can be used. That's true, but we're not talking about that. When Paul says in Philippians that your God is your belly. Your God is your belly. There are people who are worshiping their bellies. They love food. They eat and eat and eat, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they're gluttons. Their God is their belly. They put undue emphasis on it. It's got a higher priority than it should. That is what's being in view there. But when we talk about God, the big G God, not little g, big G, we're talking about the Most High. And that is when we're talking about Jesus and the Father and the Holy Spirit. These persons are doing things that only God can do. For example, Jesus created the world. Jesus did. So did the Father. What? Yeah. The Father did, and Jesus. And the Holy Spirit was there as well. Created the world. Your belly didn't do that. Satan didn't do that. And none of these other little g gods did that. I'll also point out when Lion says that God gave the earth to the devil. No, that's not true. God gave the
Preach.
earth, God gave the earth to Adam and Eve and said, take dominion over it. And when they did, they also gave consent to the devil to come in and do things to us. They allowed for it. The devil's not here possessing people without their consent and cooperation. People are consenting to the devil, and that is why he is doing all kinds of madness. Eve consented to the devil. So what he is saying is just nonsense on so many levels. Again, Jesus created the world. And the Bible says that Jesus is the exact representation of the Father. Identical. Okay? He is Yahweh. So Lion can say whatever he wants, but his doctrine is very aberrant. And there's a reason why Orthodoxy rejects what Lion is saying.
Orthodoxy rejects what I'm saying is because it goes against the narrative that they have lied to people for centuries pushing. Hey, King, are you still here? This is actually fun. King, you still here?
Yes, I am here as your
Okay.
orator.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. King, you, First King
Am I in the Matrix?
22 and 22. Now, this is
No, he
No.
was
ridiculous.
in the Matrix.
No, they're not.
What,
First King
was
22 and
it? What was it?
No, you're in the Matrix.
First King.
First King 22
Okay, First King
verses
22 and
22.
what?
Verses 22.
Okay. A spirit proposes to the Lord, be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets to persuade King Ahab to go to war.
All right. So a spirit is there with the Lord, and he's there. So in context, you just had to go back to about 18 where it starts. They want this Israelite, this evil Israelite king to be killed, but one of the other spirits is in heaven with God. Ask how to get it done.
Lion, you were in the
If you want to
Matrix.
start, you can start at
Yeah,
18.
Lion, you're cutting out real
And
bad,
if
man. Sorry, Lion, you're cutting out real bad. Yeah, nobody's talking right now. Yay! Quiet time.
So, Cass, what is your interpretation of free will in the biblical sense? Because I think that's the
Oh my
original
God.
argument.
Nani, don't
No,
even
that's
get
the
me
original
started on this.
argument. But if
Oh, that's
you
your
know,
original argument?
the devil is amok, right? Because this nigga is running amok on earth,
I,
right?
so Nani, my free will is, the way, this is how I believe, right? I believe that we have a God that gives every individual an opportunity to choose their actions. So even until the last minute, like people can like decide on what they want to do. So I believe that free will exists, and God give as in my perspective, like God gave us the gift to co-create with Him in the universe. And one interpretation that I have is that the seventh day is still going on, where God's creating; it's not ended yet. So that's what I think. So free will exists, and I think God and free will exists can coexist in my view.
Freedom of choice, like I was said earlier, not freedom of like, you can start flying around and defy
Yeah,
laws
yeah,
of
yes, yes, yes,
No,
physics.
of
no
course,
one
yes.
believes that. No, no one believes that. That's an insane.
Wait, you
No,
saying God can't make me fly?
no, that's not the point. No one believes that people have the freedom to just by choice, by their will, by an act of volition, they can grow wings and fly. That's a foolish understanding of what free will is. Free will
Well,
is
you
to
don't need
choose.
to grow wings to fly. I get on
Yeah,
both of them.
okay. Oh, flap your arms, whatever. It is the case that what's being meant here is that you can choose between Pepsi and Coke. You can choose to
Andrew,
stab.
don't
You
yell.
can
Don't
choose.
yell.
You can choose to stab Sue
I mean,
in
if
the
they're the
eye.
same
Okay,
ingredient, is
thank
that
you.
really a
Hold on,
choice?
hold on, real quick.
You can choose
You can
composure.
you can choose to stab Sue in the eyeball or give her a hug. You choose. It's up to
How
you.
can you
It
choose
is.
though if you said that God can like work through you? Then is that
God
really a
can work through you,
choice?
but you have to consent. You can consent to a God can work through
How
somebody
do
who
I
consents.
consent?
If God says, do you want to be my
Go by
disciple,
name.
or do you want to follow me? Do you want to do things on my behalf? And you say yes, then God can work through you.
Then how do I have free will then if I'm saying yes,
That's
God, I
because you
consent to
chose
your
it.
order?
Because you chose it. He didn't rape you.
Uh, uh, That's
Oh, that's
that's
a
real
lot. You
talk.
Andrew,
didn't have
your
to use the
mic's
R
real
word.
loud. We can hear you very well. You don't have to
Mm.
yell, okay?
Okay, well, I'm just used. I'm sorry. I'm used to the idiots. But yes, it
Well,
is the
then the
case that
Bible says
idiot.
to be.
Go ahead.
There's a way to talk to idiots, and it's also in the Bible. And I don't think you're demonstrating it right now,
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
respectfully.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I hear you. But part of it is that the stuff that's being pressed here by a lot of people is just really messed up. The stuff that Lion says is so pernicious, it's so wicked down to the core that I get fired up, and it's some pure indignation towards the stuff that he's saying. He's denying the Trinity. He's denying that Christ died for everyone. He's saying people are going to hell and they can't be saved. Although then he changed that later and said, well, if they repent, but he just talks as though people are condemned. He doesn't say that, hey, you have an option. Hey, God loves you. You should repent and turn to God. He doesn't talk like that. You never hear that from Lion. Lion's all about race. He's all about divisiveness. He's all about God cares about this race and cares about this group and hates the Edomites, and Edomites can't be saved and you're an Edomite. It's just knock it off. Christ came and died for everyone. And so if anybody's going to come in here and teach that kind of nonsense, yeah, I'm going to get fired up. I'm trying not to call people names. You don't hear me swearing at people. I'm absolutely fed up.
Mm.
I'm fed up. I said I
You've been
try not to
screaming at
call.
us for the
I
past
said, yeah,
5 hours.
screaming is different than calling
Are you
names. So
gonna repent? Are you gonna repent for
I hope you're
insulting
listening.
God's people?
I hope you're listening to what I'm saying. Well, I don't know about who's God's people who
You've
you're talking
I'm
about
God's
exactly,
people.
but
You insulted me,
no, 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 no,
Lion,
no, no.
Jay,
By
Louie,
nature, yeah. So hear me
Chaos,
out. So hear me out.
Hefen. You've
If you're
insulted
yeah,
multiple
I'll
of God's
respond.
people, and I
Yeah,
think
I'll
you should
respond to that.
repent. I
Yeah,
think you should repent.
I'll respond. I'll respond to that. The Bible doesn't say you're God's people. If you become
It doesn't?
saved, if you accept
Well, I'm
Christ,
only
then you
God's
become.
people if I
I'm
accept Christ.
responding.
Then why does
I'm
it seem
responding.
optional?
I'm responding. I'm responding. You are God's people when you accept Christ and become adopted into the family of God. You become one with God. If you are not, you are condemned. You are not God's people. Okay?
So
Now
if
it
a trans woman accepts God, then the trans woman is
it
a
hold on.
person of God.
It what?
If a trans woman
No.
accepts
God
God,
made
if a trans woman says that
yes.
she accepts God,
Yes.
then she is okay. Just making
Yes.
sure that you recognize that
Yeah,
My God,
trans
absolutely.
people
Yes.
exist.
trans people live rent
God.
Shout out
free in
to
you guys'
Andrew for
brain, don't
finally
they?
recognizing that trans people
So
exist.
I've been recognizing I've been fighting on the same side as you have this whole discussion. What are you talking
I
about?
couldn't
The
tell.
script.
Scroll up in the chat. You've been screaming at me all
Yeah,
morning.
I know, but screaming at
Hey,
you doesn't mean I
hey,
haven't been
King,
supporting this
King,
position.
can
The
you read?
scripture
Can
teaches
you read?
clearly, but yeah, okay, hold on. The scripture teaches clearly. Jesus knocks at the door, and whoever will open the door, he will come in and eat with you, and you with him. Doesn't matter who you are. I don't care if you're pink, purple, trans, straight. I don't give a fish. Christ died for everyone. And
Yeah, he doesn't care.
the
My
stuff
God
that
doesn't.
Lion the stuff that Lion says, which he's gonna try to push his false narrative, which
False
is
narrative.
that
Straight
people
up, sir.
that God brought people into this world that have no option of choosing Him. That's what
Andrew, it's
he's gonna.
because you're
That's
fucking white bread.
okay. JJ, quiet. That's what he's teaching. He's teaching God brought people into this world that have no option to choose Him. Just put that in your
Oh,
pipe and smoke it. People have
I'll
no
put it.
choice. Hold
I'm
on.
trying
People
to
that have
build
no
the
choice. People that have. I'm the last line. People that have no choice
yo.
to choose God. People that have no choice to choose God. Okay. First of all, they're not free because He doesn't believe in free will. So they're made to choose to go to hell because that's all they can do, and that's what He believes. That's a
But if
Okay,
the
man,
disgusting.
we got the
devil is,
That's a
if
point.
di-
this
Quit
is
that's a
repeating
dis-
yourself.
Lion,
that's a
Lion,
disgusting
if the devil's already
reprobate.
here, why
Let it
don't we
happen.
say
Let it
earth
happen,
is
King.
hell? If the
King,
devil's
King, let
already
it happen.
here.
Watch this. King, let it
It's a
happen. Watch this.
reprobate view.
I need your help again. Remember what he said. These people, what God had created, that have no choice but to go to hell, right? And he
Yep.
says,
Yeah.
these are my views and feelings. I want you to go
I
now,
already know
please.
what you're going to quote. Line,
Mm-hmm.
I'm 20,000 steps ahead of you, my
But
friend.
Well,
listen,
20,000
I don't know
steps
what
ahead of
listen.
you.
he's gonna quote,
What am I
Yeah,
going to
go ahead
so
and
quote?
read it. Go ahead and read it.
What am I going to quote? Remember, hey, now, no, this is also great. Notice, he's appealing to your sensibilities and emotions, ladies and gentlemen of the court, trying to say that, oh, a lion is evil because he feels this way, and he feels that God says this, he got and feels that God says that. Now let's read what it says in the Bible. Can we go to, this is for you, King.
yes.
Can we go to Romans 9 and 22?
Romans
Romans 9, baby.
9:22.
22.
What
What
if
does it say?
God, willing to shew his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction? This
But
verse explores God's patience and long suffering towards those who will ultimately be destroyed, while also highlighting his ability to demonstrate his wrath and power.
so check this out. So God created these entities, these beings that were fitted for destruction. They were
Nope.
always fitted to die.
Nope.
Oh no, you say no. Let's go
Yeah,
up a
I'll
little bit.
interact with you, Lion. I'll
Hey,
interact
no,
with
no,
you.
no, no, no. I didn't interact
Okay.
with you though. I'm talking to you.
All right. All right.
So watch this. Let's go up to verse. Let's start at 16 and down. So
In what
remember, oh,
book?
by the
In what
way,
book?
this is Paul. Same book,
Okay,
same
Romans
exact chapter.
16
Go up,
what?
and down.
16 what?
So no, I'm sorry, Romans 9 verses 16 and down. We just need you to go up a few verses.
Okay.
So you started at 22 to get straight to the point. We're gonna go up some. We're gonna understand why God even allowed Pharaoh to rise to power, become this world dominant power.
Romans 9:16 states that God's choice of to whom to show mercy does not depend on human will or effort, but solely on God's mercy.
Uh oh.
Hmm.
Uh oh. Uh oh. So it has absolutely nothing to do with your choice. It's all up to God. If
Yeah,
God
it
wants
says, in other words, a person's desire or effort does not earn God's mercy. It is the free given
mm,
gift from God. The verse emphasizes that God's mercy is a sovereign act, not a result of human action. Ooh, that means I can be a hoe and still go to heaven.
Wait, that's Romans 6:1.
Yeah, I'd love to
What does
get.
it
I'd
say?
love to
See
get.
that?
I'd love to.
Andrew's last Andrew's last Andrew's last statement is wrong, King. It's wrong. What he just stated is wrong. He says that lion has a problem with free will. What did
God's
you
choice
just
of
read?
to
What
whom show
commentary did you
mercy does
read?
not
Do I
depend
have
on
a
human
problem
will or
or do the
effort. So
scholars?
I could choose all the right things of the will, but I'm
Oh.
still left to God's mercy.
Yeah. So
But
That
listen,
doesn't
is it
seem
my
very
doctrine,
fair,
King?
Andrew.
yeah.
If
Is
I
it
Let me
follow
go.
my
Let
God's
me. No,
word,
hold on.
See,
if
no,
I
no,
follow
no,
the rules,
Andrew,
I'm still at God's
hold on,
mercy. Well, what
hold
the
on,
hell?
Serpent. Hold on, Serpent King. King, is this
You're,
my doctrine,
you're such
King?
a deceptive person, Lion.
It's
You're
the
so
Bible.
deceptive.
No,
You're
no,
so
no,
you.
no,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no. King,
like
I want to hear it
slither, like
from
slithering,
what you
bro.
said.
Like,
Hey,
Be
stop, Andrew,
careful,
stop.
Andrew.
Does somebody need to control you again? Hey, King, I need an answer from you. Is it my interpretation?
I'm
Is it
reading
mine?
the
Lion,
word
is it
as it is
mine?
written down in Romans 9:16 that
Oh,
God's choice
interesting.
is to whom show mercy does depends on not on human will or effort, but solely on God's mercy. That's the word.
So is it? But now remember what he said about me. What he accused me of.
He
You
called you an
remember that?
idiot, a retard. I don't recall.
No, not that part. I'm not worried about shit. That's just like a chimp throwing shit at the window. That means
Yeah,
nothing to
yes,
me.
yes, 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 yes.
But what did he say? His original statement was that I'm the one trying to send people to hell, and I'm the one saying that there's no free will or no choice that a man can choose one way or another. He said that about me. But what did the Bible just tell you?
It told me that regardless of my efforts, I'm at the mercy of God.
Right. So guess what that means about Andrew? He's pushing his own doctrine because his doctrine isn't the Bible. And that's what we Israelites have been showing you all for the longest. That these
uh,
niggas
uh.
are all these niggas here, these fucking chimps, all they do is give their own feel good sermons to make people feel a certain
Okay.
way, but nothing that they say is actually in the
All
book.
right. All right. Let me respond. So here's the deal. Now keep this in mind. Let's hold the same standard. Okay. The same standard. King, I hope you're listening. Let's hold
Yes,
the
I'm listening.
same stand. Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you to go to a
But could
verse, and
you
then we're
lower
going to
your
read.
voice? Because it's really loud. And it's not because I'm trying to be an asshole, but it's loud.
Okay, that's fine. I'll lower my voice. I'm gonna use the same reasoning that he is, and he's gonna say. Notice he just said, no, it's what the Bible teaches. It's what the Bible teaches. Okay, so he's using one verse here, and he thinks that that proves his point. So I'm going to go to a verse. It's going to completely contradict his nonsense, because honestly, it's not contradicting the verse. It's contradicting his nonsense. If you read that verse again that you just read, let's actually
Hmm.
think about what's being said. Wait, can you read it one more time?
Romans 9:16 states
Yeah,
that God's choice of whom to show mercy does not depend on the human will or effort, but solely on God's mercy.
that's right. So let's think about that. God's choice to whom he will show mercy does not depend on our will. Yeah, that's right. We don't dictate who God shows mercy on. But does that mean he doesn't show mercy on those who repent? No, it doesn't mean that. And it doesn't mean that God can't show mercy or allow for people to freely choose him. That is a complete misunderstanding of what that passage is saying. It's saying that we don't dictate who it is that God shows mercy upon. We don't force his hand. That's true. God is God. We aren't, of course. That is not what Ryan is saying that passage teaches is completely nonsense.
Yeah, Andrew
Now let's go to a
corrected it.
different passage. If you, let's go to a different passage here if we can, please. And I'd love to get MJ in on this, but if you can go to Romans 11:32, please. Romans 11:32. Let's read that line. Open your ears, my brother. Open your ears, my Israelite brother. Romans 11:32, please.
Romans 11:32. For
Yeah.
God has bound everyone over to disobedience so that he may have mercy on them all.
Oh, on them all. Oh, wait. God is bound who? Did it say some? Did it say a portion? How many people does it say?
Has bound everyone over to his
Oh,
to
everyone.
disobedience.
And then
But
how many is he going to
what
have
does it
mercy?
mean? But what does it mean when it says bound
Well,
everyone
we can
over
talk
to
about that. We can talk
disobedience?
about that. Yeah, we can talk. We can talk. So they're in bondage. People are in bondage. People are bound to sin. They're doing all kinds of evil things by their own
But
choices.
bound could also be moving towards disobedience. Because the word
Yeah,
bound
we
has
are.
different definitions, walking towards, striding.
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about the exegesis. We probably want to take that contextually, but I just wanted to point out what it says there. He bound everyone to disobedience so that he may show mercy on who? On all. On all. Now, what these people like Lyon and Calvinists typically try to do is they try to limit the scope of what all is. They like to go down, they like to make it a very limited scope. And I'll just tell you, there are tons of passages that talk about this. Let's just go to one more here, and I'd like to. I want you to see God's heart, so you'll understand how God is, and see this in contrast to who Lion is. So we pull up this verse. This is in 1 Timothy 2:4. Can you pull up
First
Timothy
Timothy
2:4?
2:4.
Yeah,
God
chapter
desires
two,
for
verse
all
four, and
people
then
to
read
be
that.
saved. God desires for all
Uh,
people to be saved and to come to the knowledge. You can get that desire,
huh.
Andrew, but at the end of the day, you're still at God's mercy.
Okay,
I
no,
can
that's fine.
be
But what does God?
fucking
What does
saved
God
and
want?
still be at God's mercy.
Yeah, that's
God
fine. But
wants
what does
you
God want?
to desires for all of us to be saved and to come to the
Yes, God
knowledge of
wants
the
every
truth.
person to be saved. Yep, God wants that. Now, it sounds like if people don't come to the knowledge of the truth, it's not because of God, because God wants it. So obviously, God, since he's, I don't know, God, he can make you do that if he wanted to, right? But that's not the point. He gives you freedom. He gives you freedom. He's saying he desires all people to be saved. He wants everyone to come to repentance, not just the Israelites, not just a certain group of people, not the black people. That's not it. All people, trans people, every person. I don't care who you are. God wants you to be saved. And the exegesis on this is repeatedly, and it has a scope of everyone. This is not, there's no limit here. Every single person. God wants them to be saved. That is correct. 2 Peter 3:9. Can you do one more?
Second
Peter 3:9.
Peter 2:9, you said?
3:9. You're pretty fast, King. I got to give that to you. I'm
Well,
pulling up the
I know
scripture.
how to type. Um, The Lord is not slow in keeping his promises, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. This is
Not
the thing
wanting
I
anyone.
struggle. This is the thing I struggle with, though, when we're talking about the Lord, because, we're like, how do you ascribe a human characteristic such as patience to the Lord?
Oh, I think God made us in His image. I think God has similar qualities than we do. God thinks, we think. I mean, I'm not the same way. It's hard to fathom the way that God may think. But God thinks, we think. God has a will, we have a will. God creates, we create. We bring babies into this world. We have thoughts. We do actions freely that He didn't determine. We create, God creates. God has emotions. Now there are people who deny this. I'm not one of them. I think God has emotions. We have emotions. God has a mind. We have a mind. There are various things about that. Jesus had a body, a physical body, and he dealt with things like we do. He went to the bathroom, he went to sleep, he was tempted. He had various things like that happen. He grew up. He grew in wisdom and stature, the Bible says. He actually grew in height. He ate food, got nutrition, right? All of these things are things that God can relate to. And that's because he made us in his image. We're little image bearers. So yes, we are made in his image and we do things similar to God. So yeah, it's not like we're putting on God these concepts that only apply to us. No, God has patience too.
Rapture.
I was glad this guy never. He just keeps going with that whole preaching nonsense. Hey, King. The problem with what he just did was he did what we call isolate and eisegeting scripture. So let's now I'm gonna show you how to really understand this Bible. Let's go to the same exact scriptures that he did, which he said 11, Romans 11 and 32. I want you to go to Romans 11 and 25. There's a few verses up. And we'll see in context who God is referring
Romans
to.
11:25.
Coming to repentance.
I do not want you to be
And
ignorant.
26, 27.
Oh God, you demanding. I do not want you to
I'm
be
so
ignorant
sorry.
of this mystery, brothers and sisters, so that you may not be conceited. Israel has experienced a hardening in part until the full number of the Gentiles has come in.
The Gentiles.
26. And in that way, all Israel will be saved.
Oh, wait. The all that he's talking about in 32, the
So he
all that
ain't
God
saying
does
all of us. He's
provide
just
is
referring to the
Israel.
Israels.
Right.
Damn.
Let's go to the next scripture. Let's go to the next scripture. He mentioned he says First Peter 3 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
First Peter 3 and 9, where it says it emphasizes that God it says here the Lord is not slow in keeping his
Mm-hmm.
promises. The promises that he's referring to are also to the children of Israel. I'll show you. Let's go back to Romans 9. The only promises that were ever given to any people was Israel. Romans 9 and start at 3.
Romans 9:3 expresses. Wait, no, sorry. For
Not
I
the
could
commentary.
wish,
Yeah.
yes, for I could wish that I myself were cursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my people, those of my own race.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Who are
It is not as though God's words has failed, for not all who are descendant from Israel are Israel, nor because they are his descendants are they all Abraham's children. On the
mm,
contrary, it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. In other words, it is not the children by physical descent who are God's children, but it is the children of the promise who are regarded as Abraham's offspring.
all right, so check
I
this
don't
out.
think the people in
I
the Maldives are Abraham's offspring.
They're not. So here, what you just read was the descendants of Isaac. Isaac only had um, uh, Jacob. Jacob had 12 tribes of Israel, 12 sons of Israel. When you read the history, Genesis 17, Isaac was the only one who had, he only had Jacob. So it's talking about the actual Israelites here. And what did it say about that word? Did you see the word promises? Who was the
Mhm.
promises given to? And also, if you continue reading, how about this?
It is the children of the promise who are regarded as Abraham's offspring, for this was how the promise was stated. At the appointment time, I will return, and Sarah will have a son.
Sarah.
Not only that, but Rebekah's children were conceived at the same time by our father Isaac. And yet, before the
Mm,
twins were born or had done anything good or bad, in order
uh-oh.
that God's purpose and election might stand, not by works, but by him who calls, she was told the older will serve the younger. Just as it wasn't written,
All right, slow down, slow
Jacob
down,
I
slow down.
loved. I'm sorry,
The
I'm a
older
fast
the
reader.
son.
That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
the
yeah.
teacher always
So
picked me because
what
she,
they're talking about is Genesis 25, all the way to 35. It says the older shall serve the younger. The older child that they're referring to is Esau. Esau is going to serve or be a servant to the descendants of Jacob. It was prophesied there. It gave you Rebecca. It's showing you the matriarchal lineage. Rebecca, Sarah, and Rebecca, Abraham's wife and Isaac's wife. It didn't give you the sons of Ishmael. Remember, Abraham had Ishmael first, but Ishmael was not chosen to be the seed. Isaac was. Isaac
oh,
is.
Lion, what does it say in 24 then when he says, even us whom he also called, not only from the Jews, but also from the Gentiles? As he says, I will call them my people who are not my people.
He's.
I will call her my loved one who is not my loved
I'm
one.
glad you asked. We'll find that out when we go to Hosea 1 verses 10. You'll find out that these
Hosea,
Gentiles, the Gentiles that he's
verses
referring
10.
to, are actually the northern
Yet
kingdom
the
that
number
was
of the children of Israel shall be at the
the
sand of the
sands of the
sea, which
sea.
cannot be measured or numbered. And then it shall come to pass in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people.
Uh
Damn. Who
oh.
are the people?
The people are the northern kingdom Israelites
Well, Andrew left. Andrew
that
left.
were pushed out. So there was a separation. The northern kingdom Israelites became the Gentiles. Those were and the remaining Jews was the last three tribes that were still left in Israel after the Babylonian fall.
The Jews were the
Benjamin,
Gentiles. That's right. That's true.
right, Benjamin,
The
Levi,
Jews
and
were the
Judah.
Gentiles. Yeah,
They
that's
became
amazing.
what is now called the Sumerians. Remember when Jesus wasn't supposed to talk to the Sumerian woman,
Pops, you
and she
disagree?
said,
Not Pops, MJ, you disagree with Lion?
"Of course he does," and
Yeah,
she said,
it's like the worst
it ties in
exegesis I've ever heard in my life.
really because it's word for word everything that Hosea said. Stupid.
I don't disagree with the
It was
English
said
words
unto
spoken.
her. Yeah, what? Hey, listen, do it over again. Hey, King, I want you to go to Romans 9 again and go to that
No,
part.
let her get a
The,
chance. Wait, come on,
No,
Lion.
Nani is
Let's not beat
tired.
it now. Let
Nani needs
yeah,
a break.
let's don't try to beat it down and just say, hey, I'm gonna just
Everybody
say
loves my voice now all of a sudden.
give him a chance to respond to you, Lion.
he's not going to. He's just going to give me his feelings. Watch.
I think we
Let me
can
That's
tell
what
you
he's
something.
conclude that
claiming,
we
but
have no free will. There's no free will.
Lion, he
Let
is
me have
claiming that
this,
that's what
Lion.
you're doing. You're
Yeah,
just
but
giving how you your interpretation based on how you feel.
she asked a
How do
question
I
about,
share
well,
this
who
room, by the way?
You
Andrew's trying
see
to get
that?
back in.
King
Oh,
asked,
yes, I'll send him in it. Oh,
King just
just send
asked
him an
a
invite.
very important question. She says, well, who were these Gentiles? And the answer is because Paul is actually quoting
There you
Hosea.
go. I sent it there. Kingdom.
And he's literally saying, Paul is quoting word for word Hosea 1. And the Gentiles in Hosea are actually the Israelites that have been thrown out, who've been kicked out. The northern kingdom, the 10 tribes, the lost tribes.
Hold on, Hosea 1.
Hosea 1, verses
Okay, I'm
10.
gonna look this up really quick, and I hope you're right. I'll be right back.
1 verses 10. I hope you heard that part. This was a prophecy of what was going to happen to the entire the Israelite tribe. They were going to be divided, and one side was going to be scattered to the four corners of the earth, while the other remained in Israel. And that's who he's talking to. The Samaritan woman that Jesus spoke to at the well. She's actually an Israelite. She says, are you greater than our father Jacob? She's talking about their ancestor, who is Jacob, the father of all 12 tribes. But they call her a Samaritan.
I'm
It
studying right
seems to
now,
me
but
like,
just methodologically, it's just so off, man.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Thank you, MJ. I'll shut up.
Oh no, no, go for it.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. You go for it.
I just don't understand this weird connection you're making from a story uh, in the Gospels written decades after Paul's letter to the Romans, right? Like, what justification do you have to connect the fact that Hosea may or may not be what the Samaritan was in the story in the Gospels to the recipients of Paul's letter to the Romans? The Romans are the Gentile he's writing to, man. Like, and the
All right, so
Romans are kind of like
you looking for
like a
justification?
microcosm for like all the Gentiles. It's such
No,
a
that's not
stretch to like
that's
draw
not
a
true.
connection from Hosea to the Gospels and then back to Romans 9. That's like insane.
Right. Well,
I'm
NJ,
trying to follow you, man.
yeah, no problem. I'll help you out if you're asking a genuine question. So Rome was actually a microcosm of all different people at the time. Rome had already taken over. As a matter of fact, they had a lot of Jewish synagogues in Rome. I don't know if you know that. Um, uh, who's a great person? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the author of the epistle of Paul himself, who spoke Greek. He's also an Israelite. Visited Rome and Mars Hill multiple times, preaching to Israelites living in Rome. As a matter of fact, I read it yesterday when we went to Acts 21, where he goes to Jerusalem and he's talking to all the Jews that live among the Gentiles. As a matter of fact, it says that Paul's message was to them. The seven churches in all of these places were Greek outposts that had, for a few centuries, had taken in so many different Jews. Jews were living all the way up in Turkey. Jews from Israel were all over the place. They were all over the Roman Empire, living as those people. And I'll prove it to you. Hey, King, can we go to Acts 2?
No, I'm tired of reading.
Oh, damn it. Wore you out. Okay. Acts 2 and 5. I'll do it really quickly. I'll show you something. 2 verses 5. Full chapter. Okay. It says here 2 verses 5. It says, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Heaven in this is represented as the planet Earth. Now this is what let's jump down to these where these places were. These are Jews, remember it says now verses 8, it says, now how hear we every man in our own tongue wherein we were born. So all of these Jews coming from all over the empire, the Roman Empire, they all spoke different languages. But they were called by these nations, the names of these other nations. Verse 5. No, not 5. Verse 6. Parthians and Medes. You know where the Medes are, Persian and Mede territory. And Elamites, same Persian and Medes. And dwellers of Mesopotamia and in Judea
Andrew's saying
and
someone's blocking him, by
Cappadocia,
the way, so he can't get back in.
in Pontus and
Hold up.
Let's
Does
be a
Asia.
anyone have
mod.
Andrew Block?
I don't have them blocked. I love whooping up on little
No,
piddlers.
yeah, I
Nani,
got that idiot blocked.
No, 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 no. It got to be a moderator.
Ooh.
Matt,
Yeah. Who cares? If he's blocked, let's continue.
All right.
shut up,
So
Nani.
as you can see, Acts 2
Are
and
you trying
5
to
is
get
telling you
CMS
that
to look like that?
Jews
He's
did not
trying to
just
get back
dwell.
in though.
All
Look,
right,
look,
but
let me
we
He's,
just
he's
Who's
lighting
blocked?
my
Who's
phone
blocked?
up.
It makes it more fun, dude.
Who's
Yeah, it makes it
blocked?
good fun.
Let him in.
NJ.
yeah,
Let him in.
let's
Wait,
just make a new room then.
can we trade
Who's blocked?
Andrew
Who's
for
blocked,
Psych?
Nathan?
Can we trade
Andrew
Andrew
said
Andrew.
for
he's
Psych?
blocked.
Oh,
Bring
nah,
Andrew
Andrew
the
not blocked.
racist back and get rid
Okay.
of Psych.
He can't join the room. I sent him an invite.
Look
You
at me
say get
blocked.
rid of what? Get rid of psych?
Yes, don't get rid of Sykes. Sykes awesome.
All right.
For what?
All right, look.
No, he's
What?
not. He screams a lot.
That's the most
Look, he's
beautiful.
about to do it right now.
So
in
Oh
MJ,
one.
I'm
God.
not sure if you
Mm,
heard me. Did you hear
Oh,
mm.
me?
that's I know
No,
why.
I'm
Because I
I'm
fucking
trying to
threw
juggle
you.
kids and
That's why.
Go
writing
ahead, you
Bible verses. I'm
psychopath.
We
trying
didn't
to
really.
Yeah, I
charitably
am
hear
a
you out.
psychopath. And what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I have no power on
Okay,
Then
Clubhouse.
shut
It's
I
up.
the
Who
got you.
cares? You
internet.
just want to say
We
the
didn't really
obvious.
want an
The
No,
answer.
sky's
I
I
just
got
don't
blue.
like you.
Let
Let
Whatever,
Lion
Andrew in.
man. I don't
finish.
give a fuck. I don't like you either.
Look at him. Look at
Hey
him.
I
guys,
don't
come
give
on.
a fuck. You look
Let's get
like
back to the
fucking Goofy
discussion.
the Duck.
You have a
Okay,
fake
guys.
picture. You don't
Okay.
even have your
So
own
look,
Why
face.
look.
is your
I
face
don't know what's
It's
melting?
easy
going.
to talk when
One
you don't
sec.
have your
Why
PTR
is
Come
up.
your
on,
face
guys.
melting?
Come on. Come on. So hey, look. I can't. I don't know what's going on with the room. I don't know what's going on with Andrew. We can try and make a new room. He said he
Oh
can't join the
no.
room.
Yeah, he says something. Someone's blocking him.
Yeah, make a new room, Nathan.
Why don't you just
I'll
drop the
make it.
mods and then bring them back up?
Who's hating you? Give me a second.
Yeah, isn't today Tether Thursday? What's going on?
Yo, Gustavo, what's the word?
You all weren't enjoying Lion versus Andrew?
I was.
Yeah, it was great.
I was.
Except for Andrew yelling was really messing with my Andrew. You're all gonna be saved.
That's Clubhouse, King.
Saved.
Come
I was
on.
like, damn.
It has to be a mod blocking, so I don't understand
Oh, he's
why.
back.
But
He's
it
back. He's
but
back.
Where?
if the devil is
He's
running
back.
That's
Earth
so
So
weird.
Lion,
how did that
then why don't
happen?
we just call Earth hell? Because it really
Thank you,
does sometimes
guys.
feel like I'm in hell.
As a matter of fact, in other scriptures, the earth is revered
Because this is
as
feeling like hell. If I have to be
it is
around people like
it
Psych and
is hell.
Andrew, it's hell.
Oh my
So there's
God.
a
That's because you're fucking retarded. That's why. You're a
Can you
retard.
enunciate your words, please? Because I can't.
Very
Spell the word
Christ-like.
enunciate.
I
Spell the
know
word
that you might have
enunciate.
been delayed
Spell it
in
right
early
now. Go ahead. Spell it
childhood,
right now.
but
Spell enunciate.
enunciate your words. I don't know how to spell
Spell it.
English as a second language. I don't know
Shut
how
the
to
fuck up
spell.
then, you fucking clown.
No,
Shut
I'm a
up.
clown.
No. Yeah, you are,
Are
King,
you
you
bro.
did shed
okay?
first blood
Wake
though.
Well,
up,
come on,
man. You
Are
guys.
you
look
Come
like
on.
a
okay?
Come on.
fucking.
Come on. We're
Oh,
doing
no,
so
I don't
Shut
good.
care. I
We
mean,
don't
up.
he's
have to
an
do the one
idiot.
on
Shut
back
He's
and
up. Walk
forth.
the
insignificant.
dog.
All
Why does your
right, come
face
on.
sag that way? Why does
Come on.
You
Come
don't
gravity
on,
even
do
have
guys.
your
that?
face
Let's.
on. You don't even
I'm
have
gonna
your
be.
face
Let
in
me
your
hit the
PTR.
off mute.
PTR your face.
Okay. Okay. Let's stop the
PTR.
atheism. I'm gonna baptize the room. Anyways, let's get back to Lion. You got Andrew back inside the room, bro. Andrew has ammo. He's back. What you got?
No,
Did you
no,
make
no.
the baptism noise,
I
Nathan?
want Lion to respond. I
He
want
Ew.
Lion
went.
to respond again
I,
to what MJ
I,
said.
Yeah, he threw it
I
on her ugly
appreciate.
ass face.
I might be cutting in.
You don't
I
even have
like
your
your face.
PTR.
I
It's
did
so
give you
King
a
easy.
Psych.
Oh
King
my
Somebody
Psych,
God.
you're
blow
off
Come
me
on,
mute.
guys. Come
ASAP,
on. It
Guys,
ain't
come on.
about us.
including your
It's about
daddy.
Lion.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
let's go back
Lion.
to Lion. Can
it's
Lion
not
respond to
about me,
MJ?
it's about the most high's vindication. I'm just a
Okay, can I
messenger.
give a 10-second reset? So the debate is number one, free will. The other debate is how many gods there are. Lion has given several examples of how the devil, other apostles, the three gods, and then Andrew is retorting back. And then Andrew is also saying that God is saving everybody and that we do all have free will. And Lion's retort is actually, he's saying he only has mercy for his own Israelites. So.
Actually, the specific point they're talking about right now, right, is like the hermeneutical point about like Lion's methodology.
No, that's not it.
Okay,
No,
good. Thanks, King.
I actually gave my answer. He said he was busy or something,
Yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah. Can
something
you
with
repeat it?
kids.
I didn't
So,
hear it either way
And then
for
he
everyone
feigned being blocked
speaking.
out when no
all
one
right,
blocked him out.
just start
Well,
with
I
like
wasn't
Acts.
lying. Look, I couldn't come into the room. It said
Okay, let's get back to Lion's
room.
response.
Acts 2 and 5 gives you the Jews that have been scattered about the empire. So it wasn't. That also includes Rome. If you continue reading, you'll see that Jews were all over Rome. This is also the reason why Paul's ministry went there. 2 and 5, it tells you that they were scattered all over the empire. I don't want to go back over it again. It even calls them by the names of the nations that they came out of, and they also spoke different languages, but they were Jews, meaning that they were blood Jews by descent, by blood, but they lived as Cappadocians. They lived as Romans. They lived as Egyptians and Amalekites or Amalekites, things like that. It's right there,
So
which
I'm not sure Lion
further makes
is actually
my point.
contacting MJ's point there. So maybe MJ, you could just like reiterate your point.
That was his point. He said that
No, this
I
wasn't his
don't
point.
believe that
His
Jews were all in
no,
Well, I
Rome.
mean, I'll just
This
think
is a
out
no,
loud.
that
Roman.
Like,
wasn't his point.
He
well,
said that it was. He said Rome, the scripture in Romans
Lion,
9,
just let MJ
he
reiterate his
says that
point.
it's written to the Romans, and I'm giving him the reason why it was written to the Romans. I
Okay.
made the point.
Okay, that's great.
Fucking idiot.
No. Yeah, I just don't understand. I can't square that with Paul's language in Romans 9. When I read Romans 9, I'm seeing this glaring motif that it's not ethnic at all. And if you scroll down to like the bottom of Romans 9 was what always gets me, because it's talking about Israel's unbelief. I guess like we can get into the justification for why you only think like the Gentiles apply to another ethnicity, even though earlier on in Romans 9 he like makes a distinction between the people who become God's children through faith and being a child of God by virtue of being a member in an ethnicity. So I just can't understand this. I can't understand your framing when I read Romans 9 personally.
But
Uh,
so I think the important thing I drew out from what MJ said, right, is that like the I think Lyon's interpretation or like our hermeneutical interpretation of like our exegetical interpretation of like how the Bible actually like was put together type of thing is kind of way off, right? So like it's not that there's a consistent view in the Bible throughout the entire thing, right? Like the Old Testament was written by a bunch of different authors in a bunch of different eras with conflicting views and conflicting beliefs, right? The New Testament was written by, like, let's say the Gospels were written by anonymous people, right? Who the later Christians attributed the authorship of the Gospels to individual people, right? But that's just like later tradition, Christian tradition, right? The actual initial Gospels were anonymous, right? And then you have like pseudepigraphal letters of Paul, right? Which is like people pretending to be Paul who wrote letters that got into the New Testament, right? So like what I'm trying to point out here is that like just going to a passage and saying like here's a passage and this is what the Bible says, quote unquote, like based on my interpretation of the passage, right, is silly. It's just like a nonsensical thing
Yeah,
to do, right?
yeah.
Because all of the different authors have different views on things and you need to take account of like, okay, well, which author is this and what is this author trying to say, and like what other Christian documents did this author have access to, and what are they trying to refute and what are they trying to promote, right? That's the proper way to do the hermeneutical analysis.
I don't agree with
all
that.
right, so you're
The
just
Bible,
rambling on and saying
yeah, the
absolutely
Bible's
nothing.
univocal.
Wait,
Why
wait,
would you
hold
say
on.
it's not?
He's saying all of these. Like here, watch this. He doesn't really have any proof that these letters were not written by Paul. He's just stated that they were, because we could use the same argument of were you there, and he just
Just
say
look up
no.
like Paul's
Yeah,
He
pseudepigraphal
just wants
letters.
to. He's appealing to liberal scholarship that denies
yeah,
the
that's
Pauline
all it is,
letters.
and it's
Just look it up.
Yeah.
nonsense. Hey, look. Let's just stick to the scripture, sir. And if you don't really have anything that you can use to refute my position, then just shut the fuck up. Here's the point.
What?
You asked
Well, cool.
me.
Can I read it
You.
through and we
Wait,
go verse by verse?
hold on. I'm not done. You asked me, MG or MJ. You asked me. You said that it's hard for me to fathom that this letter written by Paul was written to Jews in Rome, and I showed you where Paul himself is going to Rome to preach to the Jews,
Where did
and
you
as he's
show that?
talking, yeah, I just did when I said Acts 2. Oh my God, you're not listening.
No,
Write
I
it
know.
down.
I don't see the
Repeat
connection
it. I want
between
you to
Acts
repeat it
2.
for me. Acts 2, verse what?
Okay, hold on. I'm looking it up. Acts 2 what? Tell me.
See, now you're looking it up. You know what? That means willful ignorance. Now you want to look it up.
That
So,
means
in
I
other
had
words, you just simply
that
wanted
means
to
I had
argue
shit on
against
my
my
right hand
position.
because I was
No.
cleaning up a diaper,
Well,
dude. Hold on.
don't come off the please don't come off the mic and say I just don't understand how you can come to these conclusions, Lion, when you're not even fucking looking it up.
All right, Acts 2 what?
Verses 5 and down.
Hey,
Let
MJ,
me
meet
see.
Lions.
No, I
That's
like the
very
energy. It's good.
frustrating.
There's a lot
It's
of
extremely
honesty and
frustrating.
anger, so it's all right.
It's very frustrating.
Okay, now there were staying in Jerusalem, God-fearing Jews from every nation under heaven. Every nation under heaven, okay?
Yeah.
When they heard this
You
sound, a
see how that
crowd came
happened?
together in bewilderment. because each one heard their own language being spoken. Utterly amazed, they asked, "Aren't all these who are speaking Galileans? Then how is it that each of us hears them in our native language?" Parthians, Medes. Yeah, I remember you saying Medes. Alamites, residents of
Yeah.
Mesopotamia, Judah, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia. So, and then it says visitors from Rome at the end of verse 10. And it says in
Now take note.
parentheses,
Take wait. Take note. What are these places called that
that's
they were
fine.
mentioned?
Yeah, I see it. It's in
What
the NIV in parentheses.
are they? The
It
Empire
says,
of Rome? Are these also where the seven churches were?
what seven churches? In Revelation?
Oh my! No, the seven churches that Paul was sent to go and talk to and minister to.
You're getting this
Remember
from
Rome.
this verse right here?
Remember Rome. It says how. Listen, it says Rome, the empire. Remember the Roman Empire? They're ruling at the time. They're running there. They control the
No, I know
Levant. They
that.
control the Middle
I
East,
know that.
and they also control the complete outskirts all
Yeah.
the way to the Indians to India. They control all of that.
Yeah, I know that.
Now, where does it say that? Now, stop. Now, where does it say that these Jews came from? They came into Jerusalem. They even
Yeah, I
control
don't,
Egypt. So
I'm
guess
not
what?
denying that.
What?
I'm not
You said
denying
it's
that.
hard for me to understand how these letters were written to the Jews. Why do you think they came into Jerusalem? What was the
There's,
reason for all of these
why is
Jews
this
coming
not,
into Jerusalem?
why is this not why is this not consistent with saying, okay, you had some churches in Rome that had Jews, and you had churches
That's
in
where the
Rome that were
letters.
Gentiles.
That's where the letters were going to.
So what connection are you making between these verses in Acts 2 and that
Watch this.
particular letter
So
to the
go up.
Romans that we
It
have from
says
Paul?
these were Jews living all in the
I get that.
lands all under heaven,
I get that.
and then it
So the
names
Roman
the
Empire is
place.
really
Stop,
big, right?
stop. Yes, and it names
So
the
there's more than one
places. They
church in Rome, right?
did you see what they were called? What these people were
That's fine.
called? Were they
I'll
called
admit all
Jews,
that stuff.
or were they called Cappadocians? Were they
This
called
particular,
Elamites?
these
Were they
particular,
called Romans?
that's fine. That's fine. I'm totally willing to accept that there was a church in Rome that had Jews in it.
No, the people that were Jews were called Romans.
Okay, that's fine. So there's Jews that are called Romans, and there's
All
Gentiles that
right,
could be
so
called
that
Romans.
answers your question.
No, it doesn't. So if there's
I know
Jews
that's
that can
hard
be
to
called
absorb
Romans, if there's Jews that could be called Romans, and there's Gentiles that could be called Romans, how do you know that the letter that Paul wrote, the Romans too,
because he
were the
wrote
Jews that
it
were
to the
Romans?
church. He wrote it to the church filled with Jews in
Where?
Rome.
Where does it say that?
Verse. Oh my God. Oh my freaking God. The Jews called to be saints. That's Romans 1. This entire letter, verse 1 and 7.
All right, you're back at
The
Romans now?
Romans, the Romans called to
You're
be
back at Romans
saints.
now? Romans 1?
That's what we've been talking about. Oh my God.
I thought we were in
You
Acts 2.
asked the question.
I thought we were in Acts
You
2.
asked the question. You asked the question. The Rome, the epistle to Rome.
I know, but you're
That's
drawing a
what we're talking
connection
about,
between
bro.
Acts 2 and Romans 1 now.
Oh my
So
God.
what do you
Uh,
so where are you at? Romans 1 now. Hold on.
all
Let me
right.
bring that up.
You asked another question. How do you know that these were Jews?
Okay, Paul, a
The
servant of
church
Christ
that was
Jesus, called to be an apostle, set apart for the gospel of God, the gospel he promised beforehand through his prophets and the Holy Scriptures regarding his Son, who as to his earthly life was a descendant of David, and who through the Spirit of holiness,
descendant of David.
okay, was
Who's a
appointed
Jew?
the Son of God in power by his resurrection from the dead, Jesus Christ our Lord, through whom we received grace and apostleship to call all the Gentiles to the obedience that comes from faith for his name's sake. And you also are among those Gentiles who are called to belong to Jesus Christ, to all in Rome who are loved by God and called to be his holy people. Grace and peace
All
to
right.
you.
Who are the
Okay?
holy people?
Anybody who comes to
Wrong.
be a child of
No,
God through faith.
wrong. The only people ever written in the Bible that were called holy, the holy people were the children of Israel.
Right. But by my lights, Paul reconceptualized what that meant in terms of
No,
people
he
that
didn't.
come. So how do you make sense of the end of Romans 9 then?
The end of Romans 9 is actually talking about bringing the northern kingdom back.
Yeah,
So
that's assuming your thesis already though,
no,
man.
well, no, it's already written there. It's talking about the Gentiles. So Paul's job was really to end the wall of partition between northern and southern
I don't
kingdom.
know. That just begs the question
There
against
was
my
a
view though, man.
there was a war between the northern and southern kingdom that you'll read about in Acts. I mean, not Acts, but First Kings. That divided the kingdom in half. Assyria
I get
Assyria
all
had
that.
taken.
But it begs the question
But
against my view,
but
though. I need extra
they're
evidence.
supposed to come back together. The prophecy was that the northern and southern kingdom were going to come back together, and the way that they were going to be doing it is through Christ. Christ is the one that's going to bring the Jew and the Gentile back as one
Do you
stick.
not get that that begs the question against what I'm saying, though?
It begs a, no. Do I not get that it begs the question against
Yeah,
what you're
the
saying? What
question
do you mean?
is the question I'm trying to explore here is what's some evidence that we can both appeal to that just decisively shows that all mention of the Gentiles are only these Jews that
Okay,
are in the Roman churches,
we'll go to every
without
single
assuming your
source.
view is correct
No,
first.
no problem, no problem,
Because
no
if you
problem.
just assume my
We'll
view, I can make
go
sense of
to
all that data just as well.
every single.
The
We
Matrix has you.
do it really quickly. I want you to go to First Corinthians 10. First Corinthians.
You breaking up for everybody or just me? Is he breaking up for me or everybody?
He's breaking up for
Breaking
me
up for
too.
me.
He's
Yeah, he's
breaking
breaking
up
up.
for everybody.
Hold on.
He's breaking up like his theology.
I'm in First Corinthians 10.
If King comes back, MJ,
Okay.
I'd love to hear you talk to her about you and maybe
No,
Ethan
I'm
talk to her.
genuinely trying to understand his view. Like,
No, no,
I
no.
mean,
I meant
I
about
could
the
be
no,
stupid.
no, no. I said when King, not Lion. I said when King comes back, there's a woman named King. I'd love to hear you guys talk about the gender issue. But anyway, but go
The
ahead.
gender issue?
Yeah,
Why?
go ahead, Lion. No, it'd be a good conversation because she's
She's a
educated.
big fan of Andrew's position.
Yeah, she loves
Oh,
it,
God.
and she no,
Th-
no,
th-
no. Yeah,
th-
she
th-
Oh,
no, no.
God.
we gon'
She
we
agrees.
gonna still
She
talk about
agrees.
the same conversation.
She agrees with me, but she's edumacated. She says
You hear me
so.
now?
Anyway, Lion, go ahead.
That's racist. All right, I'm in First Corinthians 10.
Yo,
Yeah.
keep going so I can keep
Can you
taking my
hear me
nap
now?
because y'all boring.
Thank you, Mister.
I
Go
hope
ahead, Lion.
I don't have to read this whole
I was being
chapter.
All right. I want
sarcastic.
you
I'm bored.
to
This is
read
boring.
first. Yeah, yeah. You
This is the
actually
best
do.
thing
You
that's
actually
happened in
do.
this
Well,
room in years.
well, if I don't want to
No,
bore the room,
no, this is
just give me
boring.
a list of
Too
No, no,
authors
late.
keep
Too
so I
going.
can look
late.
it up.
Keep going.
Too late. We
Keep going.
already
Hey,
there.
Yo, Louis
Mister,
Finley, you
Mister,
want to start another
Mister,
room?
Mister. If you're
Louis
hold on
Finley.
real quick, Mister. If you're a Christian, you should
Oh,
care
what
about
happened?
this. If you're, hey, hold on,
The
Mister. If you're a
Matrix swallowed
Christian,
you.
you should. Okay, all right, Mister. If you're a Christian, you should care about this. Lion is teaching absolutely false doctrine, and he's engaging
We
with
know that,
MJ here,
Andrew. We
who
know
can
that.
All
actually deal with
right.
it.
We
No,
know that.
Yeah,
You
I
we
no,
know,
don't
I
know
know,
Yeah,
that.
I
man.
We
know.
don't care
Listen,
about
This
lying
is
I,
I tell
doctrine.
you
this is
this.
not
this.
But he
saving.
doesn't know it.
This is not
Yeah, but he
saving his
doesn't know
soul.
it. Yeah, but
This
he
is
This
doesn't
is
not
know it.
saving his souls. I'm scared. I'm scared.
And there's
No,
other people here
no.
that
Dude,
don't know it
who
either.
doesn't know what, Andrew? Who
There's
doesn't
people
know?
here. There's people here that
This ain't
don't
gonna
think
save
that.
no souls.
No, listen, sir, you're not listening.
Uh,
There's
This is
people
not.
here.
This is not
You're
going
not.
to move.
You're
This is
not
not going
listening.
to
You're not
move.
listening to what
This
I'm
is
saying,
not witnessing.
okay.
Mister.
Arguing. Listen.
Mister,
Arguing the
you're not
historicity.
listening.
Arguing the historicity of the faith is not going to move it. Is not going to move
That's
anything,
not
fam.
what they're doing. They're talking about the doctrine of who can be accepted in the
Read,
kingdom or
MJ.
not. They're
MJ,
not
read.
That
arguing
ain't gonna
who
move.
can
That ain't
go.
gonna
It
save
doesn't
nobody
matter.
either.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter what
yeah.
Lion
Are
thinks.
you telling
It
me?
That's
doesn't
not
matter
gonna
what
let.
Lion
Stop
thinks, Andrew.
talking.
That's not gonna
Stop
save
talking.
anybody either.
It
Read
matters.
it.
Hey, but listen, it
Read it.
matters because people have
Just
false
shut up.
doctrine and it leads them away from God.
Shut up.
Yes, it
Lion,
matters.
lion.
MJ, read.
Listen, lion is not gonna change his
MJ,
false
read.
Well,
doctrine.
first of all, I don't agree that people can't change. He might, but secondly, there are people who are
Yeah,
listening.
yeah.
There are
Yeah. He
people.
possibly
There are.
won't.
Yeah.
It
Well.
ain't gonna
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna
What was
happen with
that?
y'all boring us to
What
death
was that?
here.
Got
So
you.
the
And there are
so
people
Let's
who
go.
are listening
hey
and they're being
MJ, read. What
deceived.
does it say?
And
There
we're
are
Let us
all
people
bored
who
out,
are.
move.
and
Let
the
us
rest
take
of us
this
are
Mr.
bored out of
Finley.
our mind.
Well, I'm
Mr.
not.
Finley, let's
All
go to
right.
another
Let,
room.
let us move,
You want to
nigga.
start another room,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Let us
Finley?
Lion.
move and go to
Yes,
Numbers
start another
9
room,
again.
Cass, if you can. This is boring.
MJ, read. Read, MJ, read. What does
Yeah.
it say?
Then
Verse
just
3
Wait,
leave.
what
again.
Go
verse?
ahead,
I don't want to
Lion.
read the whole chapter, man.
Just to start. No, remember, this is addressed to the Corinthians. What does it say to the Corinthians?
What verse?
in this man-made
Verse
book.
10 and 1. 1 and 2.
For I do not want you to be ignorant of the fact, brothers and sisters, that our ancestors were all under the cloud, and that they all passed through the sea. They were
Stop
all
right there.
baptized
Stop right there.
into.
Stop right there. Did the actual Greeks pass under the cloud and pass through the sea?
This is wild.
I mean, in one sense, no, of course not.
In what other sense? What could it be? He says,
So yeah,
brethren, our ancestors
the other sense is
passed
the
under the
way
cloud. What
You're
hey,
asking
what
for my
group
view,
of
though.
people stop. What I want to ask you something.
You asked me
What
what other sense?
what group of people actually passed
The Jews,
under the cloud?
the ethnic Jews.
The ethnic Jews. So Paul is writing to a bunch of people that are calling themselves Corinthians, but he says, I don't want you to be ignorant that
Yeah,
our possessive now, our ancestors
yeah.
passed under the cloud.
So yeah,
Now continue reading verse 2.
they were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the
Wait.
sea.
Were the Greeks, were the Corinthians, the actual blood Corinthians, were they baptized by Moses? That was their ancestors baptized by Moses?
That's consistent with my view. No, of course not. That doesn't
No,
matter to
of
me.
course not. But guess what? Paul's family was. Remember,
Yeah,
Paul is an actual Benjamite. He's from Israel. He's a
that's
Jew.
fine. That's
So
consistent with
he's
my view, man.
talking. But look, he's writing a letter to a Greek outpost,
That's fine.
Corinth,
Yeah, that's fine.
which means that the temple that he were writing to was filled with Jews that were living as
See, that
Corinthians.
right there is a huge jump to me, man. Why does that have
Oh,
to? Why? That's like a humongous jump, man.
How's it a jump? You're reading it right now. He doesn't have to say we're Jews. He's
That's
telling you that he says we have a common ancestry. Our family was the
no.
descend.
That
We are
you can
we're the
consistently read
descendants.
that as
He said
like a
we
Gentile
are the
audience.
descendants. No, there's no Gentile there, but they're calling themselves Gentiles by calling themselves Greeks or Corinthians.
No, this is Paul talking to
I
Gentiles
know.
about Israel's history.
No, he's not. It's Paul addressing. I don't want you people here, to be ignorant of
Ignorant, yeah.
our common ancestry.
So how is that
Because
inconsistent with Paul? Like maybe
I
like
want you to
talking to me.
understand something. So
He
what
could
happened?
tell me
So
not to be ignorant of that fact too.
no, he's
Like
not
what's the difference?
talking to you. The letter isn't even addressed to you.
But he
It's
could say it
addressed
to a
to the
Gentile,
Israelites.
and it would make perfect sense to me.
These letters are addressed to the Israelites that live within the empire of
Yeah,
Rome, but
what
believe
evidence do you
and
have of that though?
I just showed you the evidence. I'm
But I
showing you.
just
I'm
told you that
reading it
that's
to you.
consistent with it being addressed to a Gentile audience.
No, it is not.
So why is it
How could it
impossible
be?
to educate a
Did
Gentile
any
audience about
Gentile,
Israel's history?
listen, did the Gentiles pass under the sea and were baptized under Moses?
No, no, that's not the point though. The point is you
That's
can
the
talk about
point.
Israel's past to a Gentile audience. That's totally
No,
fine.
you cannot.
Why not? That's
I'll read it. Moreover, brethren, I would not that you should be ignorant
yeah,
how that
that's fine.
all
He doesn't want Gentiles to be ignorant of a fact of Israel's history.
others
You're
were
breaking
under
up
the
again, by the way.
cloud and passed through the sea in the cloud
So right
and
now, I'm not
in
even
the
trying to
sea.
convince you, man. I'm just letting you know it's just
Did the Romans go
not
through the
clear
Red
to me
Sea?
why it's
Did the Romans
impossible
go through the Red Sea?
to educate a Gentile
Because
audience
they
about
weren't there.
events
Rome didn't
in
even
Israel's
exist.
history. That's totally fine.
Listen, Rome did not exist at this time.
That's fine.
The Greeks did not even exist at this
Can I
time.
can I tell you about Spartan history without you
Oh
being a
my freaking
Spartan?
God. That's
It's
not
not.
true.
I can tell you about Spartan history
You
without you
can't
being
show
a
me a
Spartan.
Spartan you can't show me Spartan history where they're addressing a people that have the same common ancestry.
I'll write you a letter right now and educate you about Spartan history, and you don't have to be a Spartan to understand it.
That doesn't make any sense. Listen, what you're doing is
Why
running
does
away.
that not make sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense. What you're doing is run away from the fact that this scripture here, which is an epistle of Paul, writing to the church in Corinth, and these people were Jews. As you
That's the
continue reading,
question.
yeah,
That's the
that's
question,
what
though.
you're reading here. Now, what you don't obviously know is the Maccabean period. That's clear.
The
Where the
Maccabean
Greeks
period.
were, the Greeks were forcibly forcing Jews to convert to their way of thinking
Yeah,
and their way of life,
yeah. What's that got
forcing
to
them
do
to
with this?
forcing them to forget their culture and their heritage, but you can't wash out blood, and that's what
Yeah.
Paul
So
is mentioning. So this is one church so far, Corinth. Let's
okay.
go to Ephesians now. Let's go to Ephesians.
Oh, I mean, if you're going to apply the same methodology to Ephesians 2, you're not going to convince me at all, man.
This is so good.
I mean, like a Nigerian can write me a letter about Nigerian history, and I don't have to be a Nigerian to be a recipient of the letter. That's just not doesn't make any sense, man.
That doesn't make any damn sense. Anybody can write you a letter, but he's not
I mean,
writing to you.
I would
Listen,
buy you a beer,
if the
but
body of the listen, if the body of the letter that he's addressing is talking about all Nigerian history, and he's talking about us as the Nigerian people, us, our history, our history, our history, and he's talking about you are just like us. Don't forget about that. Or is he talking about you? Is the letter addressed to you, or is he addressing to everybody that is containing
yeah,
to?
you could
Everyone who
address
has
it
the
to
same
other
history.
people of that
No,
same
he
type.
did
That's
not.
fine.
And you know he didn't. You're just throwing that out there. Every single one of Paul's epistles
I
to
know he
all of the
didn't.
seven churches, yeah, every single one of his epistles is always addressed to the children of Israel.
Yeah, but you
And
know
it,
what
and,
that
it, and
means
it's written
from my
and it's
framework,
written
though?
and it's
It
written
doesn't
in
mean what you
disguise
mean.
and it's
See,
written in this and it's written in disguise like this because guess who
if
was
you're
born
right,
over
if you're right, it's written in disguise. But that's the
because
question.
guess all right, so it's just you're just in denial. I understand. I get it. You didn't
Well,
really even want to look into this in the first place. You just tried your best to just say,
well, I
"Oh,
don't
I
feel
don't
like
believe
you're
it. I don't
listening to
believe it.
me
I don't
very
believe it."
much, but
All you're saying is
we'll
I
just
can
agree
write a
to
letter
disagree,
too.
I guess.
All you just said was I can write a letter too.
Yeah,
That's
can
stupid.
you steel man
Well,
his
the
point?
principle behind your argument is that, like, to write, like, the recipients of the letter have to share the same ethnicity of whatever history that the letter of the writer is educating the recipients about, which is just odd. It's just a weird principle.
That doesn't make any sense. You're just in denial, and I understand why. I really do. I
Lion,
truly do understand
Lion,
I
why.
you're
don't
not making
understand.
sense. Bro, you're not making sense, Lion. Do you not understand what MJ is saying? It's clearly the case what MJ is saying.
What am
You
I
can
missing,
obvious
stupid?
you can obviously write about history of a group of people that the recipients aren't part of. You can explain that to people. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you think that's not something you
But
can
that's
do.
not yeah, you could do those things, but that's not what he's
Uh-huh.
doing here. He's
How do
Right.
you
I
know
just
literally
want
that?
saying
evidence for that.
he
Yeah.
he's literally if you read the scripture right there, he says, I listen to I'll just do it again. Hold on.
Right.
I'll just show you. First Corinthians. Let's do this really, really slowly.
hmm
First Corinthians.
For I do not want you to be ignorant of the fact, brothers and sisters, that our
Brothers
ancestors
and
were all.
sisters.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're doing. So when he says our ancestors, you're thinking that he's including the recipients of the letter in our ancestors, right?
That's obvious. And you knew
Well,
that
that's
all along, but
no,
you
no,
just
no.
plain
That's
stupid.
that's one interpretation. That's not
All right,
necessarily.
so
You don't have to read it like that, though.
moreover, brethren, I, meaning Paul, this is the letter. I would not that ye, meaning you, should be ignorant, meaning
hmm
lacking understanding.
All right. Well,
How
let
that
me ask you a question, just real quick.
our fathers, stop, don't interrupt me. I couldn't interrupt you. How all our
You
fathers,
interrupted me a lot, but
our
that's fine.
fathers
Yeah.
were under the cloud. The only
Okay.
people that was under the cloud is in Exodus,
hmm
under the cloud, and
Yeah.
passed through the sea. The only people that passed through the sea,
That's fine. I know that.
verse 2, and were all baptized under Moses in the
Yeah.
cloud and in the sea.
Yeah.
Moreover, brethren, my brothers, not brothers in Christ,
Wait,
brother,
where's
not
that?
brothers in
Where's
it
brethren
doesn't
at?
say that. It doesn't
Are you
say
going back
brothers
up
in
to the top?
Christ. It doesn't say brothers of the cloth. It doesn't say brothers of the church. It doesn't say some random nigga that just lives in Corinth. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye be ignorant.
hmm
How all he's relating to these people, how all of our fathers or ancestors were under the cloud and passed
hmm
through the sea and were all baptized onto Moses. There's only one group on planet Earth that happened to, and it is
Boom.
not the actual people of Corinth.
Yeah, I don't deny it happened to one people. It just doesn't necessarily follow that the recipients of the letter have to be
You're just
included
making
in
your
that
yeah.
hour.
That's because you're lost. You don't
Like,
understand that.
imagine you're in like a multiracial church with
You're
black and white
squirming,
people.
MJ.
There
Yeah.
are no multi. This isn't a
Imagine you're in like an
multiracial
interracial
church.
church or something, and the preacher's black, and you got like a majority white congregation, and then the preacher's like, "For I do not want you to be ignorant of the fact, brothers and sisters, because we're all in the same church, that
That's not
our
true. That
ancestors, and then what he meant is all black people
so you're
were
making an argument that is
subjugated
multi.
under
You're
laws
making an
of
argument that is
segregation. Now,
multiracial,
because
and
he
I'm
says
making a.
that, no, I'm saying it doesn't. That's just an instance where you don't like the recipients of the speech don't necessarily have to
All
share
right.
the ethnicity of the speaker. That's
So
it.
your position is this is a multiracial
This
church,
is a
No,
big
no, no. It
stretch,
was just an
MJ.
example. I'm just giving you an
I
example.
know,
This is
I
a
know,
big
I know, and I'm
stretch.
about to show you why you're wrong.
Just an
I'm showing you
example.
why you're wrong. All right. So like I said before, every single one of his epistles, he's always addressing the Israelites, and he's also in some of these epistles, like the one I showed you in Romans 9, he's also
That's
addressing.
the
He's
question, though.
also addressing. He's also addressing the other races of people, and he's condemning them.
That's condemning
Races
them.
of
How?
people, race, not saying that they're fitted for destruction.
Okay, there's like a different ways to understand that, but I mean, but first of all, the question is whether or not
Let's
the
see.
recipients were just ethnic Israel, and I'm just not
Yeah.
seeing
So
why
when
that's
we
the
say
case without
brethren,
applying that principle.
so no problem. Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Romans 9, the same thing. Romans 9, and if I have time without being interrupted. Romans 9. Go to Romans 9 really quickly, and I'll do this for myself. Verse 3. Let me know when you're there.
All right, go ahead. I'm there. You there?
All right, you're there. All right.
You
I
want me to
could
read?
wish I could wish that myself were cursed from Christ for my brethren.
Yeah, he's talking about
Brethren.
ethnic Israel there. Yeah,
My brethren.
yeah. You're saying stuff I already agree with. I can't understand you, man. You're getting swallowed up.
Over brethren,
There you are.
wish that you were not ignorant according
That's
to
fine.
the flesh.
That's fine. Even I could even read the
All right.
headings over
So
that are made by the NIV
Romans
Bible over the
9, this says
paragraphs, and it's
brethren, and
consistent with
can't
everything you're saying. That's
man.
fine.
NIV is garbage. But look, NIV is garbage. You should just throw that out.
It is
Look,
garbage. I agree with you,
moreover, brethren.
but I think it's in the
Yeah, moreover,
NASB too.
brethren. Moreover, brethren. First Corinthians, you're saying it's not to the Corinthians, but Romans, where he says moreover, where he says brethren, that could be a
It's probably not even profitable to have this, man.
for
You're in a
my
bad
Hey,
spot.
brethren.
I can't
Lion.
really
That's who the
understand you at all.
Israelite church. It's
Yeah, but
the
you're
same
getting chopped
wording.
up too much, man.
Hey,
Both
okay,
letters.
hey,
One is
Lion,
written.
Lion, you're cutting out way too bad. So maybe when you get it to a better spot, man, maybe we should continue. I will say, MJ, I'd probably give a testicle or two if you were to have the conversation with either Psych or White about the pronouns.
You want me to give up my testicle? Is that what you said?
All right, I got all
What'd you say?
my
No,
bars. I got all.
I said that I would, I said that I
Just
said
let me
that
make my
I would,
point really quickly.
Lion, you're
You can
cutting out
you can
like
say that
crazy,
after I'm
bro.
done.
You're
Hold
cutting
on,
out.
Oh my
I only have
god.
Oh
a
my
few
God.
seconds before it goes back out. Look,
All right, go.
First
All right, go ahead,
Corinthians
bro. Go.
10 is saying brethren, and you're saying that it's not addressed to the actual Israelites. It's to address to the Corinthians. But you agree that Romans 9, the very first part, Romans 9 and 3, and when he also uses the same word brethren, that one is addressed to the Israelites. By the way, the
No, I
letter
think
that
it's
this
both.
one, by the
He's
way,
doing
that
it in both.
the letter that he's now you agree that it's both.
Yeah, but you're
Two
not listening to
two
my view
different
at all then,
two
man. If you
different
don't see
letters.
why I'm disagreeing
Wait,
with you still.
he's addressing his brethren by the of the flesh in
What's
both
my view, Lion?
instances. You
What's my
said
view?
that
Tell me my
you
view.
said that the church in Corinth could be a multiracial church, and he's
No,
trying to
that was my example. That was just
and
my
you went.
example. My example of like keeping your principle, right? Where oh wait, hold on. Yes.
Oh my
What's up,
God!
dude?
Look, all I'm
You
saying
keep
is
your you keep your principle, right? And then like my example was like a modern day contemporary church that's like multiracial. Just assume that's the case real quick.
But let's just no. Let's not worry about
You
the
told me
the
not to cut
weird.
you off, but you
Look,
cut me off.
let's not worry about the weird stuff. No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to divert away from the actual point here,
No,
and
it's an
I
analogy.
see it.
Analogy.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're
just doing
what
an analogy. On
you're
point.
diverting away from the actual point. This modern
No, it's an
Christian
analogy.
nonsense.
This
Look,
is what he does.
The modern Christian nonsense that you're trying to propose, as if you're trying to say that was happening back then. That's the problem you're diverting away from. The original argument here, MJ, was these letters were addressed to Israelites living in these places. Do you not agree? Yes or no?
No, no,
That
that
was what
wasn't
I said.
that wasn't
Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Is that what Lion said, MJ?
yeah, that's what you said. And then I wanted
Okay.
evidence
And then
for
you
that.
wait,
Right.
and then you came off the mic to contend against that position.
No, I wanted
Right
evidence
or
for
wrong?
the position. I wanted evidence for the position.
And now no, you're contending while you're challenging it. You claim that you don't want that you want the evidence, but you're actually in contention of my position. Or there would be
And I
no
see
reason
no
for you
reason
to
to
come.
think that your position is true, so I want evidence for it.
Right. So
And
you're
so
contending
thus
against my
far,
position. So you're contending against my
no,
position.
no, I'm contending against the evidence you're offering on behalf of your position.
If you're silent, you're compliant that there's absolutely nothing wrong with my position. But the moment you come off the mic, you're contending against my position,
I'm
sir.
contending against
And
the
then
evidence you're
you
offering on
want me to
behalf of your
provide
position.
my evidence. You want me to provide my evidence.
Yes,
And as
yes.
I do it, all you keep doing is saying, "Oh, well, that's not true. That's not true." I
Well, I
just don't
mean,
see it
it's a
that way.
debate, man. We're
But it's
disagreeing.
not really a debate.
I'm
Because
disagreeing with
what
you. It's a
I'm
debate,
showing,
dude.
but then after that, when I show you two instances of the same person writing two different letters to two different churches in the Roman Empire, he's addressing the same people.
That
Now you're
assumes that
saying that,
principle
yeah,
again,
I
though,
agree
man.
that that's what they're saying.
That assumes the principle. The principle is what's under discussion now because your principle is basically making the assumption that the recipients of the letter have to be the same ethnicity of those who are writing the letter, and that's
Who,
what I have.
if,
I see no
if
reason to believe that's true, man, at
all right,
all.
so if I
But if that
write,
principle is true, then your
let's
argument
get
goes
into
through.
the abstract world of nonsense with you. All right, so I live in a house. I have 7 people living in a home with me, right? And they all have something in common with me. And I write on a piece of paper and I put it on the refrigerator. Hey,
Wait,
to
why do
all
you
the
get to do analogies and I
wait.
don't?
Yeah, I allowed you to do that nonsense, so
No,
I'm at
you
least
cut me
allotted.
off.
I'm at least allotted one. To all to
You didn't even
all
give
that.
me one.
Hey, look, to all that reside in this home. To all that reside in this home, please be sure to make sure that the trash has been taken out. Is that
Yeah, but
letter addressed to
Paul didn't
you?
say that though.
Hey, is that letter addressed to you?
Right. If he phrased it like that, I'd be agreeing with you. But Paul never said
But
it
he
like that.
says to all that reside in Rome, greetings. And then he says
Hmm.
and then he goes into detail at verse 9 who
So
he's addressing.
every single person residing in Rome is a Jew.
He goes into no to the
Okay,
letter
then
who the
that's
letter
my
listen.
position. Then we need a
Look, look,
reason to
look, look,
think
look,
that that
look,
particular letter was written to Gentiles or
the letter
Jews,
was addressed to the church in Rome.
right? And there are churches in Rome
Rome
with
is the
Gentiles and churches in Rome with Jews.
no. The church was not a church of Gentiles, actual blood Gentiles. We're
Okay, what's your
reading
evidence
right
for
here
that?
who we're reading. I just showed you that. You're slow. We're
Well, then
reading right here
that's where we're at
who the letter
loggerheads
was.
because
But
your
hey,
evidence for
you
thinking that
just
that's
agreed
true,
that the
I don't
you
agree with
hey
it.
look you just agreed that the letters, the epistles of Paul that was written to these churches, they were
Yeah.
addressed to actual Israelites that were living in the land. That's what you just stated. And if
No,
you
I didn't.
disagree with that, we're going to end the
I,
conversation here.
no, I didn't say that. You misunderstood me completely if you think I said that.
All right. So yeah, conversation is over with. Andrew, you got the floor. Go.
All right.
oh,
That's not what I said, man.
that was so good. So where's the replays? Why do you record this fish? Nathan, I love you, brother, but why aren't you recording this? My goodness. Okay. I just wanted to say, MJ, you and I was going to say Mike, but you're on the same side, so that wouldn't work. It would actually be White Noise. White Noise, are you there? White Noise. White Noise.
What do you want?
Why do you affirm people? Why do you affirm people's preferred pronouns? What do you think? Why do you do that?
So in other words, like when somebody says my pronouns are he, why do I call them he as
Yes,
opposed to something
correct.
else?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm not sure I have. I'm not sure for like a large collection of exhaustive, necessary, and sufficient conditions that explain my choice to do that. One consideration is that the person has a kind of interest in presenting himself in that way. And so that's a broad consideration that might not like inform my decision in every scenario, but it's really like no different from the guiding principles that inform my decision when I choose to call somebody the name that they would like me to call them. It's really not substantively different from those concerns.
Okay. And MJ, why don't you affirm people's personal pronouns, or why do you not like to?
Yeah, I don't like to because I have this norm that's a part of my being that I don't, that's not really up to me. And it feels like I'm being dishonest if I were to kowtow to the way they want me to linguistically frame my language around their gender identity. And gender identity, I think, like from my perspective at least, is just uh, baseless sociological claptrap bullshit. So if I believe that, then I can't in good conscience say it. And when I do say it, just to, in rare occasions, because it looks like it might really, really harm them, I feel sick. So it's very, very rare. Just being honest.
What do you mean by claptrap bullshit?
Yeah, so all the like gender studies scholars I've read, um, they put forward arguments that are so like saturated with just ideological drivel. Like I couldn't see myself ever agreeing with anything they say unless I already agreed with the ideology.
Do you think that do you understand what people take the difference between sex and gender to be?
Breaking up a fight. Hold on one sec. It's annoying talking to me because I got two kids that constantly fight. Say that one more time.
That part is true.
Do you understand what people take the distinction between sex and gender to be?
Yeah, gender is more of like a social role, something that you do rather than something that you are. It's a
Yeah,
collection of
for
socially constructed like characteristics that they identify with, and on the basis of which they put themselves in a particular gender bucket. And
okay,
sex
so
is
you
biological.
okay. So do you think that distinction is like incoherent? Like is it like, like a married bachelor or something, or is it like a conceptually coherent distinction?
I think upon analysis, it becomes incoherent or vacuous. That's where I'm at right now.
Suppose I say, okay, so what it is to be a certain gender is to have an appropriate amount of characteristics that are associated with a given sex group, and maybe we can say in a particular social group or something, because those, the relevant characteristics might be different in different social groups. Or suppose that's what I mean by gender. Where would the conceptual incoherency on that understanding come in? Like, how is that like not comprehensible?
Um, I think the first thing that I struggle with that particular condition is that no matter what set of characteristics you isolate, you'll end up either including people that don't want to be associated with those characteristics but nevertheless satisfy those characteristics, or you'll include people that don't want to be included. So, for example, just to simplify it, let's just arbitrarily select the social characteristic of wearing makeup and just stipulate that that's going to be like gender feminine or something. So if we do that, we'll exclude, like, let's just say a trans person that wants to be identified as a woman who doesn't want to wear lipstick, or we would inadvertently include men who want to identify as men, males that want to identify as men, but still wear lipstick. And so it's so fluid, it ends up excluding what it wants to include and
Yeah, so you're
including what it wants to exclude.
so
And so, yeah, it just becomes like a like a predicate that just has no extension,
So you're
no consistent extension.
so what you've shown is that it might be the case that some people that others or might we might want to call transgender women or whatnot, or at least like other people call them that, they wouldn't fall they wouldn't count as a woman, and it might be the case that people who we wouldn't call transgender or whatnot, it might be the case that they fall under the extension of the predicate. But that's not showing that it's conceptually incoherent. That's just saying like the extension might be different than like we thought it was. Like, how is that showing that it's incoherent at all?
But so the reason why, if to my mind anyway, it's incoherent right now for me is because I can't settle like the way to understand the application conditions of the predicate in the different contexts without anchoring it to biological categories. That's where I'm at.
So are you saying you're saying you can't understand it, or are you saying it's like incoherent? Because like I take incoherent to be like it's like um it's like contradictory or something like that. Contradictory in the sense that like a married
Yeah,
bachelor is.
I'm using my lack of understanding as evidence for it to be incoherent, and I'm open for arguments for why it could be coherent. So
Okay. So you're
just to
saying,
simplify, let's just keep like the makeup one, because I mean they could get really complicated, right? And they're always shifting and changing through
well,
time, and we can like freeze it.
before you do that though, so you're saying, so I'm not sure, are you saying you're not convinced it's coherent, or are you saying that you think it is incoherent?
I think it is incoherent, and my evidence for thinking that it's incoherent is because I can't make sense of it. Oh,
Okay. So do you think there are things you can't make sense of that are coherent?
yes.
Okay, because like the problem I'm having is that like for a concept to be incoherent, like the coherency of a concept is a very, very, very low bar. So in other words, that suffices to say that if we want to say that a concept is incoherent, it kind of requires a lot more evidence than we might typically have for other claims, because the prior probability of coherency is very high in general, because like it's like because coherency is a very low bar. So even if you struggle to understand it, I don't see how that's good evidence really at all to say that it's not coherent.
I mean, I would take it on a case by case basis. In this particular case, like, I've read a lot on it. I'm open to be corrected on it, and so I'm using that openness to kind of like keep the door open for someone maybe showing me that it is coherent or something like that. But as of right now, it seems incoherent to me based upon
Yeah,
my studies of the concept.
but even if it seems, hold on. So, but I'm just trying to figure out. So, are you saying, do you think that the fact that you struggle to understand it, do you think that's like good evidence to suggest that it's incoherent, or do you think that's not good?
I don't think it's good evidence in every case, but in this particular case, I think it is.
So, what features of this case make it good evidence?
Well, in this particular case, I've done a lot of study on it. So
Okay.
I just haven't like looked at it and like prima facie just kind of been like, doesn't look good to me, incoherent. That'd be kind of probably epistemically irresponsible.
Okay.
But
So
after like
then,
years of looking into it, it's complicated. So I'm always open to correction for
okay.
somebody that knows the literature better than me.
So, if I were, so which part of, but are you saying the part that you find incoherent is the fact? So, I gave an account of what I think the concept of it is earlier. Okay. Now, which part of that account do you struggle to understand? So, my account of it was for somebody, this on the gendered conception of a woman, right? To be a woman in that sense is to possess a um a sufficient amount of the weighted or sufficient amount of a weighted cluster of characteristics. By weighted cluster, I mean some are more important than others in the cluster for the evaluation of whether somebody is a woman or not. And to possess a sufficient amount of those characteristics is to be a woman on the gendered idea. So, which part of that do you not understand?
So whenever it is, I stop really understanding what's going on is when we start specifying what that cluster consists in. So, like specific character traits, once I pin down what those are, they end up applying to transgender women and like biological men.
Yeah, but
The
it's not gonna.
application condition
Hold on.
can encompass both.
Wait, but real quick, it's not that's not a problem on my account. Like you can have somebody who's a biological male who isn't even dysphoric, and there might be borderline cases where they're going to count as gendered women. There might even be some people we might have called transgender in the past who might actually not count as a woman under this concept. That's not an issue, right? So that the fact that like the extension might be slightly different than we would have expected, given previous judgments we used to make, that's like not a concept. That's not a coherency issue. So, and also, like, it doesn't seem like that's an issue of understanding either. It seems like that would be to say that you understand the concept, but you just think that the concept isn't like living up to judgments other people want to make. In other words, the extension of the extension of the concept is not consistent with how other people might desire it to be or something.
Well, when I say understand the concept, I understand like the proposal, like put on the table. But when I try to apply it to understanding genders, when I run into the incoherence by my lights anyway.
So when you say
But
you
like, can I ask you a clarification question then?
sure.
Do you think this cluster stands over and above people and they have to conform to it, or is it completely up to the person to self-identify with that cluster?
No, there just is. So um well, no, like self-identification isn't required. So in other words, there could be somebody who doesn't want to be a woman who could count as a woman. Now
There we go.
there's general
Well, then
correlation, right? There, for
we're
example,
good right now, by the way.
yeah, yeah,
That's
generally,
coherent to me. What you just
yeah.
said is coherent. But
Okay,
that's
so
not in line with what I've read in gender studies, though.
then you're saying
TMJ, like that's the stuff I was saying to you too. It's like,
Exactly what you're saying, Cloud, makes sense. That is
okay,
a coherent predicate to me, where
so
you
then
have
you're
this
saying
cluster that people have to conform themselves to.
okay. So
Right.
you're saying at least my presentation of the concept is like understandable to you.
That's perfectly understandable. Right. It's something that
Okay.
stands outside of the person. It's not completely dependent on self-identification. It's up to that person to like
Yeah.
conform or not to conform with the cluster,
Okay,
and
sure.
that's fine.
By the way, I
That
think like the idea that the concept in general, like people like require some kind of I think that's a kind of implausible, even if people say things like that, it's kind of like an implausible characterization of either what you might expect them to say upon reflection or what they
yeah.
genuinely have in mind, regardless of what they say. Because presumably, even if there's like some strong correlation between manhood and womanhood, they want to say that like they were going to assert that many people who actually don't want to be women are women. So, for example, if there is um, there might just be a biological female who isn't dysphoric in any way, but for whatever reason, that person just like doesn't want to be a woman, and they might still be inclined to say that person's a woman because they don't like meet like the relevant conditions. So I don't think that's a very plausible interpretation of like what other people even say besides me.
And they do say that in the literature. There's like in the literature they talk about the self-identification thing, which is mainstream. But then you have like these other positions that are more kind of along the lines of what you're saying. But there's other weird kind of social consequences that come from this cluster thesis because and you might have already kind of hinted at it, but like if the cluster's out there like independent of like us conforming or not conforming to it, you might have like a male who wants to identify as a man, but nevertheless doesn't conform to the cluster of what it means to be a man. And so that cluster will end up marginalizing that particular man, and vice versa with other genders, which is
Yeah,
concerning to a lot of gender studies professors because they're
yeah,
all
exactly.
for including people that are marginalized.
Yeah, I don't find so. I'm not sure about the views that other people want to take. I don't find a conceptual. I don't see an issue with a conceptual possibility of there being somebody um who himself wants to identify as a man, but he just like doesn't fall under the extension, or maybe it's like indeterminate with regards to whether he does or not. I don't really take an issue with that whatsoever. So if other people want to take an issue with that, I'd want to hear like, okay, what's the issue with that exactly? But it seems like what I'm proposing what I'm not convinced of is there doesn't seem to be some kind of like great mismatch with the extension of the concept I'm proposing and the extension of other traditional gendered concepts. And it doesn't seem like to be a great mismatch with the intention of the concept I'm proposing and the intention of other more like traditional gendered concepts either.
I think I'm following your last point. What's the point now with extension and intention?
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is like it's what I'm not convinced of is the concept I'm proposing is some kind of idiosyncrasy of mine. So in other words, it's I don't see a reason to think it doesn't like at least to some reasonable degree like match how a lot of people think about gender in this sense. Right? So I'm not convinced that there's some kind of like idiosyncrasy of mine where I'm like creating a proprietary definition that isn't kind of like
Oh no, yeah, I wasn't saying that. No, right.
okay, okay, cool.
I follow. I've
So then
actually read your view in a number of different places. It's a view to
okay,
take. It's just there's concerns there because if that's the view to take, it ends up being just as exclusionary as like the traditional view that anchors gender with sex, because
well
you'll end up marginalizing
it's
people
not
that don't
just
want to
as
identify with the cluster.
right because on the traditional view you're going to so it's not you're going to you are going to exclude some people, right,
Yeah.
but like it's not going to be as exclusionary in the sense that a large amount of transgender people are going to fall under the extension, so it's not going to be like close to as well if by exclusionary we mean like exclusionary of people who identify as transgender or not. It's not going to be close to the kind of like adult human female or traditional conception.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah. Now, I would love to look at like X5 kind of polls and stuff because from what I've read, the self-identification view is mainstream for a reason, right? I mean, it's the most inclusionary. Um, it it's it seems like that's the motivation behind a lot of the objections to it in terms of the vacuousness and the incoherence of it. But the thing about the cluster view is it is a quasi-essentialism view. That's like the same has the same kind of essentialism as the one that anchors it in biology. But so at that
No
point,
homeostatic
the sim-
cluster property view. It rejects essentialism, but you still get natural kinds.
yeah, yes, I mean, like, yeah, I'm
And
open
that
to it. I haven't heard of a.
there's 12 different essential genetic variants in sex, and then there's 15 congenital variants in terms of development. So if you want
Yeah.
to talk about essentialism and the genetics, you can pull up that data under uh, gonadal chronism and versus
Literally,
gonadal
what is
dynism.
the point of what you're saying?
Well, he mentioned genetic essentialism, right? And so I was trying to address the very notion of the binary of male transitioning to female, in that even there's some variance in the premise. That's the
Oh,
base.
okay. Anyway, like so, like as long as you're saying, because if you're saying that there is some conception of gender and gendered concepts that is like that's appropriately not too far from the typical presentation of these concepts. It's also appropriately that it captures a large amount of the extension of transgender people who identify as women and men and vice versa. And there's a concept like that you understand. Then to say it seems slightly misleading to say stuff like I find gender to be incoherent because there's like some concept that is not far off from the typical one
Well, no, I
that
conceded
you
that.
seem to so it seems like strange to
Yeah,
say that it's incoherent.
I
I
can.
don't
No. Yeah, I conceded. Remember, I conceded that your cluster version of the application conditions for that concept are coherent.
okay,
It's
okay.
coherent. Yeah, that your and then I went into why or that it's not mainstream in the literature because it
Oh,
adheres
okay.
to like a quasi essentialism because you end up marginalizing people. You know, aside from the
Essentialism meaning
pejorative,
by the way,
yeah,
what does essentialism what does essentialism mean
broadly,
here?
yeah, broadly, it's just a set of properties, the having of which includes you in a kind, and then the not having of any one of those properties excludes you from that kind. So if the cluster is what it is, like diachronically across time, that's fine. If it's just a synchronic kind of cluster that lasts for like a decade, let's just say, that would be a kind of like a temporal essentialism, which is the way that the words used are used in in the literature. But the point is that they exclude. And the self-identification condition is meant to include as much as possible. And it uses a lot of like postmodern principles to justify the self-identification criterion, along with like standpoint epistemology and all that stuff.
Okay, and you want to say that like the view I'm presenting, you want to
It's
say like
coherent.
no, well, not aside from its coherency. Are you saying that the self ID view that you're talking about is the consent is like the majority view?
It's normative, yeah. Though it's a reified normativity is what they call it. What they mean by that is they want to skip doing meta ethics and get into like straight activism, and so they'll say like your view, the cluster view. While it's possible empirically, it might be like it could be something like most people want to do. They ought not to do it because it excludes and marginalizes. And ideologically, they prize that above everything. They want to
Okay,
include everybody.
yeah, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, so I don't know the literature in terms of like what the most popular views are, but as long as like it seems like we agree mostly here insofar as like the coherency. So I'm not sure if there's anything else Andrew wanted to talk about.
MJ, I sent you just like the
To
basic
the private
stuff
chat or
um in
Discord?
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Awesome. It is in the queue.
It's a really short SCP entry. It's like a few paragraphs.
Yeah,
If you
sweet.
want to like read more, it's by Richard Boyd. I think he like
Yeah, I love
popularized it.
Richard Boyd, moral naturalist. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's trying to make sense of natural kinds where we still want to adopt like kinds, but essences don't really seem to make sense so much in certain, at least in certain cases.
So yeah, that's interesting. So you just said essences without natural kinds,
No, no, no. Natural kinds
or the
without
other way around?
essences.
Natural kinds
Yeah,
without essences. Okay, okay,
yeah.
okay.
And that's where those cluster properties basically come in. And they basically use like a causal mechanism to try to generate the kind, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I'm open to it for sure. It's hard not to attribute essences with the way the causes are functioning, but you know,
Yeah,
I
go ahead
wonder
and
what
read it.
how Boyd's unpacking that.
It's an interesting view. I like it.
Now, here's another question then. If we're content with like the cluster concept and how it may or may not marginalize, depending on what the cluster just happens to be, like in terms of it being like socially constituted by whatever, you that view implies that you would have to not give people their preferred pronouns. So the people that are marginalized might like want to be called a woman, but because they don't conform to the cluster, they're not a woman.
Yeah, I
And
agree with
so,
that.
Well, I
I have no
actually
problem with
yeah,
it.
don't.
yeah, I
Well,
remember what you were saying about, I
well,
forget, you said something about someone not exhibiting a particular feminine quality. And so it's hard to like give this person their preferred pronouns on that basis because they're not conforming with like societal expectations of what femininity is constituted by, like in the moment right now
yeah.
or something. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So the view, as I take it, is just a matter of conceptual analysis, and there isn't any kind of like normative implications for what you should do when it comes to like pronoun usage. And even if there's somebody who falls out of the extension, you might still use the pronouns for various reasons. One reason might be it's just like useful to do that because for utilitarian reasons or for
Like, do you have a
or
not being
for
an asshole kind of
yeah.
like
So it might
stipulation? You
just
don't
be
want to be
useful. Yeah,
mean. Like if
might be
somebody's
useful to do
overweight, you
that
don't want to
for
call them a fat
reasons
cow,
like
to be
that.
honest, that kind of thing.
Yeah, stuff like
I
or
also
you
Exactly.
might
have that. I have that too.
it also
Yeah.
might be the case that like if the person is like close like depending on how proximal they are to the extension, um you might feel as if it's natural to call them it anyway, like just for like just because it's useful to do. But like yeah, so I'm saying like there are all sorts of considerations why you might just like call the person their pronouns even if you don't think they fit into the extension of the concept or
Did you just call the person the extension?
I said even if they don't fit into the extension.
Oh, it's like wow, that's really like dehumanizing.
Yeah. Typically, I see that there's a norm appeal to. in giving people their preferred pronouns. But yeah, necessarily don't have to include a norm. I definitely agree that, you know, you can appeal to utility. That's fine. And then, but like in my case, like I find myself like stuck with certain convictions I can't extricate myself from. So I feel like I'm not standing on principle if I do the prefer pronouns thing on the basis of my own, you know, ideological way that I interpret these issues. So that there's complications there. But then that might assist like Andrew because Andrew might not find himself with the same set of convictions that I have, and so he can do it with kind of a clean conscience and interpret Paul the way he does, and then associate with Sasha the way he does. And that's probably nothing wrong with that in terms of conscience. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, that was a good discussion.
Mason, let's talk about the private language stuff. If private languages
Can you
are,
hear me?
yeah,
Yeah. So would you like say, so for example, if there's a person who is a male but they use like she her pronouns, would you use like they them pronouns for that person, or would you just like not even do that?
That was for you, MJ.
Oh, my bad. I thought that had to do with private language argument. I wouldn't be comfortable with it.
Okay.
Uh,
oh really?
in certain
Don't you
instances, I
already do
might.
that?
Yeah, like
Well, I have like, you know, the normal way you would attribute that to like the plurality of persons or something.
Not
But
like
like,
yeah,
my friend went to the hospital, they loved it.
yeah, like I'm saying
oh
like
yeah, 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 yeah,
would
yeah.
you
That's
like
fine.
use a would you use like they in like a neutral pronoun way, even if you don't want to call the person like she?
It wouldn't feel right. Hold on, I'll be right back. He slammed
Well,
his finger in the door. 1 second.
whether it would feel right, like would you like not do it, or would you?
It would depend on the circumstances, you know. I mean, it just depends. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna have to be a particularist about it. Honestly, it's hard to
Yeah, because
formulate
I
a
don't. Yeah,
solid
because I think.
criteria.
Yeah, because I think even if somebody's like a biological woman or not, like it's not like, using the pronoun they would be like, I don't think you would even like, I don't think in cases where you find yourself using like neutral pronouns in that way, like I don't think you see it as like wrong or unnatural to do it with like normal people whenever you do it. So it doesn't seem like, so I don't know if you'd actually do it, but um my expectation is that like even if you don't want to call the person like she, like there doesn't seem to be anything, whatever conviction doesn't seem to be turned on using the word they. And even if you don't want to use the word they, it seems like you could just like say their name, it's like.
And then there's the question about like what I would do and what I should do, kind of thing. But yeah, case by case basis, probably.
Yeah, I'm not too interested in necessarily what you should do, at least because like I mean, I'm more so interested in what like we'd actually do. But yeah, sure.
Now, White, I heard you're getting closer and closer to God because you're being more open now to arguments for God. We just need to push you over the edge, my friend. I agree that
Yeah, maybe.
the psychophysical harmony argument is a good one. Fine tuning. I'm glad you're
I've been
warming up to
running that
that.
one too lately, actually.
It's
I
really
didn't
good.
I didn't at first I don't know if I even understood it, but I
I
definitely
know.
just
I didn't
didn't.
feel the force. I know. Same here.
But
Same here.
now I just, yeah, I think it's good. It's,
Which
Yeah,
one?
it
I
is
don't know.
good. Psychophysical harmony.
So is there a recent iteration of this? Because I've heard this for years.
No, it's just
Yeah,
the
but it's
Dustin Crummett one, I think.
Oh,
Crummett
Yeah.
and
Dustin Crummett. Okay.
the way that it's parsed out. Sasha did a really good job parsing it out. That's when some of it started to really click. But it's just like it really is. It's really inexplicable without intention. It seems very, very strange. And it's like, yeah,
Well, how does it? Doesn't it just assume that identity theory is false?
No. So it actually,
Okay.
it it assumes that type A physicalism is false.
Remind me what that is. Type A physicalism.
So it's the idea that like the physicalism is somehow an a priori truth. So at least in the context of identity theory, it would be that the identity between mental states and brain states is a conceptual truth or an a priori truth of some kind. So it's not like an empirical identity.
which is the least common view anyway. So
It's kind of like a clearly false view. So like I don't mind them assuming that it's false.
yeah,
Because I know Soli. I'm trying to understand. Like Soli's version, it comes from JCC Smart, his version of it, and
Yeah.
I guess it was there's a conceptual distinction between mental and physical predicates, but they latch on to like a physical brain state, like the Hesperus phosphorus scenario,
Uh-huh.
hmm
something like that, and that's what it assumes is false. That's type A. Is that
no, no,
kind of
No,
no,
right?
that's
that's
type
type
B.
B.
That's type B. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so this argument's
It's
working
just
instead.
yeah, it's just rejecting the analyticity as opposed to like it being a synthetic truth.
Oh, analytic naturalism. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's type A.
Yeah. So if type B is true, then like this, so so how does psychophysical harmony not assume type B is false?
Because well, you only need the conceptual distinction.
So psychophysical isn't like robustly metaphysical?
I don't think it needs to be.
Oh, that would be the only reason I would be interested in
No, I mean
it.
it could be like that can be the view, but I don't think it's required for the argument to work.
So it's just talking about psychic and physical predicates instead of like
At the very
linguistic
least,
stuff?
because at least like so there's many different harmonies that this paper uses. The ones about like the pain and like the so you have like the phenomenal state and then you have like the functional state, and those two things are conceptually distinct.
Correct, yeah.
And so why can't there just be like why couldn't we just have like two phenomenal states with the same functional state, two different phenomenal states with the same functional state?
Yeah, that is weird. So there's some kind of like set way in which the functional state realizes the phenomenal state. There needs to be an explanation for that.
Well, I think that just generally people think that there isn't a bunch of things out there that are experiencing pleasure when they have like recoil or something. You know, they like
Oh,
just
okay. I see what you're
in
saying.
generality, when like whether it's another animal or a human, I'm thinking, "Ooh, it looked like they didn't like that. It must have been gross or it hurt," or I'm not thinking to myself, "They loved it. They're happy." Like I'm not thinking. And it seems like the point is like I shouldn't have that expectation. I should assume it could be anything.
So it's almost like inverted spectrum type cases that are being
Ye-
denied for the
Yeah,
relationship between
basically, you
phenomena
could
and
have.
function.
Yeah, you could think of it in terms of like that. At least for this case, like I said, there's all kinds of harmonies it tries to use. In this case, it's about the phenomenal state, but there's like um normative ones too about like beliefs and I don't know. This it goes over a few.
So that sounds robustly metaphysical to me because we're talking about like something in the world realizing something else in the world.
Yeah, and maybe it is. I don't think it needs it.
So what would be the conclusion of a psychophysical like harmony argument that would just use predicates, just like a boring like conceptual thesis that there's like a synthetic identity, I guess, between the two predicates or something? Like I thought it was being proposed as an argument for God's existence or something.
Yeah, it is.
So just like if it's just linguistic, like how would we get to the conclusion God exists? Best explanations type stuff.
Maybe I'm confused about what you've been asking. Like, you take the conceptual distinction, and that's like required because like somebody who doesn't think there's a conceptual distinction, like, it could be really hard to motivate them. At least
Yeah, I
through
was
this
just
argument.
I asked something at the beginning that was probably kind of clumsy. Yeah, so it is about stuff in the world. That makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah, like you
not
can't.
just language. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Sorry, maybe I was also mistaken. Like I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm confused. Yes, you were talking about real things called like phenomenal states. Now, maybe those things are identical to physical states. That could be true. I actually don't even think that this is like like physicalism needs to be false for this.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I'm not used to talking so much. You guys are letting me talk. It's great. So, like, what would be in harmony? It's just some physical stuff would be in harmony with other physical stuff.
Yeah, and the point is like there could be physical phenomenal states, several different kinds of them, and they're supposed to produce the specific functional state. Like if you just think about it in terms of like there could be two humans, or early humans, that they both mutated, one phenomenal state pleasure, the other phenomenal state pain, but produce the same functional state recoil. So when they go out and get like evolved in like some be like thing where like they both like would get stabbed by a porcupine, they both recoil and then they both go on to like not die. So they both produce new offspring
Yeah,
that
that's
now
interesting.
and so now when I look at you, Mr. NJ, and I'm like, oh, he recoiled. Should I think he's experiencing pleasure or should I think he's experiencing pain? Or should I think you're laughing on the inside? It's actually like ticklish, or it could be any number of things. Like we have no idea.
Oh, is that why you brought up the private language stuff? Because I guess the
No,
only
no,
way you could
no,
know is if I told you, right?
no. That has nothing to
Okay,
do with it.
I got a private
He's
beetle in my mind.
Mason said. I think he said either he's not convinced that private languages are impossible, or that he does think that they're possible. I don't remember which.
I have an intuition that they're impossible.
I think that private languages are impossible because it seems like public languages are possible. And basically, it's just there's not a derivable contradiction. Unless there's a contradiction, the negation of that thesis can't be true.
What's
What kind of
interesting
language?
is
What kind of language are you saying? What is it called?
A
private.
private language.
Oh,
What that means is like a language that, in principle, no one could decipher. No one else could decipher.
And it's not like you didn't build it out of crap outside you, right? It's just like you kind of build it in your own head, ex nihilo almost.
Well, two things. The in the medical field, the recoil from a needle from a porcupine would be, unless you're a masochist of some sort, it would be pretty much undeniable that the recoil is an expression of pain. As far as the private language, since you're into the conceptualizing these possible worlds, you could have the last person on the planet that's on an island, right? And in their head, they're still recycling their language, their mother tongue or the languages that they know, and then there's be no access to investigate when even to that person they wouldn't, unless they were using books or whatnot, have any evidence to reflect on whether or not they were breaking the violations of grammar of that said language if their minds started doing such. And I consider the private language argument to be kind of like a cul-de-sac within public languages. If even if you're put in isolation, you're not generating a full language, but you're in isolation away from the public.
Mike, uh,
yo.
I agree that there's two mics here. So,
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Well, go by
um,
Ike.
sorry, Ike. Sorry, I'm used to. Yeah, Ike. Okay. Uh, I agree that those people are feeling pain. Praise God.
Do you think there's a necessary connection between behavior and pain, or is it just like really, really good evidence that they are in pain?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Aside from
argue a
like
few different
acting in
ways.
movies and stuff like that.
I mean, really, like, there's not going to be a ton of like reasons to think about why, because you could think of it in terms of like the inverted spectrum. But the point here is like the argument seeks to show that there isn't like a quote unquote naturalist account that gives you any reason to think it's anything else. Like, there's not a mechanism for it. Whereas, like, if you have God, you kind of get the mechanism at the very least.
So explain that to me. Explain why is there no mechanism there?
Because where in that, like, it's not like it shows that it can't be true. Like, it could be true that there is a story that works, but there isn't any reason to think like we like when you think about how evolution, like if you use that as the story, there isn't like a point where the evidence shows, okay, it's actually false that there was ever a case where people had different mental states in the same functional state. There's no evidence for that.
Like, could I just say that there's just that's just really good reason to think that there's just a law that's preventing that, like a natural law, or I guess I'd have to say psychophysical law.
Yeah, I mean, people do that. I mean,
All right.
I think that ultimately what is going on there is probably pretty ad hoc. I mean, it's like just saving that. So you have to, I mean, ultimately it's going to amount to the same thing. Your theory is just worse off because of it.
Because I'm thinking about the same kind of move like Leibniz made, like in response to like the way the new sciences were kind of secularizing the mind and God and all this stuff, and there was no way to like bridge the gap between material
Andrew,
and
bring in
and
Sasha.
and mental substance, like by virtue of what is one causing the other, and so he postulated pre-established harmony between the two substances, and it kind of sounds like the same type of thing.
And it's not necessarily ad hoc. I should have been a little bit more clear. If you didn't already think it was like the case, whereas like theists generally already had like they may not even have believed it at the time, but it already like fits their view. Whereas that may not have been
What view are you
very
talking
easy.
about? I'm not tracking what you guys are talking about.
There's an argument for theism called psychophysical harmony.
Okay.
Have you heard of that before?
No, no, no. Can you show me?
Yeah, it's a little complicated at first. Like even for me, it was a little kind of difficult to track. Do you know what? I'll have to kind of go slow so we can make sure if I need to explain something, we
No, I
can kind of just
appreciate
go
that.
through.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Do you know what a phenomenal state is?
No.
Okay. Do you know what it feels like when a pin pricks you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a phenomenal state. The
Okay.
feeling of that. Okay. It's just like whatever it feels like to do anything, whatever it is. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know what a functional state is?
No.
It's like um the state in which like recoil, like it's so if like something is serves a function of X, if X makes you recoil. So anything that makes you recoil is serving that same function.
Recoil means what? Like to pull away?
Yeah, yeah. So
Like if I touch a
think
hot pot, I move a hand away?
yeah, yeah. So think of it like this. Pain, like if you feel the pinprick or the heat,
Yeah.
it you feel that, but then it's supposed to give you a function to recoil.
Why?
Supposedly the function makes you survive.
Oh, okay. So there's utility in recoil, but it's not supposed to, right?
Yeah, we don't want to say it's like normative in that way, I guess,
Okay.
but like the idea is like because you recoil, you survive.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now the argument wants to say, why couldn't there be a different phenomenal state but the same functional state? So think of it like this: pinprick. Normally, you feel pain. Why not feel pleasure then recoil?
I see. Yeah. The relationship, the way I'm absorbed. No, thank you, first of all. I appreciate that.
Hmm.
So the causal relationship between like this pain and recoil and pleasure and like, let's just say like gravitating towards it, right?
Hmm.
for better or worse. And you're saying why couldn't it be reversed?
Yeah, they could be reversed. It seems like they very well could be.
I mean, the first thing, yeah, I think I go to is survival, right? If we move towards pain, right? Pain is like the result of going through some type of trauma to some degree, right?
Yeah, but that's like the function, like it's serving that function.
No,
Why
that's
couldn't it?
pain. Pain is pain. Like you said, it's the phenomenal state. The function is the response to the phenomenal state. So,
Right, which is
yeah. So from what I'm
that
gathering,
damage and all the
yeah,
damage and all of that is separate from the phenomenal state.
no, the damage would be the effect of the phenomenal state, right?
No,
So the phenomenal state is what you feel. So if I prick it, my finger, the feeling of pricking is the phenomenal state. The blood and the broken skin is the damage, right?
yeah, but those
Yeah,
are
so
very different things.
they are
Hey,
different things. I'm saying if we were appealed to pain, if we reversed it, then the effect of the phenomenal state would lead us into like fucking, I don't know, putting your legs in a wood chipper or some shit. I don't know. Like,
well,
No,
consider vegetarians versus meat eaters. If a vegetarian sees meat, they might recoil, where a meat eater might be attracted to it.
I, the mistake that's you're making right now, Mike, is a very common one, and this is one that I also didn't quite work my head around for a bit.
okay.
Is that you're very attached, and this it's because we're constantly thinking this way, that the pain is going to recoil you, and the pleasure is supposed to like propel you towards, right?
Yeah.
It seems very. Do you know? Maybe I try to give you like an analogy. Have you ever heard someone go, "What if you're like red is my green, bro?"
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is
I
like
can
the same thing. Like, why can't someone's pleasure be your pain?
Yeah, that's a good analogy because like everyone would go when the light was at the bottom, right?
Yeah,
One would see red, one
exactly.
would see green, but we'd all go.
Yep,
And things,
exactly. We'd all
yeah,
still go at the same
it'd be
time.
freaking
We
weird.
just,
uh, so sorry for the crunching. So the way I mean, I guess let me think here because I'm trying. I can, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I can't detach myself from this idea because I don't even think it's your. I don't think it's your choice first and foremost, right?
yeah, I
So
agree.
I think, yeah. So I think that we're just kind of responding and then describing our responses. And I just, if you take this like evolutionary perspective over hundreds of thousands and potentially millions of years of just attempting to kind of, you know, I guess you could say, upgrade the software, right? As time goes by, the utility, I guess you could say, the framework of survival tends to have this relationship between moving away towards things that would potentially or actually make you feel uncomfortable. So it's not even so much when you say that, I'm just going to think because the process in itself would basically potentially eliminate us or life itself.
Uh, I guess I didn't follow why. Like,
Yeah, I'm
uh,
saying why. The reason why is so first, when I say why, I'm saying I'm going to say, look, there's no choice in the matter. First off, right?
yep.
So then, why does nature present itself this way, right? I don't think that life was intended to live. I just think out of circumstance, this process shot itself to where we are now, and the causal relationship to this thing called survival, right? Established some type of order to where it kind of operated on its own, to where kind of like, if I can explain this, like if AI suddenly became conscious, it would kind of know what to do on its own without relying on somebody else doing it for itself. So what I'm saying is that like whatever started the first domino, right? Somehow, some way, this like effect was developed as time went by to fuck. How can I say this? To basically motivate the mind to
Okay.
understand the difference between pain and pleasure, and then within that understanding, to basically like move itself away more often from the pain. Like, why does a bird fly away when it hears a random sound? It doesn't even know what it's listening to, right? It's not even choosing. It just kind
Like
of responds.
reacting, right?
It's reacting, and I think
Yeah.
that that's we just have the ability to kind of, the way I see it, we have the ability to evaluate our reactions. I don't think we're choosing it, and I think from that, it's like it's this
Well,
survival thing.
well, right. And what's in here is like not about choices or anything. It's just about your inner mind state, and then like
Go ahead.
the behaviors you exhibit,
Yeah,
either because of your inner mind state or just like purely reactionary.
yeah.
Like
So
you
when
could
I
imagine a thing that doesn't like something looking like a person that just like brain dead, but
yeah,
still can like walk around and stuff. It could
okay.
still go undergo like evolution and like it might do something to survive better, and maybe it could, but it doesn't have like any inner mind. It's not thinking. It's just like reacting. It's purely reactionary. That
No,
thing could
I
still
I
evolve.
get that. So when I hear why, like, I'm confused if you're like asking about intentionality, or just kind of like why did the mechanism like operate the way it did, right? If it's why the mechanism operated the way it did, I don't know. Like
It's
I
actually
don't.
neither of those questions. Funny enough.
Yeah,
Uh,
so then then I am definitely lost, because at this point,
I think you
like,
get it. It's like I said, you may have to revisit this a few times, and we
no,
can
this
do
is
that.
cool. I actually like it.
I'll send you the paper if you want to read it at all. But like I said, it's
Can you
not.
back channel that to me, please?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'll do it in a little bit here, though. Um, it took me a few times to kind of work through it, like I said. So don't feel bad because I
No,
don't
you know what
think
I'm
it's
gonna
most
do?
people.
What I do when is this, like, I put it through like an AI, and I'm like, explain it to me like I'm 5 years old.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's a good
Dude, I've
idea.
totally done that. It's the most amazing thing ever.
Yeah, it
I
really
haven't
helps
done
me.
that, but I'm going to now. I've
Yeah,
never
it's
It
thought
is
fucking.
like
about
the
this.
coolest thing ever. It really breaks it down like
Yeah,
awesome. It's
it
so
That's a good
good.
idea.
it helps me a lot.
I
So
did that with Hegel, dude.
Oh, that's a fucking genius idea. I should do that with fucking McDowell's. Some of the
Dude,
stuff
you
he
can
says
do
is
it
so
with
weird.
anything. Like
yeah,
it's
anything.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am gonna
And
do it.
you just get ChatGPT saying this is just gibberish. That
Yeah.
simplifies.
Wait, Andrew, bring up Sasha.
I did.
So what?
I. Okay.
Oh, she's gone. Okay,
So
never
how
mind.
would you answer your own question then? Like the why? What if you have one?
Well, my answer is God did it.
Well, that's not
I'm
saying
sure.
why. That's just saying who did it.
Yeah, I guess like the mechanism is the mechanism
See, this is what I
for.
mean. Why implies intentionality in this case, right?
I guess maybe I was confused about how you were using it there.
Yeah, like,
Um,
so what's like, why did God create? Oh, it's in His nature, and like God wants to be worshipped, and blah blah blah, right?
but the question's more about like what if the world was like one way or the other, what
Yeah,
things should you expect if either like as if we're not sure which way the world is, we
yeah,
might just say if it is this way, what should we expect? As opposed to if it's this other way, what can we expect?
yeah.
And the point of the argument wants to show is if purely naturalism's true, what you shouldn't expect is for Jim and Sally and Bob to be feeling pain all across the board whenever they get pinpricked because they easily could be feeling tickles and funny feelings and one of them may be pain. It's all equal. Like you shouldn't have any of those expectations.
I don't see why not. Why,
Yeah,
why,
but
like, why
I
create
agree. But we
boundaries?
do
Yeah.
though. But we definitely do. We have those expectations.
No, we do. I'm saying, like, why wouldn't it be? Like, why, like, who, why are boundaries being set to this idea of naturalism as if we, like, have examined it or exhausted it to its end? It seems like we continue to learn.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
No,
So, like,
it's saying right now, right? Like currently, naturalism doesn't have that on offer.
like for example, there, like, here's a cool thing, and maybe this has nothing to do with it, so you can tell me. Like the mechanism of hunger, is an amazing thing, right? Because if you didn't have hunger, you wouldn't really know when to eat, right? Eating ensures survival, right? Why that is the case, right, is because I don't know why in the sense of how you're asking, but I can tell you like the utility of eating. It basically helps. It ensures a greater probability of surviving. So have you ever see that show House?
Hmm.
Okay, there's a great episode that you might enjoy where there's a portion of how there's a girl that comes in and she can't feel pain at all, right?
That is one of my favorite episodes. That little
Isn't
girl.
it?
Fuck
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that
amazing.
bald nigga Nathan. Fuck that
Hey,
nigga Nathan. That
wait, wait, wait.
nigga Nathan is a
Oh
mook.
man,
Fuck
Oh
that
my
nigga
God, dude,
Nathan.
hold
Fuck
on.
what you talking about.
hold on.
And
Do you remember that?
Holy
Hey, do you
crap.
remember? Do you remember the part where they're like going tit for tat in regards to who has it
Yes.
worse?
Yeah, he has to like, I don't know, count the steps or something for the
Yeah,
bathroom.
dude. At that point, my
I
mind
gotta
was
go, guys.
fucking
I'll see you later.
okay, buddy. My mind was blown because I was like, "Holy shit, which is worse?" Right? And ultimately, I would say like the painless is probably better, but it just serves the utility. It showed like the utility in the pain. So, to me, like again, I don't know if it answers the why question as he was asking it. And I do want to actually understand this paper he's talking about a little bit more, but pain can definitely be.
But House wanted what she had or something to
I
not feel the
know.
pain that he was going through or something.
And it seemed like she was like, I don't know if she wanted what he had, but she was like, bro, you don't have it as bad as me. Like, I can't even remember to eat. I got to check my teeth. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a weird memory of him whacking her with the cane and her not moving or something.
Yeah, yeah. She
That's
didn't
how he
move.
found out or
She
something.
moved towards it, not away from it. She didn't recoil
Yeah.
as. Yeah. Do you ever see the one where he puts the guy's hand in the mirror? He's the one-armed guy. His like neighbor at the time.
Oh, no, I forget that one. I used to watch that show all the time, though.
Yeah, I
You're not
like
talking
what?
about Wilson, right?
No, so he was living with Wilson, and Wilson had this neighbor, and the neighbor was like this grumpy old man that had one arm or something like that, or he was missing a hand, but he was living through pain. So House like is a little pesty at some point, but then he realizes that like he can help this guy, so he gets this box, and the box is like when you slide your hand in, it gives you like your brain the impression that you have both your left and your right hand. And because he was missing one of his hands, it basically allowed him to feel no pain or soothed because his brain
That's
like
pretty cool. Yeah.
yeah, it's like I mean I'm probably saying it a little wrong, but if you can YouTube the episode, you'll see that is amazing.
Yeah, like you can do it yourself. Like, I don't know, there's some kind of fake arm on the table, and then a butcher knife comes out and
Yeah,
goes after the fake
exactly.
arm, and you recoil. You're like, what the freak is going on?
Exactly.
The reason I brought up vegetarians is because it's a natural recoil, and you could imagine individuals, whole populations being vegetarian compared to the carnivores, and separating those two populations out, where one is in a recoil state, where the other one is in a desirous state. I just thought that was a good example. These seem more realistic as like appear to be philosophical problems more so than pragmatic uh, examples being introduced, because they already agreed that Cloud already agreed that all medicine, they'll generally always determine a recoil state and a pain expression as that the person isn't lying and that they didn't have a choice in the matter. Although certainly certain people fake going into the hospital also, but in general, That's how medicine as a practical practice is treated.
Yeah, so I'm not sure you got Cloud's point exactly. Like, so Cloud's point is like very kind, and it's like really hard to grasp. Like, he's right. Like, it takes a while before you can like your brain like clicks onto it. But I'll try my best to explain it. So like, there's basically like three different things, right? There's like the action of the finger being pricked, right? There's the mental state, which we would call pain, right? And then there's the recoil response, which is like some sort of physiological response, right? Well, what Cloud's saying is that we can take the middle one, right? The mental state that we call pain, and we can replace that with like anything. Like it could be like replaced with like a mental state that you would consider like bliss, like completely opposite of pain, right? But they could still have the recoil reaction, right? So like the prick could still happen, and then the new mental state is now bliss would come from the feeling of the prick, right? But that bliss could lead to the same recoil reaction.
Well,
So
and
the
I had
question,
brought up masochism in your absence, but go
okay,
ahead.
yeah, but so the question is, right? Like, why is it the case that when we have this recoil response, it usually is usually is always associated with the mental state of pain? Why not some other mental state like bliss? Right? That's the question.
But wouldn't bliss in the like okay, so we can think about it a different way. Like I get the pain part when you're talking about a physiological harm that cuts your arm off and so on. What about a smell, right? Something that you find to be disgusting, and I'm like, I love it, right? Isn't it kind of that way where I want to move towards the things that I love, and you're just like, get that thing away from you, right? Or it could be a sound. I hate this song. You're like, I love this song. Food. I don't like the way this tastes. I love the way this tastes. So when it comes down to like the idea of interacting with our senses, like if like when we have the nerves touching our skin and so on, right? Yeah, that seems to be the most consistent. But the other things, it kind of it is that way. I hate cologne, for example. Like men cologne to me is disgusting, and I think it's like a violation of my fucking space. If you have cologne on me and you like shake my hand and I have your leftovers on me, I'm just disgusted. Ugh.
That's awesome.
It's yeah, it's so gross to me. So to me, but some people love it. You know, like maybe the female likes
Yeah,
the or
yeah,
whatever. So
that's fine, Mike. So like that's kind of like a little bit of a separate point, right? So like I do agree with you that like we have different like responses. Like sometimes someone will find some smell great, and someone the same a different person will find the same smell terrible, right? But the question is like back to the finger prick example, right? The question is like what's important for survival, right? In the case of the finger prick, is that you have the response of recoil. That's the
yeah,
only thing natural selection is in fact selecting for,
yeah,
right? Because it's like the only thing that's actually going to protect you, right, from the danger of like the thing that's pricking your finger is
yeah,
the recoil response.
yeah,
So like the question is, if natural selection is only selecting for the recoil response, why isn't that the recoil response could be generated by any other like mental sensation, right? Or be sorry, not generated by, be like in tandem with any other mental sensation, right? Because natural selection doesn't care which mental state we have when we have the recoil response. It's only selecting for the recoil response. So why is it that pain always goes with the recoil response and not some other mental state, right?
yeah.
Well, here's a rough draft, maybe response. So, if I'm understanding it, if it didn't, if there wasn't some kind of connection between recoil and pain, wouldn't that lead to people like dying off more because they would put themselves in positions that would get them killed
That's the
because
way
it would
I'm
it would
hearing it
That's right.
too.
That's what most people think, exactly. But like the point
okay.
is, all that's important for your actual survival is the recoil response, right? Like that's all that's actually important. It doesn't
How do we
matter what
know
your
there
mental
wasn't like
state
a
is.
group? How do we know there wasn't a group of people like that that just died off?
I don't know. We don't, I guess.
Yeah, so it's like when we say why isn't it this way? How do we know
Yeah,
it
the people
wasn't
that are
that way?
left. Yeah.
How do we know it wasn't that way? Yeah, and the people that
No,
are
but
just left now.
the point
Go
is,
ahead.
Natural selection is only going to select for the actual physiological response, right? The recoil. So like any mental state could accompany that recoil, right? It doesn't have to be pain. That's the whole point, right? So it's like, yes, like it could be the case that like there was a group of people that like incidentally they're like, you know, mental states that we would consider like when they experience things that we would consider painful, right? They like had the wrong mental state attached to it. And it could be the case that because they have the wrong mental state attached to it, they also have the wrong physiological response, right? But that's
Yeah.
the only thing that's actually going to drive them to extinction is
Yeah.
them having, in fact, the wrong physiological response, right? And this argument is saying, like, no, 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 we don't have the wrong physiological response. We have the correct physiological response, right? When you get pain, you recoil. It's just that the mental state that
Oh, I see what you're
accompanies
saying.
that,
I see
right?
what you're saying. You're
Yes,
saying I could, like, I go to touch the burner, right? And for some weird reason, pleasure makes me recoil from the
exactly,
burner,
exactly.
and natural selection selects for my
Yep,
survival, even though I'm just like getting so much pleasure out of recoiling away from the heat or something. Like the
exactly.
heat from the burner is causing me pleasure,
Right,
and the effect of that is me recoiling from the burner
exactly.
instead of the heat
And
causing me
it's the
pain.
same effect, right? That the
Yeah,
pain,
that is kind of weird. Yeah,
right?
that
It
is
is weird,
true.
right?
That is really weird.
Explain it one more time, a little slower, because like,
You go for it,
I
MJ.
basically the way you said it.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah, you
if you
go
don't
to
mind.
touch the burner,
Yeah.
uh, and then let's just say you recoil because you know it sucks. It
Okay.
burns. You feel
Yeah.
pain. You're like, holy shit, I don't want to touch that freaking burner. But then there's another guy, let's just say, goes to touch the burner, has the same sensation that you did, but it was pleasurable, right? But instead of like uh,
Keeping it on
going,
there,
yeah, keeping on there, it also they also recoil. They
as
recoil
if
just like
like
you did.
the mind is
So
like different
natural
than the meat
selection selects
sack.
you both. Yeah.
Yeah. The meat sack is responding different than what the mind wants to do.
No, no, no. The mind,
Well,
like
they
it's just like
respond the same. The meat sack responds the same, but you feel pain, the other guy feels pleasure.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was
I
exactly.
kind of
get that.
weird.
The point
Yeah.
is the meat sack is going to respond the same way, and natural selection is only going to select for what the meat sack does, right?
Yeah.
So why pain? Why not some other feeling? Like why not the feeling of like distress, or why not the feeling of like, you know, I don't know, like like laughing. Like why doesn't like the state of laughing produce like recoil or something, right? Like in like that certain scenario, right? So like it's MJ's example is perfect. Like some other guy goes to touch the stove, right? Has the exact same feeling of hot that you do, right?
Yeah.
But doesn't find it painful. They find it very pleasurable, but their pleasurable experience makes them recoil in the exact same way that you would recoil if you had a painful experience, right? So you have the same physiological experience, like physiological response, right? In the end, you both recoil, right? So that's the only thing natural selection would care about, right? So like, why is it the case that we have like it's like basically the case that we know that we have scenario one, right, where pain always is associated with recoil response, right, or whatever, unless it's like reflex or whatever, and not scenario two, right, where like some sort of like pleasurable
I
state
see. I
could
see.
be
I
could
like.
be connected with recoil.
So if that would be the case, like let's just say that the person B, the pleasure, even though he moves away, it could like show like if a world was created that way, that pain is pointless if the recoil effect is always there. You
Yeah,
don't have.
exactly.
Yeah. And then so why is sorry baby, why isn't that like not good for God then? Because if God can make us feel pleasure but recoil the same way, then pain is pointless, and the mental state of pain is like irrelevant. It's just a mindset that
Yeah, that's
God.
that's basically right. Right, that's a good counter argument. But like the
Yeah,
whole
that's
point is just to get that like what the person who's making the argument is saying is like it just seems strange, right? On like our account of naturalism, that like there would be this like kind of like mental physical connection, right?
yeah,
Whereby like even like the way it's like reproducible, right? Like the fact that like when you touch the stove, right, you get pain every time and the recoil every time, right? Like, why isn't it the case that like when you touch the stove, half the time you get pain and the other half you get pleasure, but both both entail the recoil, right? So it's like even the consistency of it has to be explained, like of the mental physical harmony, right, has to be explained on naturalism, and it just doesn't seem like naturalism has the resources to do that. That's the argument, right?
That's interesting. I mean,
I think it's ridiculous.
Why?
Meaning, well, one, the claim of mental state, right? That's generally reported by the individual. The idea of a population that recoils as it's going towards what it desires, then it would not achieve what it desires. I see this as a conceptual philosophical problem that's put in place, right? But I'm already against the term mental state, right? Because the brain activity is an ongoing state, and people can do this. I also view it as a consequentialism, meaning people that walk across hot coals, it may be they may be recoiling through it, but consequentially they're happy when they're done doing it, right? They feel a pleasure consequentially to touching that hotness. And so I think the framing of it is archaic in philosophy. To me, this is just philosophical, conceptual, uh, part mumbo jumbo as I see it. Once again, I'll just reiterate: a mental state is what we use when we're talking about said things, right? But that's a parenthetical. Yeah, it's parenthetical in time, right? You're saying, so I'm against even the claim of a mental state. At this point, I felt pain. Yes, you're reporting that. Yes, you can speak on it. But within seconds, one can reintroduce mentally new neurons or fire new concepts can arrive in even simultaneous states, if you will, right? That's why I say the it's parenthetical to a measurement of time and then self-reporting. That's why I think it's an archaic philosophical question that's akin to like the zombie problem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to hijack the room anymore.
Of course not.
I feel
Oh,
bad for
after
Nathan
you
and
killed it, after y'all killed it, now you
yeah.
don't
I'm
want to
sorry. I'm
hijack
sorry.
the
I'm
room.
sorry.
It's okay, brother.
Nobody want to hear you weird ass niggas.
Yo, I
Hey,
thought
where's
the
Y'all,
the victor?
conversations was actually good.
This
I'm
was
nigga's
really
it?
enjoying
Because
it.
ain't
boring as
nobody in
hell.
here, Nathan. The Crimson Chin
no,
done
the
left
last
too
conversation was good.
after he killed it.
Yeah, nah, that was Lion and him. They contribute to doing
Nigga, I am the room. You even said it yourself, you bitch
that.
ass
Oh
nigga.
my
It's
goodness.
like
Ooh.
it's
Lady, did you let
Make
Andrew
way for
block
holiness.
Lady?
No, you know what? So for
I hope she did.
they're
Fuck
doing work.
Andrew.
They're doing work near my job. So like as soon as I hit sit in my office, I don't get any signal. But I couldn't keep getting up from my desk and like moving towards the window because I won't get no work done. So I was just like, fuck it. I had to leave. What happened?
He
Andrew was
said that
saying that
Andrew lied and said he was blocked.
Andrew was saying that he was blocking. As soon as she left, he was able to get in the room.
Oh, Andrew?
Yep.
Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, let me make sure. Cause
That
I might have blocked his ass yesterday. I ain't gonna
that
lie to
fucking
you.
demon. That goddamn demon.
Once that
He
shit went
did.
First Corinthians, I'm like, I'm out of here. Fucking, I
Let
can't
me
do
No,
it.
you
see.
shouldn't. No, you would. If you would look, Mike. I really want you to get into this. Not because I want to convert you or any of that
No,
other
I hear
silly
you.
shit.
I appreciate that.
Let
I
Thank
me
you, by
want
the
you
see.
to
way.
get in this so you could truly understand who's
First
getting.
Corinthians, like
Yeah.
I want you to get in this so you could truly see who's getting mollywopped.
Okay, I understand. Like just for the sporting event of it. I'll try. You know what, for you, bro, I'll try. But honestly, man, I feel like I'm sitting in a history class and I just never
yeah,
Yeah,
get
you
to
yeah,
it.
better
yeah.
than me.
But
I feel
Yeah.
like I'm in sitting in a lecture. I'm like, come
but
on, man.
that's also the
And I
reason
don't like
why.
lecture lion. He
That's
doesn't
also the
even have
reason
like
why
an
I got to put a
entertaining
lot of.
voice.
They both lecture though. They both like, and then when what's the name gets all extra annoyed, he gets to getting screechy, and I hate that. He
That's
gets
the
to
one that's
yelling and getting
actually.
I tell you
screechy.
this though, Lion got his ass. No, Samoa got his ass packed up today
By who?
Yeah.
by this guy
Lion
named
is
White or something like that.
Yeah, Mason.
Bro, this
Mason's
dude is
very,
an
very
idiot.
competent at philosophy.
What was the
yeah,
You
topic?
you
yo,
saw
Also,
it,
like
Miller?
the thing
so
about
just want
Mason
to
though
say
is he's
Lion
a
was a
white,
much
right?
better
No,
storyteller
this
and
dude
lecturer
Nathan is
last
a.
night.
Well, I'll wait for
Beast.
I
Nathan to
wonder
go, then
why.
I'll go after Nathan.
What
Yeah,
happened,
white's a
Okay,
beast,
Samoa?
Miller.
but
Wait,
the
wait.
thing
Let me
is
just
like,
add, Miller.
A
Did you
few
see it?
shots makes
yeah, no, I didn't hear it.
Lion
I didn't hear it. But
an
like, I know White. Like, I know him, right? He's like
enjoyable lecturer, Nathan.
very,
He
very.
just
He's in
takes him
school
two
for
shots. I
philosophy.
knew a few professors like this.
Yeah, man. He
They were
packed
Very,
like,
he
very,
packed
very,
listen,
him
very,
up.
very,
two
very
shots
competent.
and the lecture's awesome.
no shots, and you're like, I don't even
Wait,
know
I
what the
want to hear about
fucking
the
lesson
pack up
was about.
though. Can we get a
Yeah.
sports
So
replay?
so one second, let me just explain White. So like he's like very confident in philosophy, but he has like the anime debate style, which is just like he will just ask you questions, right? To the point in which like it becomes difficult for like anyone to answer the questions, right? Because like you can get
The
to like
Socratic
eavesdrop on
method.
certain things, like what does existence mean or something, right? And like if you never like turn the table on him and you never force him to like give his opinion, right? He can just control the debate that way,
Look
and
at
it's like a very
that.
easy way to make people look silly.
Are you listening, Nathan? So look at what Milif just
Yeah.
said. But go ahead, give us your account, and then I'll go out to you, Nathan.
Miller said what he likes to do is he likes to apply the Socratic method within
No,
this
he's saying the
debate.
other guy. He said the other guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's what
White,
he's
yeah,
talking about
Nathan.
the other guy. But he said he did that with you. Like Samoa. So look, here's how you got packed up, bro. You didn't understand this point. He said that, hey, aren't you saying the same thing as everyone else? At the end of the day, you're just playing semantics. And you was like, no, I'm not playing semantics. I'm saying that
Oh, here's my definition of semantics, right?
I'm saying that when God uses man and woman, he uses it in this way. And he's like, yeah, that's the point. All you're doing is saying that man and woman means something different from what they're saying. No, I'm not saying that. And it was like, oh my God. I'm saying if God existed, if God said man was this, wouldn't man then be this? And he was like, I'm an atheist. I don't accept it. So I'm going to tell you this. What you love to do, he say, I'm an atheist. I'm not going to accept that. And on top of that, what you're telling me is that there's an interpretation that said God meant this. First, you can have to lay down that argument for why I should accept your interpretation. And then Samoa's like, no, 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 let me get back to it. I'm just saying. And it was like, yeah, Samoa, you got whooped,
Yeah, the problem with
unfortunately.
The problem with Nathan is that listen to what Millis just said, right? So the claim that I made was God coupled male and female to gender, and the only way that this could be uncoupled is by God's authority. Okay, that's what I said.
Or
This
genetic mutation.
just all right. So just real quick. So this person wanted to be strategically. He's trying to place me on a different thread. Okay. So then listen to what Nate just said. All right. I didn't say like what are we arguing? I'm arguing coupling and decoupling. So then you allow
Hmm.
15 right, you allow 15 different people to speak, and then they start asking questions. Even Nathan even did this too. What's the definition of coupling? Like so stupid, right? So then this person wants to
No,
oh my gosh, bro,
That's a
just
deep
no,
relax,
question.
sorry, wait,
bro.
wait. I didn't ask that because I didn't know. I asked that
Who
because that's what he
cares?
was asking.
Fuck.
Okay, I'm just
Listen to that.
clarifying.
Nathan wants to amplify what he wanted to talk about. His strategy is to remove to remove the standard that I'm setting at this very moment. I'm laying groundwork right now. He wants me to stop laying groundwork so he can lay groundwork, so he can create a different thread. Like for what we're doing right now is we're fighting for burden shifting, right? He wants to make the conversation about does God exist or does God not exist. His position is God does not exist because I haven't been convinced. If Nathan would have just sat back and relaxed, right, he would have seen that the burden would have been shifted to him immediately. But that's not what happened, right? And the reason that isn't what happened is because Nathan jumped in and said, "Hey, Samoa, this is
Can
what
we
he's
rule out? Can we rule
So
out
wait, wait,
debating
just
Samoa,
now?
you
just
know,
Seeing
shifting the
come
as
on,
burden of
man.
proof is a
he
fallacious.
already knows who's losing.
You know,
Hold on.
shifting the burden of proof is
Nathan, hold on.
fallacious, right?
Hey Nathan, bro, I'm really trying to help you out here, right? So there's a
Well, give me a
theist
help,
position.
bro.
Yeah. So there's a person arguing for the authority of God being in existence. An atheist has to move this to the existence of God. This is where he has the leverage at
No,
this
no,
very
no.
point.
It doesn't seem
Just
like that's what
wait.
White's point
Just
was.
wait. Just
Okay.
wait, bro. Come on,
Okay.
man. If it wasn't his point, then why did he say these words? I don't believe that there is a God, especially a Christian God. I don't believe it because the evidence that has been shown to me or that I know of isn't convincing. That's what he said.
I can tell you why he said that. He
Who
said
the
that
fuck?
because you.
This
Oh,
nigga
I thought
Nathan
that
is a
was a
weirdo,
question.
bro.
Sorry.
All
Can
right.
I just
Anyway,
My
reiterate
bad.
what
Go
I
ahead.
think?
Go ahead, Samoa.
Can I just
Just let him
reiterate
go.
one second? Can I just reiterate what I think White's point is? Right. So, like,
no,
I think
no,
White's point is that like
fuck.
your interpretation of the Bible is that like
I don't
God.
care about the interpretation of the Bible. We never even got
Why is
into
it
it.
Noah Samad?
We
Why
never
is it
even.
MJ? Okay, but
Come on,
Samoa. Okay, like,
Milith.
you
We
can go,
never
but
talked
like I
about the
want to be able
Bible.
to talk after you. Okay.
Yeah, please, please, please. You want to get into the discussion, like what his strategy is, and that's fine. We can all acknowledge that he wants to get into a point where God no longer exists. I am purposefully keeping it on message as far as the thread. Address the coupling claim. If you can't address
No,
the
that's
coupling,
not what his point was, Samoa. His point was that, hey,
hey, Nathan,
and he kept saying this, Samoa. He said, yo, let me just agree this.
hey Nathan,
You're
like,
having a
are
different
you gonna hold
conversation
up,
from
bro,
it.
or no? Are you just
Okay,
gonna keep
my
on
fault. Go
interrupting
ahead.
because
No, my fault. Okay, my bad,
right,
bro. Go ahead.
right, because you know what he's doing, right? But
Yeah,
you
forgive
don't
him.
know
He's
what
got
I'm
Down syndrome.
doing, right? You don't know what I'm doing, right? So you have a lot of people on stage, right?
What's
And
the
your job.
what was the original point of the conversation? Like, where did you go?
All
What's
right,
the dispute?
so this was a continuation from yesterday, and they were talking about Andrew and everybody's talking about gender, and multiple people spoke right about how, as
Okay, so
long
now we
as
have the
you
topic of
acknowledge,
gender. Okay,
right? So now that you acknowledge that biological, or like male and female is sex, what's the problem with gender being something different, right?
okay,
So then I got the conversation back to coupling it by utilizing the authority of God that sanctions this actual thing, and anybody that is to do so would be violating God. Or so this is the position that I'm
okay.
taking right
I
now.
got it now. I got it
All right,
now.
all right, all right. So then that's the bait, right? So then I throw the bait out there, and then White, well, first he misunderstood what happened, and then everybody had to correct him. So then he jumps in, and now he's the quote unquote atheist, and he wants to change the conversation. My job is to not allow that to happen. This guy right here, Mr. Moderator, let him talk, let him talk. So then this guy keeps on asking his questions like
That
what Millis
bitch.
just, hold on. So
Yeah.
then this guy starts asking his questions like what Millis just said his strategy was. I slowed the cadence down purposefully. I even told him what I was doing. I said, so now that you want to speed things up, I'm going to purposely slow it down so that the anxiety starts to build up and you're going to lose control. So now what I'm doing is controlling the tempo at this very moment.
So wait,
Here goes Nate.
just to hear. So he changed it to the existence of God, and you're like,
Yeah, he tried to.
yeah, because he's gonna say, hey, look, like you want to use this as the groundwork for these qualifiers, male and biology,
Yeah,
right? But he's like, I don't even accept your groundwork.
right,
This is what Concrete was doing yesterday as the non-starter, right? He's like, I don't even accept your framework, and you're like, well, hold on, I'm not talking about that. You're
right.
basically saying, look, suspend your belief for a second. If it's the case for these people,
Yes.
and yeah, okay, I understand what you're
Do
saying.
I
you
don't think, Mike.
acknowledge
I
that
don't
with
think that's the argument Mason was making.
Okay, I
just
wasn't here. I'm just
just
Mason's way too competent for that. So, like, what
yeah,
Mason was
Milif,
probably
hold on
saying.
real
Okay,
quick. Hold
Samo.
on.
Okay,
All right,
sorry,
right.
go
So,
ahead.
so you have to acknowledge that we're jockeying for position right now. I'm taking him into the framework where he has to talk about like Proverbs or Genesis or whatever this is, right? Because this is where I have the leverage. He wants to take me outside of that, so he dismisses quote unquote Christian God. That's fine. Like we understand what it is. But then he tries to use this method. This is more tactic than anything. There's no substance here, right? So I want to talk about coupling and decoupling. Are you going to acknowledge the reality that God has ordained this coupling? He says, there's no God. Doesn't answer the question. I don't even believe in God. So ergo, because I don't believe in God, that can't exist. Well, we're going to talk about it within the scripture framework. But here goes Nathan. No, this is what he's saying. Let's go over there where he has the leverage. And I'm like, bro, what is this guy doing? So because now we're pleading to the audience right now, right? To the point where even Nani had to come off and say, oh, well, hey, he found these scriptures that assign certain roles to genders with male. What do you say about that, White? To put him on the defensive, right? But Nathan doesn't see the actual, like the science behind this. It's not about the argument. Everybody knows the arguments. A million people have argued both arguments. We know it. But there is an actual science to getting the leverage and the advantage by forcing somebody to talk about what you want them to talk about. He attempted it, and I slowed it down and told him why I was slowing it down. Like, do you not understand like how this works, Nathan? But
no.
anyways,
Go ahead, Mills. I want to hear your side now.
yeah, go ahead.
Ethan, do you have something to say on this?
Ethan.
No,
Yeah.
I want to hear what Ethan said
Okay.
at a certain time.
I
Ethan, if
thought
you can
Ethan was
hear
going
me,
to
you said
respond.
I was doing like some type of
Hey,
word
Mills,
Don't worry, don't
fallacy.
worry, don't worry,
let me
guys.
go,
I'll
let
go.
me
Wait,
go, let me
hold
go, let me
up.
go.
Later on,
Mike
if
now, Mike
Ethan,
now.
if you want Mike later on, I want to ask. You said I'm doing some type of word fallacy, and I asked you what it was genuinely, and you didn't follow up. So go ahead, Mills.
Yeah, like I would say, like Samoa, everyone else in the room, like Ethan would be the person to talk to about this stuff. But like, here's what I imagine Mason was saying, right? So I wasn't there for the conversation, but like Mason was probably saying something like, "There's a couple points that I would respond to with Samoa, right?" So like the first thing is that like I don't believe in a god, right? That's just like the first point, right? And then if I accept that, like, okay, I'm just gonna like walk into Samoa's worldview or whatever, right? And I'm gonna accept that there is in fact a god. then like Samoa has to be able to show me that like his interpretation of the coupling of between like sex and gender, right, is actually like instantiated in the way he thinks it is in the Bible, right? And that's like a hermeneutical or like an exegetical exercise, right? And like there's another point, which is to just say that like, okay, like, even if you think God exists, right, you may not think that like God gave us like there's tons of people who think God exists but doesn't think God gave us prescriptions on like how the words gender should be used, right? So like there's a whole bunch of different avenues that I imagine Mason was exploring, right? And one of them was probably the fact that like he just doesn't agree basically that God
No, you're not
exists.
talking about Nathan. You're talking about White, right?
Yeah, white, yeah,
All
small.
right, all right, okay. Yeah, but again, Ethan, you got something to say? All
He
right,
said he's eating
He's
right now.
eating. He'll
all
MJ,
right,
talk
Yeah,
in
he's
a
all
ask
right,
him.
fine.
minute.
all right. So again, like, listen. So
Shout
Nathan
out to you for
says,
not
Yep.
eating on the mic.
So Samoa, he asked you a question.
"Oh my
He's
gosh,
like some yes, he asked you a question. That was his whole point. His whole point was to ask you a question. The question was that, hey, aren't you just saying the same thing what they're saying? When you use this term gender, you mean this, and when they use this term gender, they mean this. Aren't y'all just having a semantical
all right."
dispute?
Think about
And
that question. Come
hold
on,
on, bro,
man.
chill. I waited for you to respond, bro. So and then afterwards, Samoa went right back into this whole okay, God is the creator, and he said this and he coupled this. He's like, okay, I got you. But I'm an atheist. Now let's get back to the whole discussion, right? You have one person on one side. When they say gender, they mean this. And when you say gender, you mean this. Why isn't this just a semantical discussion? And Samoa, for some reason, couldn't understand that. And
Oh,
instead of
like,
him just admitting that and moving on, he was fighting for his dear life. And it was embarrassing.
all right, real quick though, right? So if I'm talking about coupling, somebody acknowledges that there was the coupling. Now we have to find out who did the coupling. If he talks about using definitions, dum dum, we're not talking about the same thing. So his question is purposely being asked to take me off what I'm saying. If you allow that to happen, then you lose control of the actual dialogue. Do you not know how this works? So if we were talking about it, like notice what I said to him. I said, no, if you want to define gender, it's the same, but address this here. Address the coupling. Who do you attribute to the coupling? I don't understand it, bro.
What do you mean by the coupling? Like, so I'm not
Okay.
understanding your point.
All right. So in theism or in Christian, whatever it is, God says male, female. All right. That represents sex. And then God attributes certain behaviors or roles or whatever to the sex. This is the coupling of gender and sex. All right. So this is the claim that I'm making at this very moment. I want to have the coupling conversation. If he says, well, aren't you just using woman and woman in the definition and the semantical? Is he addressing the coupling claim,
Okay.
Melith?
Well,
So
so okay, go
can I?
ahead. Go.
Yeah. So Samoa, I mean, and I appreciate you, brother, but I'm just trying to understand because what if I did this? Say I came up to you and said, Samoa, look, God, and by God here, I mean this book I found that says, I am God. Who wrote it, right? It says, I am God. And it says, gender is fluid. Thus saith the Lord. Okay. And then I tell you, Samoa, God coupled, decoupled sex from gender. And you say, well, I don't believe that God exists. I think that's a valid response. But then I also think it's valid for you to say, well, let me see the book and let me see if you're even interpreting it correctly. And I do think that's what White was doing. Because what would you say to me if I said, well, my book with the God that, claims to be the highest God of all, the God of the God of gods, he's the most high. He says gender and sex are not coupled. Now, what would you say? Like, wouldn't you attack me on the point that you don't think that God exists? I mean,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
seems like a fair point.
yeah. So just real quick. So he
Yeah.
specifically spoke of a Christian God, right? So now he's trying to, um, he's trying to draw the parameters of what God we're now talking about. So this is like 4D stuff, right? So if I entertain that and anchor down into a Christian God, I'm trapped within the Christian doctrine. Like do you agree there?
I mean, yeah, you'd be anchored by the Bible if you're talking about the new
A
old and
Christian God.
Yeah, the Old and New Testament. Yeah,
All
he
right,
would
all
be
right,
a
all right.
Christian
So
guy.
that's his. All right, so that's his attempt because he believes that we can assume that he believes that that's his strong point. Would
I
you
mean,
agree with
yeah,
that?
he
Like that's why he
like
specifically said Christian God.
yeah, he made both points. He said I don't believe God exists, and then even if I were to accept it, I don't believe the scripture necessarily. He said I'm not convinced that the scripture teaches that sex is coupled to gender. That's what he
Right.
was.
And then I imagine he
Yeah.
probably made a further point too, which is to just say like, and then there's also a consideration about like which definitions, like what do we want out of our definitions, right? Do we just like always want to like go back to like what some like ancient document said, or do we want our definitions to be like to like give us utility, right? To be able to like,
Wait, why do
distinguish
you?
things
Why is it
from
one or
another,
the other?
right? Like maybe there's a consideration around like how like what the value of definitions is in the first place, right? Like if someone thinks that like the value of definitions is to like provide utility, then like it might not matter to them that like the Bible says that, like, even if they grant you that the Bible says that like there's this like coupling between gender and sex in the Bible, right? They might just say like, okay, but like that doesn't like adequately describe the like
Well, first you
the
have to
way in which
acknowledge. Wait, hold on,
transgender
but first you have to
people
acknowledge
navigate
that
the
that
world.
happens,
So
right?
like we just
Wait,
might not be able to
hypothetically,
use a single
couldn't both
definition anymore.
scenarios provide utility though?
Yeah,
What do you
yeah.
mean?
And
You
I
gave
don't know
two
why no one's doing
scenarios.
that.
Like, what do we want out of a definition? Like, do we want it to be fixed from this like biblical thing, or do we want it to provide utility? But what if the fixed biblical thing provides utility?
No, that's fine. I'm just saying there might be a consideration about like, you know what I mean? Like which value do we want to have when we're looking at like what definitions like we should adopt, right? Like there just might like you can imagine a person who thinks that like God, in the Bible it says that like gender and bio and sex are the same thing, right? But they just think that like they've met like transgender people and they don't think that like that distinction tracks like the actual like what's going on with transgender people, right? Like they just think that like gender is like some sort of like conglomeration of different like social whatever, right?
I don't know what's going on right now, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
The point is that there's three different levels in which you can object to what you're saying, right? You can say, I don't believe in the God you believe in, right? That's the first point. The second point is you can say, I don't think that you're interpreting your scripture correctly. That's the second point. And then the third point is, I can grant you that you're interpreting your scripture correctly, and I can just say, I don't care about that when it comes to like which definition I'm going to choose of sex and gender, right? Those are all the three different ways that I imagine White would have been attacking you, and probably some other ones that I can't think of because he's better
All
than
right,
at this time.
all right. So I'm saying that there is a coupling that has happened and God sanctioned it. Can you at least acknowledge that there's a coupling that happened without addressing God?
No, why should I acknowledge that? Like you
Okay.
have to give me an argument to think
Wait.
that like in fact this is the right interpretation of the Bible because there are plenty of people who don't think that's the right interpretation of the Bible, right?
Oh my gosh, that's just stupid. That there's no coupling with male and gender or sex and gender. There's people who believe that. Like you said, other interpretations of the Bible where gender is not connected or binded to sex.
Yeah, I imagine that's the case.
All right, where do you find that?
Do you want me to find you an example?
Sure,
Okay,
it's
I'll
just a
try to
waste of
look it up, I
time.
guess.
Anyways, back to the point, like the science of things, right? The person came in hot. So this guy White, right? White noise. So he came in hot. So you can address this easily by not getting off a message. The problem is that Nathan wants a person to control the narrative, right? And then would interrupt whenever they don't hear exactly what they hear. So what you do is you purposely slow it down to where now the pressure is being placed on this person. I don't expect everybody to know like the sciences of this because they're kind of caught in it to the substance and what you believe and what you don't believe, and that's fine, right? But there's other things that are happening, and it doesn't really matter about what's right or what's wrong. It's like, how do you score a fight? There you go.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. I just looked it up on Google, right? So it's
What
like
did you look up? What did you look up?
I just looked wrote sex and gender in the Bible, right? And it's giving me the AI overview.
Hmm.
And so this is what it says. Some interpret the Bible's language regarding sex and gender as a clear and unchanging teaching, emphasizing the binary nature of male and female. Others argue that while the Bible emphasizes the importance of sex and gender, it also affirms the potential goodness of all humanity, including those who diverge from traditional gender norms. Some scholars point out that the Bible's understanding of gender and sex is rooted in a pre-scientific worldview and may not fully address contemporary understandings of gender identity and sexuality. The Bible also emphasizes the importance of love, compassion, and inclusivity towards the individuals regardless of their gender identity and expression.
So here's what I did yesterday when I was
Hey,
talking to
real
Andrew.
quick, Mike. So nobody even wanted the answer. It was purposely put out there for you to waste your time, Mila. And for
Or
you
the,
not to know that that's what it was for speaks volumes.
so when I was
What?
asking Andrew,
What? You put out the challenge to me to find an interpretation of the Bible that disagrees with yours as what, some sort of red herring or something? That's what
No,
the discussion was
no,
about,
You
no,
right?
got set up.
You're claiming that your
no.
interpretation is the
Hold
only
on, hold on,
interpretation, and I'm
hold on.
telling you there's plenty of other interpretations.
Hold on. What I'm pointing out, Mila, is if you read the room, you only get a limited amount of speaking time. Whoever can control the narrative the longest, more likely than not, they're going to win the exchange because you're not able to fully flesh out what your actual argument is. But what I did was threw something out there for you to run over there and waste your time. Who the
yeah,
You're
fuck
Samoa's
you're
not
cares?
You
so
even.
have a
dumb.
you have a
Who
fixed budget for
cares?
speaking time, and you just
What
wasted it on that challenge.
Yeah,
You're
He
you
miss
completely
activated his
wasted
you're
it.
trap
missing.
card.
This is stupid, bro.
Wait, Ethan, are
Yo,
you there?
Samoa, he's running,
Wait, hold
Samoa.
up.
Here's the music. He's
Wait,
I'm
running.
running. Are you kidding me? Samoa's running. Samoa's
wait, no,
He's
no.
pretending
the
that it's
cinnamon.
science.
Running
It's
from
fake
what?
because he knows that
Cinnamon.
I would
Like
completely
Samoa's
demolish
talking about
his
like
claim.
fight
One second. A
strategy, and
second.
you're talking about the content at which you guys are discussing. These are I hear two different things.
Okay.
Samoa's
Yes.
saying, "This is why I'm doing this." You're like, "No, because gender is coupling." It's like he's saying, "Look, it's like I don't know. I hear, like I said, the motive
He doesn't
behind why
understand the
you're.
structure of his own argument, right? His argument depends on the fact that his interpretation of the Bible, that is to say that like sex and gender are coupled in the Bible, is the only interpretation of the Bible, right? That he explicitly said that. And then I countered with, no, it's not. And then he said, well, find me evidence of that. So I found him evidence.
No, you're
Right? So
lying.
now it seems like I've undermined like one of the main pillars of his argument, right?
Hey,
With
Milith.
him having no
Wait,
response.
Ethan, are you there?
Milith, can
Ethan,
you tell us the best
Eh,
bakery near Fifth Avenue, Milith?
yo,
Yes, of course
Ethan.
I can.
There you go, Ethan. Look at that.
So wait, I mean, Samoa, what is your real view, brother? I mean, what do you actually think? Do you
Who
think
that?
we should have?
So,
Should
so
we have?
just so
Go
just real
ahead.
quick, Andrew. So earlier, you were the like you were like the minority opinion, right? So like you get a lot of fire, and I'm like, hey man, this dude got some good work here, right? And then my question is, how does he work out of these certain corners that he's being placed in? And that's how I judge it. So when I purposely take a like make a claim, it's to bait somebody to engage to see how good are you really, like your defense mechanisms, like getting on offense, understanding where you're at, reading the room, and then the limitations of your own argument. And do you actually acknowledge what the defeater is that might exist? And if you do, then you would protect that. Like this is like a way of jockeying for position. Who the hell cares what I believe?
He's the
Well,
Tom Brady of
well, that's
Who
kind. Well,
cares?
deflated
well, that.
footballs and
Well,
deflated
I mean,
arguments.
I don't know, Samoa. That's kind of weird, brother. I mean, I think truth
Okay.
matters. So,
This is a
I mean, I'm not.
Machiavellian status game, and
Wait,
you've
hold
Yeah,
come
on.
in with this naive
Wait,
puppy-like innocence.
He's a
wait, hold on.
I,
Manchurian candidate.
I think truth matters,
Wait,
especially when we're
hold on,
talking about
Andrew. Andrew,
Yeah, go
yesterday,
ahead.
yeah, and so what you said, Andrew, you said, I'm
Yeah.
not saying if it's true or false. I'm saying it's permissible.
Well, yeah. That's. I mean, that's
Okay,
talking
okay.
about something. That's talking about something else. When you're talking about the permissibility, that's weird because when you're talking about he's saying is it permissible to kill a baby? I'm saying truth matters, and when I say that it's permissible in certain
Andrew, how
contexts,
stupid can you be? He asked you that to distract you.
Yeah, I was
yeah.
just gonna
So,
say that's a red
so,
herring. Don't answer that,
so,
man.
no, 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 no.
You love Chipotle
but
burritos.
but
Ha ha.
but
I
I do
saw
love
right
Oh,
through
no,
Chipotle
no, no,
your
burrito.
no,
By
no.
the way,
smoked screen.
I Tim, less
You
than
had
10
some
minutes ago,
free
I had it.
nuts, didn't you?
Yeah, less than 10 minutes ago. That's actually pretty, that was pretty prescient of you right there. That's pretty amazing. But I just want to ask you, Samoa, I mean, it's kind of weird, especially if you're a Christian. I don't understand why you would say, like, who cares what I believe? Like, I mean, obviously, I mean, ideas have consequences, right? You've heard that. And I think if you're inconsistent with your application, like if you argue inconsistently, I think you're going to have a hard time. Like people are going to have a hard time trusting you.
All right,
And
so
just
we're
so
not
you
talking
know,
about the same
Samoa, the
thing.
question you just made, the statement, had nothing to do with what he was really getting at. It's all very
Sounds
cryptic,
good.
and it's up
So,
for
so I
you
want to
to
make sure that
figure
this
it
is
out
clear, right?
because you are a master at
It sounds
this. Go
good.
ahead, master.
So, before you
Teach
engage,
us.
right, but yeah, there's
Yeah,
certain
you should
rules of
teach us how to read the
engagement.
room instead of teaching us how to
It
argue,
seems like you
with
guys are getting. Hold
confidence.
on. Are you
You should
taking this
teach us the
personally,
most
bro?
important skill instead of
Relax,
arguing with
relax. It's
confidence is
No,
how
we're
to
okay.
read
It's
the
just
room.
clowning
okay.
you.
It's all right. It seems like it's really important to you.
I don't know. It seems like
Well,
your
Yeah.
debate
Yeah.
tactics
Wait.
may have
Hold on. Calm down.
backfired.
Calm down. Calm down. Wait. Hold on.
well, the other thing I heard is that
Oh,
Samoa,
come
you're
on, bro. Like they just got quiet. Like,
the
come on,
best
bro.
defender of Trump.
So let me just point
Oh
this.
yeah, sorry.
Let me just point
Fucking
this
Go ahead.
out.
Andrew, you're a shit
I
starter. Look at you, bro.
I know.
This
No, no, no,
Don
no,
King
no.
motherfucker
I
right here, bro.
Ariel, why are
it
you
doesn't
doing
even
this?
matter,
No,
bro.
but I
I'm
actually no,
dying right now too, man.
He is,
I don't
dog.
know
This
how I.
fool.
Hey, hold on, Mike, but I don't know how I could ask that without starting crap because I
I
actually do.
mean,
I've
it's
I've
all
heard that.
good.
I've heard, in what way could I ask that where it wouldn't be inflammatory?
I don't know.
Obviously,
I
I
don't
want to
know.
see. I want to see if Samoa
You
can
just gotta
defend Trump.
generate an AI fucking picture with you with the afro, dog. You are fucking Don King. This motherfucker
A white
shit
one,
stirrer.
right?
Samoa
Yeah.
went to the
But
school of used car sales guy. Like, you can't afford
bro,
this
it sounds
car. I'm
like
gonna
you're.
go
Yeah,
inside.
it sounds like
Oh,
this is really
really?
important to you, brother.
Fuck,
So I'm
I
hurt.
can. I'll
but
buy it
my
right
point. But
now.
my point was.
Just I want to make sure
But
this
my
is
point
clear,
is.
though. All right, Andrew, come on.
But my point is,
So
if he doesn't
so
really
before
like
you went,
Trump, if he doesn't really care, then it's not really worth it to
all
have you
right, all right,
debate
all right.
Trump. If you don't actually care, I mean, that's kind of lame, actually. I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway, go ahead.
yeah, that's the problem. So we're not even talking about the same thing. And I don't know how many times we have to say this. What I'm talking about is jockeying for position when it comes to the engagements or the rules of engagement before we actually get into it, right? We never got there. And it is because of Nathan and other people that just didn't see what was happening. But who can control the narrative the longest? So if we engaged in a substantive argument, that's fine. Like, we could do that. But we never got there. That's the point I'm making. So there, I mean, if you can't understand that, I don't know what else to say.
Just know you're not on his level, Andrew.
The
Samoa
Samoa
is
though, me
like
and you got to
floating
the
above us all.
Yeah,
content though, right?
yeah.
Of the argument.
No,
Are
no,
No.
that's the
we
point.
able to talk about the substance? I mean, and actually talk about
Yeah,
what
we
you actually.
can. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's my
Real quick
critique.
though, Miller. So did you
Okay.
hear what Sykes said? Sykes said, "I'm listening to two different things right now." Right? Did you think that he was like just not tracking, or do you think that he could be possibly be right?
No, I think you're trying to distract from the fact that the content of your argument was undermined by saying that you were doing some sort of other strategy that doesn't make a ton of sense. I'm sure Mike was trying to maybe help you out or trying to lend you an arm. You know what I mean? Like kind of be like, oh, it's not that weird what he's saying. But I think it's pretty obvious to everyone else in the room what you were doing.
All right. So I made a claim that there's this coupling, and I attributed the coupling to God. Somebody does not acknowledge the coupling even happening. So then my question is, has this even happened in your worldview? Has this even happened? That question was never answered because there's a strategy in controlling, and this is what you described earlier. Instead of answering my question, you get into a series of questions to get somewhere that you want to get. And I have to voluntarily consent to that, right? But if I say no, you haven't exhausted the response to my question. I'm going to stand right here and I'm going to anchor down. You don't see the reason why I would do that?
Well, I think probably what Mason said did contact your question. You just might not have noticed it, right? So, what I was saying contacted your question, right? Do you agree with that?
All right. So Nathan said definition, semantical, gender. Samoa said coupling. Are we talking about the same thing?
You could be.
Right. So when we say we're not talking about the same thing, the strategy is to start talking about the same thing. Who's going to win?
Well, so I think you've gone cross-eyed trying to make this argument at this point. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
Anyone else? Can anyone else
This is
answer?
wild, Samoa.
Okay, so
You're a wild man, brother.
I think
You're
we
a
got
wild
Millis to
mojito, my
tap out.
brother.
Yeah, you
You
said I
are a
tap out. You
wild
want to go for it?
mojito, Samoa.
I think if you could have said it's very fast, Samoa, then you wouldn't have to as you said, bear down and try to control the narrative or let the other person go on. But then again, I haven't been listening to this whole thing for the past 10 minutes.
That was useful. So yeah,
Ethan, what do you think the real strategy he had going? Because I think he's revealed like his fake strategy, but I think there's like a third strategy he's got going on that he hasn't revealed to us. Anybody want to take a guess on what that is? Ethan, anybody?
I'm interested, like, in Samoa's response to like what I thought contacted his argument, right? So, like, you say that like there's one
Yeah, but you're
interpretation of
like
the
8
Bible.
simulacrum levels beneath him.
Yeah,
So it's just
that's
fruitless.
absolutely the case. How would I know if I'm tracking or
You're
not?
just having like a first order, you know, conversation where you're just trying to report the facts. And he's thinking like, how will he react to how he knows that I'm going to know that he's going to know that I'm going to know about what I'm going to
But
do
of
tomorrow
course, you would have
as a
thought of that. That's why you switched to Goblet.
Yeah, and I also think that if you're trying to make a point and somebody purposely tries to take and make another point that has nothing to do with your point, that you would look like a passive, inferior interlocutor if you were to allow that to happen.
But do you
You got to
really
stand your
mean
ground,
that, or
bro.
are you just saying that because
Yeah, I
you
think you
think
got to
there's
stand your
another
ground
theory
sometime,
that we're
right?
trying to like
Is
uncover
that
Yeah,
or
what
what
I'm
you
saying
really
is that
mean,
there's certain
Samoa?
times where you got to put 10 toes down. That's
But
what I'm
are you
saying.
a man from Australia?
But is that true? Or maybe you don't really mean that.
No, absolutely. Listen,
Are you
Milith,
sure?
hold on. Milith described something before anybody spoke. Okay? If I think his name was White Noise, if he's
Right.
able to do what he wants to do, what does my point have to do with anything? Like, why is it even relevant?
Yeah. That sounds like a scientifical argument.
Scientifical.
I don't know what the hell that.
The fuck is going on?
I'm
It's
sorry.
just about leverage, bro.
Samoa, I can't do it,
Like,
brother. I can't do it. I
just real
can't do
quick
it.
though, Andrew.
well,
Like
Okay.
the
MJ has
best
a
president that we've
140
ever
IQ.
had,
Maybe
right?
MJ could tell us what he really
So
means.
just real quick. So like
MJ,
the
do you
best
want to
president.
lay? Do you want to
Hold on, wait, hold on.
weigh
So
in
like
on
the
this?
best president that we've ever had, you got to know when you have the cards, and you got to know when you don't.
That's
There
very
you go.
Kenny Rogers. Very good.
No. That's you got to
That's
know when to
Trump.
fold them
You
when you have the
gotta
cards.
know when to
With Donald
fold 'em,
Trump, is you got to know when you have the
know when
cards.
to fold
Oh
'em.
my
Dum dum.
dear Lord. Hey, Samoa, did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
Okay, good. Good. That at least is something that guided your action. So you might actually
or is
defend
that
Trump
just what he
from an
wants you
Yeah.
to
authentic.
think?
Yeah.
Well,
So I
hopefully
think
you're
that.
not.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Hold
you're
on.
not lying.
So I think that a lot of people need to just kind of appreciate the science of things, bro. That's just how things are put together. And if you can't because you're on this crusade of truth, then that's fine. But you're always going to be where you are, right? And then you're asking the question, did he actually win? The question is, win at what? And if you're saying that it's a substantive debate, then we could actually judge it that way. But if you're saying that if you say that you never get into the actual substantive debate, then that's
What
not
is
what we're
going
talking
on right
about.
now? What
Yeah, it's
is
pretty clear,
going
bro.
on?
You got to break out of the mode, bro.
Okay, all right, real quick. Talking about how things are put together, can we talk about how male and female are put together
Wait,
in
hold on real
action?
quick.
Are you guys talking
Yes.
Yeah.
politics or gender
Wait,
now?
yesterday that fool Ethan was like, "You're doing a word something fallacy." I'm like, "What the fuck was he talking about?" I
Word
really want to know.
concept
A
fallacy.
word
Is
Word.
that
concept fallacy.
word? Okay,
The
thank
word
you
of the
very
day
much.
yesterday was linguistic transvestite. I think I heard Ethan say.
Yeah.
What is the word concept fallacy, Ethan?
I'm
It's when
looking it up
some
right now.
yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
when somebody confuses the concept that a word expresses with
For
the
the word
word that
itself?
is used to express it.
Yeah.
And so obviously you can have many different words in many different contexts that can refer to the same concept despite being different words, or to different concepts despite being the same word in different contexts.
Yeah.
So,
Representing.
and
Do you remember
basically
how it was
Homonym
given
and
there?
homonym.
when people equivocate between that, and that was basically what Andrew's problem with Mike was yesterday, was Mike was thinking God knows propositions.
Yeah.
Propositions, we can talk about propositions indirectly through words, but he was acting as if the proposition itself included an English word like she in it, rather than that she was just a contextual device that we could use to point to the proposition that wasn't itself defined in terms of the word.
Mike, do you get that point?
I don't. I'm fucking totally lost. You have to
Okay.
simplify it.
Okay. Ethan, can you explain it again, like super slow?
So there's the idea of marriage in your head, right? That idea. Then there are words you could use to talk about marriage. So our English word marriage, right? But you could
Okay.
translate it into Spanish, you could translate it into French, and it would be referring to exactly the same thing. They would have the same meaning, right? Meanwhile, if I use marriage, right, but I stipulate beforehand, and by marriage, I'm just going to mean close friendship, right? So I'm changing the meaning from the conventional meaning by stipulation.
Yeah.
Then that word marriage no longer picks out the same idea, no longer picks out the same concept. Then when we talk about
Yeah.
what God knows are propositions, which are built out of concepts, not words. So we can indirectly talk about those propositions through words,
Yeah.
but the proposition itself isn't properly described as consisting of words like she.
I understand.
I got
It's
it the
more.
second time. Yay!
Yeah, it's more the concept then that would be the thing that God would be saying is either true or false, right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's made up of
It's
concepts. Yeah.
the
So let me.
proposition is
Why
either true
why
or
wouldn't it
false,
be
and it's
both,
made out of
Ethan?
concepts.
So let
Right.
me
So
ask you this. So let me ask you, because like okay, the way I understand it, generally speaking, unless you have some type of exclusive idea, concept, the concept of concept was willed into existence by God, right? So we some people believe that to be the case. The concept of these words that we describe, she, blah blah blah, right, was already established by God. And I was saying this morning. Generally speaking, people see God as unchanging. So when we talked about this, is what I was kind of being, caught up with yesterday. The idea of how people communicate can change, fine, but does that mean the concept changed to where, at a time where humans didn't basically say a male can be a she, in that time, if the proposition, how God interprets it, right? God wouldn't say no then and then yes now, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I was getting at. Maybe I was using the word concept is a better way of describing it, but that's what I was trying to ask Andrew.
Right. But what he was trying to say in response was that she basically that's not what God has any beliefs stated in terms of. Now the concept that we refer to using she, right? If there is one, right? The concept we refer to using she, that's what God's belief would be defined over. But meanwhile what Andrew is saying is that that word that we use originally denoted one concept, but now Andrew and his transvestite friends are using it to denote a different one.
You being one of his transvestite friends, Ethan.
Oh, hey, Mike, I just had
I
a
appreciate I
vision.
appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
I just had a vision, Mike. You'd be like a heck of, you'd be a Burl Christian, bro. Because if you had an experience happen to you, because you're so like, you're such a stalwart, like against, like, you're just like, look, I'm about what I can, like, what's real, like, it's got to be right in front of me. I got it. Like, where is it? Right. But if you were convinced, you would be such a gangster. You would come up, you'd punch somebody in the face and tell them, like, accept
No,
Christ
I
right
would
now.
not do that. I'm not
It
a
would be,
violent person
dude, it
at
would be
all.
so
Yeah,
good.
I'm
Mike
not a
would definitely
violent
not
It
do
would
person.
be
that.
so good. Somebody would say something stupid. You'd be like, you have no idea what you're talking
Mike,
about.
aren't
You
your
just
fists
knock
classified
them
as lethal
out.
weapons?
No, that's a rumor. Don't ever believe that. Somebody made that up. Look, my enthusiasm and all that, my character is like
Yeah.
it's fun, but I'm not violent. I don't like threaten people. I don't do any of that shit. I'm chill. And I try to be smart sometimes, but sometimes all that shit goes out the window. So sorry about that.
If God is all knowing, he would
You
also know all
trained
these
with
transitions through whether or not you've made these
been
adjustments
around her.
linguistically or the semantics shift.
What'd you say, Andrew? What'd you say, Andrew?
You trained with dot dot dot.
Yeah,
You
I train with the best people in the world, best common
trained with
athletes in the world.
Ronda Rousey, or you saw
Yeah,
her
no. I
training or
trained with
something.
her. I trained with her before. Yeah.
No, I know, no doubt.
Did you train
Yeah.
with
Yeah, that's
the
crazy,
Diaz
bro.
brothers at all?
That's crazy.
No,
Have you
not the
have you
Diaz
hooked up with like
brothers. No, I
Nomad's
train
brother?
with Anderson Silva, Verdum, Carlos Esparza, Brian
Wow, that's
Ortega.
awesome, man.
I know
Yeah,
none of those names.
they're just higher profile,
No, no,
like
no.
in the niche world of MMA,
Oh,
and then
cool.
like grappling.
I was. Oh, sorry. I was talking about Nomad's brother. Do you know who Nomad is on
No,
here?
yeah.
Nomad.
No. You're talking about what's his face? He's got that fracture, that guy's skull, cyborg skull. He's fighting in the UFC currently because Himothy is the one that told me that that's his brother. I've
Yeah,
never
that's
worked
right.
with.
That's right.
No. I've
Oh,
never
that's
worked with
pretty
that
cool.
guy. Yeah, that guy's
And
a
who would be
badass.
the okay? Who would be the favorite if Ronda Rousey versus Himothy? Who would be the favorite?
We asked Mike this question, and he
Yeah,
Ronda
gave
he
us
did.
Rousey
Yeah.
in
answers.
her prime.
No, I said Ronda
Himothy
Rousey
would get
would.
rocked.
Ronda Rousey would break his knee.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
It was
and you know
so
what?
fair.
I don't say that to be I got a lot of love for Timothy. He's the homie. But no, I can't. It's
Ronda
hard for
was
me
a
to.
master judo thrower. She would have chucked him around no problem because that's where she got her start is in judo.
That
She would
arm
have,
Yeah,
bar is dangerous.
yeah, I know,
her
but I mean,
armbar
she
is
would have
gnarly.
thrown him to the ground first with her judo, then got the
Yeah,
armbar.
that's right. Yeah. Did you ever bump
What was
into
so
Cain
funny is
Velasquez at
Timothy.
all,
Timothy was
Mike?
arguing this in
I
like
wish
consecutive like
that
five
poor guy. I
rooms,
wish.
I know. I'm
and
so
then
mad about that.
Yeah.
so Timothy was arguing this in like consecutive like five rooms, right? And then Mike finally came into a room, and Timothy was like, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Everyone, stop! 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 Mike's the authority. Whatever Mike says is, you know what I mean. We'll just end the conversation there." And he goes, "Mike, could I beat Ronda Rousey?" And Mike's just like,
That's
"Break your knee," and that was the end of the conversation.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, Mike, because I do take your opinion. I take it on board too. But I mean, before talking to you or before hearing about that, I would have put money on Timothy
You
because
know
I
what? I
know.
would. I understand. I would have put money on myself. When
Yeah,
look, I've been grappling for fucking 20
yeah,
years, and
yeah.
like, here's the thing. I came in as somebody thinking that like, nah, you ain't gonna do that to me. Ronda Rousey armbarred me. I was armbarred by her. You know, I can't say that I was trying my hardest, but it doesn't mean that she still wouldn't catch me. Like she was training for a fight, so the last thing you want to do is hurt a pro athlete. You don't want to be that person that fucking hurts the person. You know, but like it's crazy how good these people are, and then when you nobody fully understands the extent of how good everybody is. The ranking system and all that kind of shit in combat sports is so weird because everybody's good. And then people that you never even hear of, they're so good.
Mike, you
Everyone's
ever
fucking
train with
good.
Jocko?
No, but he's closely related to. I don't want to like fucking dox myself to people that like I'm closely affiliated to.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you ever met Khabib?
Yes, I have actually.
What?
Yes, I
That's
have.
cool. That's cool.
I have a
That's
picture of it too. He's a fucking. I have. I made
that's cool,
sure.
I
man.
don't know
I.
any of these people.
Khabib's like I mean, in my estimation, he's unreal. He's
Do you
just
have any?
unreal.
Do you have any impulse in you to beat up Bradley Martin?
I mean, not necessarily, but I do want to see him lose. If that's the
They
same
turned the
thing.
cameras off with the Logan guy.
Yeah, but you can tell though, dude. The Logan
He was
brothers, the
winded.
Paul brothers are
Yeah,
fucking badass
they
people,
are.
and
Yeah, he
they're
has no
big.
cardio. He was
Yeah,
out
they're
of breath.
big.
You could tell. He's huffing and puffing.
But there's a guy online, and he's like a guy. Take me down, you get $1,000. You could see Bradley cheap shotting him, and I think he still got the better of him actually.
Are you serious? Oh
Yeah,
man.
you got to find it. It's I saw it a long time ago, but I did want to see him lose.
Oh wait, he didn't take him down, or he did for
No,
the
he
top?
like the guy turns his back, and then he kind of gets reversed on or something like that. The camera kind of cuts out, but you can tell that Bradley didn't get the better of it when you hear the guy speak about it afterwards.
You're a podcaster, brother.
Oh yeah. That was pretty good.
What did he say?
No, that's Nate Diaz.
Oh, Nate Diaz is so mouthy. He's so funny.
I shook
He's
Mike
so
Tyson's hand one time.
what?
That fool just
That,
responded by instinct. I was at like a fitness convention, and he's walking by with his head down, and he has his people. I go fucking, I swear, I go fucking Mike Tyson. I just stuck my hand out. He didn't know what he was doing. He just shook it out. He just stuck it out of like just a natural response, and I'm like, damn.
that's cool. That's cool
You
though.
you know what else, dude? I got to do one time. I got to surf with Kelly Slater. I surfed with Kelly Slater at his wave machine, and he's a goat. Now there's two things I want to do. You hung out with who?
Then they put
About
him
to
in the
say the
Kelly
blender.
same.
Slater. I used to work. I used to work doing ASP events, so I've hung out with all of them. Nick Fanning, Kelly Slater.
Yeah. So he's a goat. I want to meet Michael Jordan, and I want to meet Donald Trump, and then I'm good. Those two.
Yes, Donald Trump. Yes. What would you say to Trump?
I say thank you, sir. That's what I would fucking say. Let's go.
Woo! Go Trump! Yeah.
But then
All right.
I would hide that picture and shit because I'm in California. They'd probably burn my house down and shit like that.
That's
I would
right.
hack your
Hey, did you see the
computer
press
for
conference
that
today?
picture.
What's up, brother?
Did you see the press conference today with
No,
the
I've been
guy?
kind of off the grid. Been working. What happened?
Nah, he's been doing pretty good, man. He's just clocking in wins with trade deals, potential trade deals, and I think the Democrats really
Finally,
messed
we're
up.
on the subject I wanted it to be on.
Yeah,
Oh man.
I
My,
think the Democrats have like made this big blunder to be making this about a Salvadorian
Oh,
image.
they
I think that's
fucked up,
so
bro.
stupid.
Because
Like,
the
come
guy's
on,
apparently like
bro.
a woman beater or some shit like that.
hey, well, real quick, I just want to say this, Mike. You've got the Trump thing down. You've got the gender thing down. You've got MMA. You've got MMA. You've got MMA down. You're probably winning MJ's heart over. We only need to work on your atheism.
You
That's the only thing we got
pre-qualify
to
as a
deal with.
Christian. Click
But
here.
I just got to say though, but Samoa and Mike, what do you guys think about this deportation thing? Like, what's up with that? Like, I'm hearing from Sully and my leftist transvestite friends that it's
Don't bring
absolutely
this up, or you're gonna go
that it's
fucking crazy.
absolutely
Don't bring
that
this
it's
up, or you're gonna go
absolutely
nuts.
I heard that it's
So,
absolutely terrible. It's absolutely terrible what Trump is doing. He's sending people that haven't done any crimes. They're like legit,
Oh,
contributing
Don
members.
King. No, never mind. Go ahead.
He's sending them. Hold on. He's sending them to like a deport. He's deporting them
Ecuador.
to like he's deporting them to like Guantanamo Bay type camps.
In
And
Ecuador.
yeah, fine, Guantanamo Bay type camps, and that it's absolutely abhorrent. And somebody should, he should be impeached.
Andrew, I told
So
you not to bring this up. So here's what actually happened, right? The Trump ICE, like whoever the fuck is in control of ICE, right? The head of ICE, like
Not this guy
basically like
again.
put in this policy whereby they would like pick people up based on like a criteria of like what their tattoos look like. Right? You can actually like look into this. So they would like scoop people up based on like, thinking that they had gang tattoos, right? Even though like a lot of the people that actually scooped up had like Manchester United tattoos. But that's besides the point. So they scoop people up based on like these criteria of like which tattoos they had, right? And then what they would do is they would, without due process, right, without figuring out if they're an actual citizen, right, if they're like on a green card, if they're like a legal immigrant, right, without figuring out what their actual immigration status was, right, they would send people to this Ecuadorian prison. So one of the people who got sent to this Ecuadorian prison,
El
right,
Salvador.
has a specific immigration status that like he was not able to be deported. Right, that was
That's
like
absolutely a lie. That's
let him
fake
that's
finish. Let him
actually
news.
finish
That's
because
actually
okay.
this
Let
not
me
is
finish what I'm
accurate.
saying.
an
Oh
easy
Listen,
my
one. This is an easy
Yeah,
one.
God.
Let him
it's
no,
go.
that's
easy.
Let
fine.
him.
Yeah,
Easy.
This is easy. This is
that's
easy.
fine.
Go
Just
ahead.
that's fine. Just right. Let me finish. Okay, right. So like he had a specific immigration status such that he couldn't be deported. Right. So a lawyer, once he was deported to this Ecuadorian prison, once they found out that he was deported to this Ecuadorian prison because the Trump administration doesn't publish who they're deporting. Um, once they found out, his lawyer found out that he was been deported. He went to a judge, right, and the judge ruled that they had to get this person back. Now, the Trump administration, right, interpreted that judge's ruling in a way that basically said, well, once we've put someone on a plane, right, and they're in like Ecuadorian custody, we don't have the ability to like get them back, right, quote unquote. And the Ecuador, the head of Ecuador, right, wasn't because the Trump administration basically asked him to, wasn't like exporting
Do
these
you mean
people.
El Salvador?
Yes, he means El Salvador. He
Oh,
keeps
is
fucking
it
it
El
up.
Salvador, not
Yeah, it's
Ecuador?
No,
okay though.
no,
We
no,
we
it's
we
no,
all
it's all right.
understand.
Go ahead,
We
bro. Go ahead,
understand.
bro.
We
Yeah, yeah,
understand.
sorry,
he's
sorry.
dyslexic. Let him go.
No, he's
Go.
Yeah,
just
sorry,
faking.
sorry about that.
No, this is his big scheme. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Big scheme.
Ecuadorian.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, El
he is
Salvador.
a
Sorry.
Jew. He is
Sorry.
a Jew.
Yeah.
But
I
go
am
ahead,
too.
Bill.
That's true. Right. So then, so basically, what happened is they went through the courts, right, and the courts eventually said, you got to get this person back, right. So the Trump administration appealed that to the Supreme Court, right, and the Supreme Court came down with a decision that basically said, like, while you have wide latitude, blah 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 blah, you have to get this person back, right. The Supreme Court actually
Okay.
said we'll defer it to the
Hey,
lower
Mike
court
is
to
chuckling,
Okay.
decide,
bro.
right, exactly. And then once it
Okay.
was deferred to the lower court again, right, the same judge came back and said, you have to get this person back, right? And then the Trump administration has essentially like disregarded, right, that command from the courts. And they've said, like, well, the way we're interpreting the command is not in the way that the judge clearly
What?
intended, right? We're
What?
going to interpret it in such a way that we don't actually have to extradite this guy.
Okay. Okay. Great. So let's just start. Let's go backwards
Wait, did you want to
first.
go,
So,
Mike?
No, 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 no.
I,
You guys
Mike,
are
you
much
can
smarter
finish
than.
the rest. I
No,
just
no,
want to
you guys
finish
are
something.
much
Yeah.
smarter than me. I just
Yeah.
want to enjoy
So
this
I
because
just
I
want to.
already
I just
know
want to
what's
Don't
going
point
go
to.
this
nowhere,
out.
Mike.
I'm not. I'm
He's
not.
not. He's not an American citizen. He's on El Salvador's territory, right? When you say that we have to get him back, I take that to mean you call them up and say, "Give him back, or else we're going to do something to you, El
No, it just
Salvador."
means
Right?
no.
If
Tim, it
all
just
they were
means
asked to
Tim.
do was the word is facilitate, meaning
Yeah.
that they have to facilitate. If El Salvador decides to send him back, they will send a plane and they will pick him up.
No, no, no.
But it's under. Look at it. You cannot tell El Salvador that they have to give their own citizen back to us, right? You cannot do that. You can ask, and you're certainly welcome. And the president of El Salvador, in the meeting with Trump, said, "Well, I'm not going to give him back.
No, I know
He's a
that.
terrorist. He's
I
been
know that.
labeled a terrorist, and I'm not going to give him back."
Right.
He said, "Why would I do that?" Now, you said that Trump is not it's not doing anything to demand that he gives him back. He asked, if you want to give him back, give him back. We'll take him back if you want to give him back. They said no.
No,
So now
Tim,
No,
the
Tim,
only
you're
thing
mis-
that
you're
can
let
be
me
misinterrupting
done
for
is
a
he can
second,
say,
please.
"Can you please give him back again?"
No,
And he can
Tim, let me
say
just
no
interrupt you.
or
hold
yes.
on real
You're
quick,
basing this
Miller,
on a false
so you
premise,
can
right?
respond to both of us, right?
Yeah. Oh,
So
no, 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 it's fine. So
Or
one
all
second.
three of us.
because you just spoke for like, all right,
Yeah,
so
that's
just
fine.
real
I just
quick,
wanted to, Tim, you're basing it on a
so
false premise, right? Like the point of
oh my
the judge's
goodness,
order, right, is that he was deported illegally.
No, he
all right,
wasn't.
all
Yes, it
right. Do
is.
you know just real
It
quick,
doesn't
Miller?
matter. He's
Do you
now
know the
Yes,
on
it does
difference?
he's
matter.
now
Just
on
hold
Well, no,
It
on,
it
guys.
does
does
You guys
matter.
are
matter.
gonna fight for
Then what are
nothing.
you
Salvadorian
arguing about?
soil.
You guys
He's
are gonna fight
on
for
El
nothing.
Salvadorian soil. We don't have
All
the
right, so you're just gonna
authority to
repeat
take
it.
him
Come
off
on,
of El
bro. Come on.
Salvadorian soil without their approval.
All right, so can we point
Do
out a
you
couple of
what?
things he was wrong about?
Yeah,
All
start from
right,
the
cool.
beginning.
All right, so just real quick. So the Supreme Court opinion, just in itself, uh, smacked the hell out of the district judge and
Hmm.
said, "You don't have the jurisdiction, this all-reaching jurisdiction that violates the Article Two powers of the president, especially with this foreign policy thing, right?" And the term that you need to, and this gentleman just brought it up, the term facilitate or effectuate, right? Like this is the big conversation here. But then you said that this gentleman, his case hasn't been adjudicated. There was no due process. There was two immigration courts, right, that he went through already. Then you're saying, okay, cool. There's a deportation order for him, right? But then you say, hey, there's this withholding or this holding thing that's there. He is not eligible for the holding because of the designation of the terrorist group called MS-13. That doesn't apply to him,
Wait,
and they understand
Samoa.
that. So
Within
then
the
the Supreme
two,
But
Court,
within the
that's
two.
still not Millis'
Wait,
argument,
wait, wait, Samoa.
even though
no,
Millis
Within the
incorrect.
two court processes that took place, did they confirm or find him part of the MS-13 gang or
yeah,
No,
whatever? No, they
yes,
did not.
no,
Yes, they
they did
did.
not.
Yes, they
yes,
There were
did.
two legal already precedences that showed that
in
he
immigration
was
court.
considered, yeah, when that he
Oh.
was formally defined as a criminal or of having this affiliation,
No,
And
right?
because
was
That was the
wait, wait, wait,
claim.
wait,
Chris,
wait, wait,
look
wait,
it
No,
up.
no,
wait.
no.
No,
And
look it up.
This has
No,
already been on
look it up.
lower courts.
The
That
Supreme
was
Court
already
literally
put in
says do
form.
not
That's
deport.
why
That's the
ICE
type of
took him
status
out,
he got.
right? The left wants to believe that didn't happen, right? So he was already on the federal register
It didn't happen, right?
against the federal law against terrorism. That's what they used to get him out. That's where the disagreement is. But everything else that Milov says is correct. If he is found to not, in fact, be affiliated with the game, even though they're a gang, even though he is
Come on, you guys
might
loading
have
me
a
up.
tattoo
18th
similar
Street,
to it,
right?
right? If he's not affiliated with it, then he should have gotten due process according
Uh,
to the Fifth Amendment.
okay, but wait a second.
good
So
to hear.
here's the thing. Look, those two first courts, right? They found him, right, to be affiliated with the gang that Trump later on considered
Designated.
to be
They
terrorists.
didn't. They
Which,
didn't.
yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No,
Okay, you
that.
can say that all you want, and then we
Hold
can
on.
find that out, right?
Is
Yeah,
Fine.
here, you want me to
MS-13
just
on the
like Google it?
designated list or not,
Yeah.
Miller?
Oh, absolutely. What? Yes.
Sure.
And okay, so because Trump considers those people terrorists, it basically overrode the status. That's the argument of him not going back to his home country. He was supposed to be deported, I believe, 6 years ago, but he violated that as well, right? On top of that, he is the citizen to where he got deported to, right? On top of that, that fucking federal judge was like, "Hey, he doesn't even have the right because wasn't it a part of the state of Texas or some shit like that, right?" So like this guy, this fucking judge is all wrong. I believe it's this crazy fucking lady. And at the end of the day, when it went to the Supreme Court, like Samoa said, the idea of facilitate does not mean you have to fuck. In fact,
Effectuate.
she
All right.
said, what was the word? Samoa, what was the word?
Yeah, effectuate.
She said effectuate. Supreme Court said, whoosh, the fuck out of here. Facilitate. They never even brought the word up.
But
That's it.
I think, I mean, a few things. So first, I don't think there was a formal finding that the guy was a part of
Nope.
MS-13. What I think there was basically there was a gang field interview sheet that they had, and so there was like a police document that they presented in court that just has a bunch of evidence, including like a confidential informant saying that he was an MS-13 member. And like, you know, obviously they went through a bunch of stuff like his personal associations, his attire. They mentioned the tattoo, but it wasn't solely on the basis of the
And the
tattoo.
uniform, right? Like the clothing,
Right.
the colors.
And so it wasn't just like a purely random allegation that he's part of MS-13, but they do have basically like they had a prior police officer fill out a gang field interview sheet where they had a bunch of evidence that they presented in court. Now the second part of that is yeah, there was a withhold from removal order. So he was erroneously deported, and the Supreme Court held that he was erroneously deported, right? They vacated the judge both on jurisdiction, so some procedural grounds, and they vacated the deadline that the judge had set. But basically, there's just no clear bright line for what facilitate or effectuate means. And because of that, you know, just Trump asking basically nominally fulfills that requirement.
Wait, Ethan, like,
Yeah,
what does that? All
that's
right,
all
so
fine,
the
Ethan, right? But
lower
like the
court says effectuate, so that carries a meaning. The Supreme Court uses the term facilitate, which has its own meaning.
No,
What did he
what
mean?
they
Like
said
these
was they
words are
were.
what? Go ahead.
My understanding of the Supreme Court ruling is they upheld basically this lower court's requirement to facilitate or effectuate. So I think
Not
they upheld that
effectuate.
No,
requirement.
no,
Not
no,
effectuate. They didn't
no.
use the word.
No,
They
but
added the
Only
word
even
facilitate.
facilitate.
facilitate, it's still a word game, meaning it means to ease,
No.
right, or to make easier.
So
But
from
it
what I
it,
Well,
it
heard
wasn't an
from
order to bring
the
back.
attorney
So it is
general
a
described the
lawfare
difference,
argument.
right?
This can be
yeah, no,
re-adjudicated, but
there's context based off of immigration law with those two terms, right? And this guy that I was listening to, he's an attorney for this, or that specializes in stuff like this, right? He's the one that kind of was the one that was talking about this, and then he was reading the fucking the Supreme
The
Court's
opinion.
fucking opinion. There
Right,
is no
right.
effectuate. They just
Oh, no,
say
what they said was facilitate, but they remanded to ask for clarification on effectuate.
exactly right, and like also like one of the points that's important to make here is that the Trump administration in court, right, conceded that it was an administrative error. So like all this nonsense about like he, they had the evidence that he was a
Wait,
gang
what was
member
an
and they presented
administrative
it, like
error?
blah 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 blah. They
where they took
conceded it
him
was an
to El
admin error.
Salvador. But they're still there. But the thing is this: yes, they did say that. But what they're saying is this: even if that's the case, the fact that MS-13 became a fucking terrorist group and he's a part of it, it overrode that.
No, you're not understanding. Like there was no
I am
finding
understanding.
that he was a part of it, right? There's no
There
finding that he was a
is,
part of
bro. There
MS-13.
is, dude.
Where
There
is it?
is.
Which court?
no, Ethan already stated it. It was a policeman that stated
No,
it in a type of a
so you know what? Here's
relational
the thing.
roulette.
Maybe I'm
So
just
there was
look.
a form that was
Yeah, so the
placed in court
immigration
that
court
was
came out
utilized
with a
by ICE.
deportation. Hold on, so there was a deportation order. What was the grounds of that, Milif? Like, why did
That's a
they
whole
give him a
different one.
deportation order?
I would imagine the deportation order was ordered on the grounds that he was part of MS-13. That
All
doesn't
right,
mean there was a finding in court that he
wait,
was
wait,
part of MS-13.
wait.
But
Hold
still,
on.
there
The
was a
claim is they
deportation
had a
The
order.
clerical
executive
Hold on. All
error.
right,
branch
hold
and the
on.
judicial branch, right?
No, all
The
right.
claim is they had a
So there's the
clerical error.
immigration court, right? Like, there's the immigration court that adjudicated this process, and then they went against them, and they said because of this, we're going to deport you. And you're saying that that's not a finding of the court?
You have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, so I'll ask again. There was a
That's
deportation
not going to help.
order, right? And then he applied for this holding order after that.
Oh, this idiot is back.
Yeah, hold on. So that after he was able to do that, now the administration is saying because of this designation of the group that he's with, he's not eligible for this holding order.
You're just conflating the executive branch with the
No,
judicial
but
branch.
Millis, the
Oh my
deportation
gosh, this
order
is
is an
crazy, bro.
entirely different incident than his the form of his association with MS-13 on the lower policeman's filing. Right, this was another thing, another deportation order, right? That was probably occurring, I imagine, before Trump even got into office.
Back in it's like 6 years ago. But the question I'm asking is, what was the grounds for deportation? That's what I'm asking Milif.
It's
The,
obviously federal terror associated, and that's the
are,
argument. This
are
is
you
why
saying
this
the
is going
grounds
to
for
keep going.
deportation that ICE used?
No, I'm talking about a
The
previous
immigrant.
deportation, an immigration deportation, where he was granted a stay, and that was before Trump's maybe I'm wrong on this, but that's how I understand it. Right? I understand that was already in place prior to the Fed using the Terrorist Act as a deportation. Like we're deporting him for terrorists, running federal terrorist laws
All right,
over
so maybe you guys might know this.
lower
So you're
courts.
saying that the holding order came before the deportation order?
Yes.
Right, the withholding of removal was just a standing order. The immigration officials mistakenly failed to honor the withholding from removal because they thought there was a change in the guy's legal status after the MS-13 basically like terrorist classification happened. But the problem is there was no official finding that the guy was part of MS-13. All they had was the gang field interview, sheet that the police officer had filed, but they had no determination from a court. So then they were in error when they ignored the withhold from removal. The basis for the deportation is simply the guy is here illegally. He doesn't have a legal status.
He
That's
does have
not
a
that's not
legal
technically
status.
right. He's
He
not
was
here
given
legally. He's a
status.
green card holder. Basically, he was an actual asylum seeker. So like he was basically waiting in to get his asylum adjudicated, as far as I remember. And in the process, like while you're waiting for your asylum to be actually adjudicated, they give you like a do not deport card,
No, that's
essentially.
not how it worked. He doesn't have lawful permanent residency. He does not have a green card. He was an undocumented immigrant. He was never granted permanent residence. Now he was back in 2019. They gave him a withholding of removal order. So
Right,
you couldn't
because
deport
of his
them to
asylum
the
claim.
specific country of El Salvador because he was under threat of persecution.
Right.
But all that does is allow him to get a work authorization, but he's still an undocumented immigrant.
He was given protected status.
And,
He was
and
an
and
undocumented
Millith, if
immigrant
I can
with
ask
a
you a
court
question,
order to
Millith,
not deport.
let me just
Like
say
that's
this,
the point.
Millith. If the Supreme Court says at the end, right, facilitate, and these are judges, and
Oh God.
they know the terms of these
Wow,
words,
these are
right?
judges. Wow.
Excuse me, let me say it, right? So if they know and they're using that term, right, then and that's where they end, the Supreme Court ends, right? And then it would require the El
Ethan already spoke to
Salvadorian
this. They
president
just they just
to
remanded it
allow him
down to a
out.
lower court,
They
right,
just
to
remanded
adjudicate
it.
what that means. That's it.
Okay. If there's a remanding, I got to.
But the other thing that you need to understand is that he is not here legally. He does not have a green card. He has a final order of removal against him. But the withholding of removal is just saying they can't deport him specifically to El Salvador because of a risk of persecution in El Salvador. But he's not allowed to be here. So he's illegal to be here. And there's an order against him ordering his removal. But that order basically is stayed with respect to El Salvador.
I'm pretty sure it's not just stayed with respect to El Salvador, but I could be wrong with that.
Yeah, check this out.
Yeah, I'm
Because
sure. I'm sure you're right,
if you
Ethan. I'm
look, the
sure you're right.
status that he has is not asylum, and there's a big distinction between asylum and withholding of removal.
Right. Yeah, but the main point that like is relevant here, right, is like he was not adjudicated to have been part of MS-13, right, by a court. That's an important point, right? Another important point is that both the Supreme Court and the lower court, right, basically said you have deported this person illegally, right? And the Trump administration has admitted that it was an administrative error. So like that's like the facts that we need to be like working off, right? So they deported him illegally and they've admitted they made an administrative error. Now, if you think that's the case, do you think they should be working really, really, really hard to get him back? Or do you think they should be like, tongue in cheek, like asking the El Salvadorian president, like, hey, you gonna send him back to
Nope.
us? And he'd be
Bye,
like, no.
bitch. That's what I think. Get the
Yeah,
fuck out of here.
of course.
Why? But why though? Like,
Cause fuck that
what did he
motherfucker. That's
do
why.
wrong? What did he do
He
wrong though?
fucking came here the
I
wrong
get
way.
that you're
That's why.
joking. I get that you're joking, but like, what did he do wrong for real though? Like, he didn't
Trump
do anything.
administration admitted its fault.
Yeah,
Right? So it's just a question of like
he's not a
how hard should they
criminal.
be working to remedy it, right? And
He's
my
not a
answer to
criminal,
that is
right?
clearly,
What
quite
was the fault?
obviously,
What
they
was
should
the
be working
fault?
really hard.
What was the
They sent him to
fault?
a fucking gulag.
What was the fault?
The fault
He
was that
fucking
he
put
was.
the apple in the
They
banana
admitted it's an
fucking.
administrative
Yeah,
error,
He
Mike.
they
put
said
the
it.
apple in the banana fucking section.
Well,
Get the fuck
no,
out of
Mike.
here.
If
I
Who
if
don't know,
they bring
Mike.
him
cares?
back,
Like,
they're going to hold him in
Fuck these
confinement.
motherfuckers,
But then
bro. Send him back, bro.
there should be a due process.
Fuck. And
Due
he ain't coming
process is
back, bro.
afforded him
He's over
in the Fifth
there.
Amendment. I know
He's
currently,
done.
but the whole point is to show that there's a constitutional crisis if the Supreme Court hears all of this remanded order and it goes back up again. Like I said, it can be readjudicated and claimed, but they'll just bring him back. They'll hold him in detainment. He will have due process, and then they will use another deportation to deport him. But the whole point is not to deport him back to that prison, right? Meaning, if they showed the disconnect with it, a disconnect with the gang, if they're showing they've already admitted the administrative error, right? Then you don't you don't want we're co-equal branches of government supposedly, even though Congress has given it a lot of their power to the executive branch. So nonetheless, this is still an arguable case. And I'm actually, I'm going to read more on this the remanding, but I also find this, I think this should be, the guy shouldn't just, we shouldn't just favor Trump in this manner, but I don't think the president of El
We don't
Salvador has
have
any
to. The
intention
Supreme
of bringing
Court
him
did.
back
That's why
now.
he ain't coming back.
No, I know, but they're started, they can re-adjudicate.
They wouldn't. They already gave their fucking opinion, dude. That's what the fuck
No,
they did.
yes, and their opinion goes against what their
No, it
action
does
was.
not. It
Yes,
just
it
says
does.
it says
Yes, it
facilitate,
does.
bro. That's what it says, dude.
Mike, your name is Mike, right? I don't want to get it
It don't
wrong.
matter.
My bad.
Go ahead, bro. I know who you are. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is they already adjudicated that this man was here according to the DHS. He was here working legally.
He
He
was
was
not. What are you
not a
talking
part
about?
of MS-13, which the
Was he
Trump
supposed to
administration
be
claims.
deported?
No,
What?
He was
What?
not supposed to be deported.
he was
No, he was
granted
not. He
he
was
was
not.
granted a withhold of removing status.
No,
Right.
he was supposed to be deported, just not to El
No,
Salvador.
No,
he
come
was
on, Mike.
granted a withholding of removal status,
Come
which is a
on,
type
Mike.
of
Show me
protection.
the link. Show me the link.
He
Okay.
That's
was
his
So
here.
protection.
the
He was
deportation to El Salvador was illegal,
he
right?
was he the
Yes, that's the
deportation
part that
to
you're
No,
us.
but
referring
that's a
to.
second issue. That's a
Okay.
second
No,
issue.
no, no.
Show
He
me the link. Show me the link.
That's a
so you
second issue. I
would you
will. I
like
will. I will.
there's documentation, there's court documentation that
Yeah,
he was
just
granted a withholding of removal status, which is a type of protection granted underneath U.S.
no.
immigration law to individuals who are in the U.S. and
Prove it.
fear persecution in their
Prove it.
home country.
Will. Mike, hold on.
That's
I'm
a
getting
real
the link
thing.
right now, bro. I got you.
Okay,
Hold on.
let's
I
do
got
it.
you.
It happened while he was in jail and got married to his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah,
Who was an American
Like, are you
citizen?
just gonna if this citation is produced, are you just gonna cope about something else, or
probably.
what's the angle here?
Probably the way you're coping right now. So what?
All right.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. Yeah, exactly. The fuck out of here.
How am I
Are
coping?
you just gonna do this? I just want to know. You think that fucking matters? The fuck out of here. I'm
Well,
gonna do
nothing
it.
matters
Posted
with
it.
you because you don't
I
care about
posted it.
Nothing
anything.
does,
But
Hey,
bro.
Mike.
Now
Mike,
that you
go take
know that,
advantage
for
of it.
you
no,
to have
I know,
any
I know, I know.
expectation, okay,
Why
Mike,
are
now
you
that you know
yapping
that,
if you don't
for
care?
you
Why
to
are you
have
yapping
any
if you don't care?
expectation, because it's getting
Bro,
something out
check
of
this
you.
out.
I
Check
make you
this
feel
out.
a certain way for you even have to unmic
All
and
right.
Oh,
speak.
you're such a
See?
There you
big
See how
go.
I did
man.
that?
Oh,
Hey,
you
Mike.
See
got
how I
people
did
mad on
that?
the
Hey,
internet.
So
Mike.
now
My
that
So,
you have
God.
no you shouldn't have any expectation
Oh no,
of
you're
me.
so
I
you're
am
such a big man,
nothing.
dude. You're
I
all right,
have
all
big
right,
and
all right, all right.
no
strong, and
reason
you
to be
got some
Check it
person
out.
respectable.
mad on
I
the
have no
internet.
reason to
It's not
fucking
like I'm
do
mad. I just want to
anything
see you snap
that
Okay,
you
your
would
stuff.
guys,
want
Oh,
me
guys,
to
good.
guys,
do
guys,
or
guys,
anyone
guys.
else. So now
Oh
that you ask your
no, you're
stupid
so good.
question, what
Oh
other
yeah, yeah.
question are you going to
Okay,
Good Mike,
ask
good boy,
me?
good
I
boy,
posted
good
Come
the
boy.
on,
You
what
link.
the
got
fuck,
someone
dude?
mad. Good boy.
The fuck out of here.
I
All right.
Did you
posted
think
the
So,
that that
link,
was a
Mike.
good
Good boy.
question and you're going to be like,
All right, all right. Let's bring it on home,
fucking,
guys. Okay,
I
let's
understand you're
stop
a
the
fucking
atheism.
immigrant.
Good
What the
boy,
fuck,
good
bro?
boy.
Let's
Good
get back
dog.
Like
to the
this
topic. Let's
motherfucker
stop
has
the
some
atheism,
all
shit,
right.
bro.
guys.
This dumbass shit. The
So,
fuck out of
there
All
here.
was
right,
a
Mike.
deep,
I posted
yeah.
the
So there
link.
Good
was a
dog. Good
deport.
dog.
Yeah, I agree with Mike. But there was a deportation order that was granted 2019 at the bond hearing. This is what Ethan was talking about. And then after that, there was
Okay,
the
finish.
stay. There was the stay that everybody is talking about as far as the holding order. So no, the holding order did not come before the original deportation order.
Yeah, but
That was wrong.
he then won. I said that he won his withholding, whatever the
Right.
fuck it's called, and he was not supposed to be deported. He had protection. He had a
Wait, wait,
protected
wait, wait,
status.
wait. That's fine. But what we're correcting is somebody said,
Oh,
I
okay.
think it was Miller for somebody said there was no deportation order before the holding order,
What
and that's not true.
deportation order? Deportation to where though?
Yeah. So 2019, this is the bond hearing that Ethan was talking about, where ICE brought all this quote unquote evidence, and his bond was denied. And the judge's finding was that he was a member of MS-13. Like that's where
No,
they get
that's
this
not in
from.
any of the court paperwork that he was a
Oh
member
my
of the
God, that's
Yo,
MS-13.
shut up. Let Ethan
crazy.
talk. Let Ethan talk.
The yeah, the evidence that was offered in that hearing, the reason why his bond was denied, right? You
Listen,
can
listen.
agree.
The person
Hold
who
on, real quick.
understands this the best is
Hold
Ethan.
on,
So we
relax.
should just let
Right.
him explain it.
All right, Ethan. Let's ask the question. At
Mhm.
the bond hearing, was Was there evidence offered by ICE that suggested that he was a member of MS-13
No.
in 2019?
No,
Yes.
So there,
All right,
it,
all right.
no.
n-
Just wait. And that immigration off or that immigration judge ruled
yeah, there
to the
were
weight of the
two.
evidence. Okay,
There
go
were
ahead.
Yeah, there were two immigration judges
Right.
that found him to be a member of MS-13 based on the police reports.
Oh my
But it
gosh.
wasn't he wasn't formally
What?
found he
Oh my
wasn't
gosh.
formally found by a criminal court to be a member
Nope,
of
nope, nope.
MS-13.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Nobody said anything about
Yeah,
criminal
yeah,
court. They're
I'm
specifically
just
talking.
clarifying why people are getting confused.
Oh, why is Milif confused? Oh, all right,
Not
cool.
confused.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, very.
Oh,
So, but
Because
but
he's from
anyways,
what am I
Canada.
confused
but
about?
uh, as far as the evidence that was offered and the judge finding that the evidence was persuasive and that this person was of this group. But anyways, like back to the point though, right? When the Salvadorian president says he's our citizen and we're not giving him back, should we just say okay, cool, or should we go beat him up and then take the guy and bring him back here so we could deport him somewhere else? Like, what do you think we should do, Melif?
Bye,
Usually,
Felicia.
countries like America will put like political, sorry, yeah,
Like
political pressure
sanctions,
or economic pressure, right? So like think about how America deals with like American
bro?
citizens
He's a
who have been
woman
taken by the
beater.
Chinese government or the Russian government as political prisoners, right? They'll usually enact some like series of like sanctions
No, that's what we do for
around the
citizens.
specific people, right, in order to like force some movement on the issue, or they'll offer like some sort of like they use the stick and carrot approach, right? So they'll offer some sort of carrot saying like, here, I'll give you like, $2 million to like renovate this horrible prison, $20 million to renovate this
Give
horrible
us an
prison that you've
example
taken him
where
to,
we paid for
right?
somebody else's citizen.
El Salvador, and you just send the guy back. Like, there's a million ways that like
Yeah, but
people
it's
would go
their
about this.
citizen, not ours.
No, but he was fleeing from their country, right, because of an asylum claim.
Oh, this is embarrassing. So back to the question. Their president, they have custody of him right now, and they said, no, we're going to keep him. And you're saying, regardless of his citizenship, what we should do is we should go put political weight on the country. That sounds
Do we hold no
authoritarianist. What?
do we hold no responsibility for sending a
No,
man back to a place where he came here?
no.
Well, so you're saying that if he is murdered, right? If he's killed by MS-13 because he came here underneath that claim and
No,
was
you mean
granted
18th Street.
18th Street Barrio
Right.
18, whatever he
Right.
was claimed he was the rival gang.
Well, he's
If
not
he
going to
is
die from his own people, right?
but if he is unalived by these people, if the threats were real and he is murdered by the gang that was after him, does the administration hold no responsibility in that man's death for deporting him to a place where he clearly was not
No,
a clerical error, which they have admitted that they made the error? He wasn't supposed to go there. They're not responsible for that.
no.
He's basically an enemy
Death by
combatant.
clearance.
Yeah,
Right.
He's a
absolutely.
member
Enemy
of a
Well,
combatant.
terrorist
Absolutely.
group.
he's
What
He's
is
not
gonna
part
go
of.
get
great?
Wait,
killed by
you can't.
the
He's
You
other
not
can't.
gang that he's
He's
in a
MS-13.
not
gang
part of the
war with.
terrorist
Why you
group.
gotta
You
lie,
can't
bro?
say that he's
Why
never
are you
been
guys
found
No,
lying?
guilty.
you're the one saying that he's
No,
I,
not.
no, no, no,
I,
no. We can talk about whether
We're
he's
gonna
been
You
appeal
guys
to
are
the
criminally
lying.
convicted.
authority.
But here's the point.
there's
In
You're
allegations.
truth,
lying.
I'm
in
He's not
asking.
truth,
MS-13. You're
He's
lying.
lying. He's
We're
not.
appealing to the
no, he
authority
is
of the judge.
No,
MS-13.
he
He is a
isn't.
Not.
He is
member.
not. He's not a
You
member.
All
repeating
right,
it
how about
doesn't
this
make it
one? Is
true.
he a woman beater?
You have no
No, who gives
proof.
a fuck? That's not the
Hold on,
There's
is he a
plenty.
allegation.
woman
There was
beater?
That's not the
the finding by
allegation,
the
Hold
immigration
motherfucker.
on,
court.
is he a woman
Should we
beater?
That's
deport
not the
everybody who beats women?
allegation.
We should have,
Yes.
yeah, we should deport
That's
every
not the
non-citizen.
allegation.
Shut up, real quick, Dominic.
Oh,
We
you're
should
being
deport.
dishonest, bro.
Shut up. We should
You're being
deport
dishonest.
every. Shut up. We should deport every single non-citizen that is a woman beater,
Man, get the
especially when they're
fuck out of here,
beating up an
bro. You're
American
on some
citizen
weird
woman.
shit. You're trying to make
Hold on.
excuses
That
for
The
that's an
woman
deporting
that he
women.
beat
allegation.
up was an
Yeah.
American citizen.
Anyway, like you said, there's no proof that he's
You're
MS-13.
just
There's
kicking the can
Oh,
down
claims.
the
look at you
road.
Look,
running away. What
what
about
the
the
No,
No,
women
I
immigration
don't.
you're
I'm not
judge
wait.
just. I'm not
Oh
going to
wait,
engage
wait.
with that. I'm not
what
going to
the
the
engage with that.
immigration
woman
judge
beater?
Because
said was
Domestic
that
because
there
violence
was
charge?
adequate evidence to regard him as an MS-13 member. That was the
What, we
Does
don't
that
immigration
like the
make
judge.
him?
immigration
Does
judges
that
now?
make him a
that's
MS-13
No,
member?
no,
Is
no.
that
I'm
different.
saying in truth,
is that
regardless of whether
does
we
that
actually have a criminal conviction, in truth,
does
we
that
can
make
all
him?
say,
I
hey,
mean,
this
think
No.
guy
about
is
what you're
very
asking,
probably an
bro.
MS-13 gang member.
Very
No, the
probably.
Hey,
Supreme
it
Court
turns out that if
denies
there are
that.
confidential
The
informants,
Supreme
Listen,
Court
The
denies that,
confidential
Jay.
Hold
informant
on.
wasn't even
In this country,
the
cross-examined.
hold
vast
on. In this
majority of
Denied.
country,
active Al Qaeda
hold
members,
on.
there's no court
In this
The
finding
country,
in
we
the
cross. Wait,
have
wait,
U.S.
wait.
that
Are
they're
you
Al
Are you
Qaeda
talking about the
fucking
members.
confidential
serious?
informant that said that he wasn't and
no. We're
wasn't
not going to unpack
cross-examined?
the
Oh
evidence.
my
We're going to
god.
look
No,
at
no, no.
the actual
Here's the point.
thresholds. Come on,
The
man.
confidential informant that wasn't
No, no,
cross-examined
no.
and
But
nobody
Yo,
knows if actually
here's the
oh,
exists.
you're just
here's
getting
the point.
mad.
Okay, well, we
Wow,
could know the
that's great.
confidential informant exists, but
We
here,
don't. He wasn't cross-examined.
here's that doesn't that's not how you know
He,
someone
and
exists.
he didn't show up to.
What a
What do
dummy.
you mean? He didn't show up to where they
That's the
claimed
only
he
way
was.
I know people exist.
That he didn't show up to court to even.
No, no, no. Let's just be clear here. The vast majority of people that are terrorists in the world right now, there's no finding from a U.S. court after a criminal conviction that they're a terrorist. But we can still say, hey, that guy in that ISIS video beheading people who looks like a terrorist. No U.S. court has convicted him of it, but we can say, yeah, that guy's probably a terrorist,
No,
right?
but the problem is that
Okay,
they're
so
taking
what
the
evidence?
thresh.
Wait, wait.
Hold
What
on,
evidence do
hold
you have?
on. The problem is that he's trying to take the threshold from like our criminal courts to the immigration courts, and that's not the same threshold as far as like beyond a reasonable doubt. Does that mean it's 100%
No, it's
conclusive that
just
that's exactly what it is?
preponderance. It's
Absolutely
just
not.
preponderance in
No,
the
it's even less than that.
No, it's
No, it's
preponderance of evidence
no,
in
it's
the
even less than that.
immigration courts. Okay. What have
No,
you to say
it's
about it?
even less than that.
All right, can I
Okay.
read something? Can I read
Come
something to
on,
you guys real
bro.
Yeah,
quick?
this guy sounds like he knows the standards of
Yeah,
Can
evidence.
I?
Yo,
I
that's
just
one
preponderance
want to
is
read.
what you're
rep.
talking about the threshold with like civil court.
You
But if you look
definitely
at the
sound like
immigration
someone who has like
process,
a
Samor,
sharp
all they have to
knowledge of
do is
that.
have convincing,
Samor.
convincing evidence.
There is
Convincing.
none. There is none. There is none. So can I
What a
read this real
dummy.
quick?
A
Real
police
quick. Real quick.
officer testifying under
Oh,
oath
come
is evidence,
on.
bro.
Okay. So, okay. A journalist, an author who has spent years studying the MS-13 gang.
So
That
Oh
hold on. Let me let
immigration
me
God,
judges
oh
no
let me
my
just
good
finish
God.
this
then?
real
There,
quick. Real
well,
quick. Real quick. Real quick. This
Samoa,
is a
if the
source.
Immigration
author,
judges no good?
Okay.
if
All
somebody's
right.
selling a
I
Okay.
thought
book,
we wanted to
oh
get a
shit.
thousand more of
Yeah.
them.
Okay. We
Oh
got Supreme
shit.
Court. We got Supreme Court judges saying that there's no. Anyways, fuck. What was I? Oh, a journalist and author who has spent years studying the MS-13 gang said it is true that at
So
some
what? She could
point.
be
Hold on.
lying.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. At some point, the Chicago Bulls logo with the horn became a stand-in of sorts for the MS-13's Devil's Horn symbol. But wearing the logo of which is this is one of the reasons why he was accused of being MS-13 because he had a Chicago Bulls jersey on. This is one of the reasons. But wearing the logo
No, because they
of the
all
hold on,
did.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Can I? I just want to finish this.
This guy's
Like maybe
stupid.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Let him
But,
finish.
but wearing the logo of the hugely popular basketball team, he added, is of course not exclusive to the game. Obviously, any assertions about gang affiliations would need to be corroborated with testimony, criminal history, and other corroborating evidence.
And
According
that's
to
what
the field,
happened.
according to no, 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 it. According to the field
Look,
interview,
he still doesn't know.
according to the field interview sheet and other court documents, officers said that they were also advised by a proven and reliable source that Mr. Abrego
That's
Garcia,
evidence.
hold on, was an active member of MS-13's Western Clique with the rank of the I can't pronounce
Damn, bro, you're really gonna waste our time, bro?
Chiqueo. I can't.
Damn,
Um,
this is
You're
sucks.
wasting our
hold
time
on, hold on.
interrupting
It
him,
says,
Simone.
however, Mr. Dudley says that I can't pronounce it, is not a rank, but is instead used to refer to recruits who are yet to be initiated. So come on, what in that says that's evidence that he's actually a part of MS-13? Other
Listen
than
to that.
okay,
Now we're
okay. So
talking
what?
about an
So what? So
affiliation
let's
to being
compare
a part
sources.
of.
Let's compare
So,
sources. What
so,
source do
so,
you
so,
have
so
that
I
says he's
just want to just
actually MS-13?
so if we could just look at this right now, right?
Yeah.
So at the very beginning, it said the Chicago Bulls logo,
Mm-hmm.
right, is a stand-in, right?
Yeah.
And then towards the end of it,
Mm-hmm.
it says, "Oh, this actual title isn't an actual member, but a recruit or a potential recruit." So
Okay.
that the logo is still affiliated with the group that they got. Who
Yes,
cares?
but that's not proof.
What a
What a
listen, I'm a
dumbass.
Are
recruit,
you
Yeah.
right?
are you
Everybody
are
on
you reading
stage
this
is a
correctly?
member of, hold on. Everybody on stage is a member of Chillism. Let's just say that. Everybody has a Chillism t-shirt. I am not a member of Chillism, but I am a potential recruitment and I'm wearing a Chillism t-shirt. Could I say now that this t-shirt is affiliated with Chillism?
That's a terrible example, and I'm gonna tell you why.
What a
It's not
garbage
a
analogy.
Chicago Bulls jersey only says that you're a Chicago Bulls fan. That doesn't mean that you are a Chicago Bulls player, right?
What a dummy.
Okay, okay, all right. So me wearing a Chicago Bulls jersey has nothing to do with my affiliation with the Chicago Bulls. Only that I am a fan
No, if
of them. Hold on,
MS-13
hold
is
on, hold
wearing
on,
the
hold on,
Chicago
hold on, hold
Bulls
on, hold on,
jersey,
hold on, hold on, hold on. They use Chicago Bulls jersey as a symbol of affiliation, but that doesn't mean necessarily that anybody that wears a Chicago Bulls jersey is affiliated. Do you get
I
that
mean,
distinction?
I mean,
it just
obviously,
said in your
obviously,
article.
if a bunch of people from MS-13
Oh,
and it's
wearing
like
the jersey.
they are appropriating that sort of symbol.
Yeah.
It's kind of fair to say that if you put it together with like a a pile of other things that all imply that he was, that's one thing. But
Right.
I mean, obviously the analogy was kind of silly.
Yeah.
That's why I refuse to take the swastika off my Cybertruck.
That's
Okay.
the crazy part is that when we say the affiliation, like in your
Well, no,
article,
it's
it
just
says that no, he's not an actual member. He could possibly be a recruit, a potential recruit, right?
Yeah. Notice you said potential
All
or
right, but he's
possible.
affiliated with them though, right?
No, he's not. No,
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
is.
Oh
No,
my
he's
no, no,
not.
no.
gosh,
But
bro.
You literally
let's not
said
even go
potential or
there,
possible.
because
Don't
here's the
Not
be a
thing.
proven.
fool. Stay
Not
a
proven.
fool, bro.
Not proven.
Here's the thing. First is let's just put it in context, okay? Which is he's stopped by the police and he's hanging out in the Home Depot parking lot, okay? And he's there with three other men,
Oh
okay?
shit.
Two of the other men in the home. Let's just lay out all the facts,
All right.
okay?
Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Two of the other men in the Home Depot parking lot are active MS-13 members, so they're known. The third is a suspected MS-13 member. They're all hanging out together, and they're all dressed very similarly to each other. One of the things they're wearing are these hoodies, where it's rolls of money that cover the eyes, ears, mouths of the presidents. And apparently, that's like indicative of this Hispanic gang culture, because it's like this see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. It's like this mantra that they repeat. And so basically, so they mention his attire, they note it down in this gang sheet report, and they notice that he's hanging out here with these seedy criminal gang
Other
members,
gang.
and they're all hanging out and they're like acting like best friends. So then they go and they consult this guy named Chele, who's like that's their nickname for him, who's their confidential informant, who's just provided them with he basically has a past history of providing reliable information about the gang. And they go to him and they say, "Yeah, this guy's an active member of MS-13." Okay? And they say, "Okay, great." So they go present this to the immigration court judge and they put everything in full context, okay? And the immigration court judge is like, "Yeah, it's reasonable to proceed with acting on the assumption that this guy is an MS-13 member."
Everything else lines up, Dominic.
So were
No,
you? Hold
but then
on.
the guy apparently, right, gets a lawyer, right? And he has that lawyer put like some sort of request into immigration, right? Such that he claims asylum,
Right.
right?
Well,
And
no, he doesn't claim he doesn't get
sorry, okay,
asylum.
he doesn't claim asylum.
But
He
what
puts
he
some
says,
he
well,
puts
no,
a
and
request in.
let's put this in context too, which is he says, "Hey, for some reason, me, normal guy, just hanging out with MS-13 people in parking lot. Hey, if I go to El Salvador, the rival gang of MS-13 is going to assassinate me. I wonder why." But so this guy,
Wait.
Okay,
That's
this
hold on,
guy,
hold on.
then the judge is like, "You
Ethan.
know what,
That's
MS-13
not.
guy,
That's not.
I do think you're going to get assassinated."
Where are you getting this from? Where are you
That's
getting
straight.
this?
That's straight from the record. That's actually from the record, right? The
Okay.
point
Okay,
is that
I
Sounds
want to
pretty
know.
if
sounds
he's
pretty
so
legit
not a
there.
gang member, then why would the rival gang want to be killing him if
Yeah.
he's not a gang member?
okay. It
Okay.
doesn't matter
Yeah.
if he's a
All right.
gang member or
All
not,
right.
right? Like
Okay.
the
Now it
point
No,
is
doesn't
no.
Why
Now
the
you're
are
matter.
just
point is
ignoring
he
all the facts, Miller.
successfully
So
gets
hilarious?
he
Hold on, you guys
successfully
just
gets
argued that he
he
wasn't for the
successfully
longest. Now
gets a
it doesn't
stay of
matter if he
far
deportation.
is.
as
Yeah,
Hold
that's
far
shit,
not
as
good.
shut up. Shut up. He
what do you
successfully
mean? No,
gets a
he's
stay of
arguing against me.
deportation, right? And that stay of
This isn't really
deportation
about the gang member.
includes
It's actually about
includes a
this
clause.
about
I'm not sure
Donald
if it's
Trump.
like the only clause or it includes a clause that he can't be deported to El Salvador,
Right, but their rebuttal is
right?
that because
And
of this
then the Trump
designation of this
administration
terrorist organization, he's
and
not eligible for
and
that.
does what? Deports him to El Salvador, right? So they were in
Oh my
violation
goodness.
of the order that was active at the time, which was the stay on deportation, right?
Is it
And
reason?
they
Isn't it
admitted
reasonable to say?
as much in court. They said it
Yeah.
was an
See, I wish.
administrative error.
See, listen. I'm in left. I'm with my trans
This is
leftist buddies all
ridiculous.
day. I'm with my trans leftist buddies all day, so I don't really hear all of this information. That's why I think it's very good to have people around that are a little more, let's say right leaning, that actually can bring out some of these facts. I was not aware of all of this, so they're so obviously it sounds like the evidence would point to the guy's a freaking terrorist. So
No, he hasn't done any terror acts. Of
What?
course,
He
he's
so
his
affiliated.
status
He's
come
his
on,
What?
loosely
status
bro.
was
affiliated.
Come on,
changed,
He's
bro.
loosely
bro.
affiliated and
Come
or
on,
Loosely
bro.
affiliated
affiliated.
with
Come
a
on, bro.
gang
Please
that
post
the
a
Hold
Trump
You're
on.
source.
hanging
administration
out
has
with two
Wait, hold on.
recently
terrorists.
classified as
You're
a
hanging
terrorist
Hold
out
on.
with
You
two
got
I
to
hate the
terrorists.
left. I fucking hate the
Hey,
left.
Miller, real quick, right?
It's
So
so
you're on an
weird, Arthur.
airplane, right? Hey, Miller,
Y'all
you're on
asked
an
me for a source.
airplane.
I
Identify
posted it.
You
all.
Y'all
have
didn't
a
want to cite
bomb on
no
your
sources.
wait, hold on. You have a bomb on your chest. A bomb
Zero
on your chest,
sources.
but it hasn't been detonated. Can we say this guy's a terrorist?
Zero sources.
Do you
Zero
have
sources.
anything equivalent to that he did?
Zero
Well,
sources.
no, we can't because
Oh
he
my
did
Zero
gosh,
he
this
did
is
Did
sources.
Hypnosis.
he engage
crazy.
in
We
any
don't have
terror
to wait
act?
for him to
We
kill
can't know
50
him.
people to say
Post
he's a
a
potential
source,
murderer.
please. Post a source,
No, the fact that you
please.
don't know this is the bigger that's the
Okay,
biggest
cool.
that's
Post a
crazy,
source.
man. Yeah,
Educate.
so no,
Guys, I mean, really,
go find it, bro. Come on, man.
Motherfucker,
this is
you asked me
bad.
for a source earlier, and I gave you one.
I
No,
told you these
no,
fucking
no,
demon
you're wrong.
worshippers, they
Yes,
disgust
yes,
me.
yes,
Wait, what are you
yes. That's
challenging?
exactly what
What are
happened.
you challenging? What are you challenging?
Shit like
What
The
He
do you want to
doesn't
know?
post a
know.
source that corroborates any of what you're saying right now.
What? Ethan just gave you the facts. You think he's wrong
He's a
on what he laid out?
terrorist. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, no, no,
That
no,
one.
no, no,
That's
no, no.
one.
No, you
He's a
don't need. Look,
terrorist.
if
Go
you
ahead.
see somebody is salivating over some kids
Look, you can
Post
just
in
a
go,
fucking
in a
just
source.
go,
freaking
God
in a
damn, bro.
just
dude,
go
Is it
dude,
look
that
up,
hard?
go
dude.
look up,
No, I'm not
just
going to look up
look
your
up.
information for you.
No, 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 no.
Post a source.
No, no one's gonna do your work for you just because you didn't read about the case. Okay, just
Man, get the fuck
go
out of here.
read court documents released in Kilmar
Okay,
Abrego Garcia
cool. I
deportation
had to
case.
post a source earlier. I had to post those earlier, but you guys don't have to post any sources.
Just Google it, dude.
No, don't just say just
No
Google.
one
I
wants
could
to
have
do
said that
your busy
earlier.
work. I didn't
He
demand you
doesn't
post
You're
any
want
I
to.
sources.
posted a source
Dominic. You're
earlier when you
wasting
asked for
time.
one.
I didn't ask you
So
for a
I'm
Dominic, he
source.
can
asking
give you
for
one
a
line.
I
recipient.
didn't
One
ask
line
you
will
for
bring
a
up the
source.
source. One line will bring up the source. He's telling you what the source is.
It's
One
just
line.
literally. I just gave you the
Oh,
Put it in
name
my.
of it.
Google.
So
One
fuck y'all,
line.
man. Y'all are some weird shit, bro.
Dominic, you're not being fair, bro. You
I
want a
am being.
source.
I
He
posted a
just
source
gave you the
because you guys
source.
asked for
He
one.
gave you the source. He said, type it into Google.
No,
It's the first result.
post
The,
the source.
oh, dude,
Post
come
it.
on.
You
Why
don't
are you
just get to
doing
Okay,
this?
demand
so
a format.
I posted a
I
source because I was demanded to post
Yeah,
one.
okay, I understand. Okay, cool.
I
You
Okay,
want to look
so
like a
can I
posted.
denial.
reciprocate that same
Okay,
value,
thank you.
please?
32 minutes ago, I posted to the chat the Supreme Court documents. You can. I just reposted it. There you go.
He's not going to read those.
I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute. I'm going to read it. I promise you I will.
Okay. All right. All right. So wait. So can we? So what's the verdict here? Did Trump do anything? Why are people complaining about Trump during this whole thing? I just want to understand. What did Trump do specifically? What did he
No, no,
do?
no. So he's not involved in the administrative error. It's happening at a much lower level than him. The part where the people are getting complaining at him is whether he's in good faith complying with the Supreme Court ruling that he has to facilitate the return. And so
And
then
what did he? Okay.
there's just a question, which is, and it's not exactly clear. The Supreme Court didn't specify, but they remanded it to the lower court to give more clarification. But the Supreme Court didn't clarify basically what measures he's supposed to take, because obviously this is an issue of El Salvador sovereignty now. So like we can't directly just like get the guy back, given that El Salvador is like this guy is a terrorist.
Sure we
And
can.
and
We've
and
got
he's
the full
ours,
kit
right?
Yeah,
ready for
that's pretty
He's
good
action.
evidence.
ours.
He's a terrorist. If El Salvador is like he's a
Yo,
terrorist,
send in the Navy SEAls, yo.
Bro,
okay.
the
All right. If
actual president said this. Like, why? What? So this he was with the CNN host, Collins, right? He looked at her and said, "You're not suggesting that I smuggle this terrorist back into your country, are you?" Oh, that was funny.
but
Like,
yeah,
damn.
well, that is actually
All
funny.
right,
So
Tally,
Oh my
of this,
God, you guys are such rubes.
Tally,
Millis, what are you arguing here, bro? Come on,
Are
come
you
on. What are
Tally,
you
serious?
arguing?
I want to
Yeah,
ask
I'm
Tally a
serious.
question.
What are you
You don't know what
arguing?
I'm arguing.
No, I don't know what you're
I said it
arguing. What are
4
you arguing?
times.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Did
you want
did
me to say it
Trump
again?
did no
I'm
Millis?
happy to say it
What
again
did
for you, Andrew, if you want me
Millis?
to.
What did Trump do wrong?
Well, here's what the Trump administration did wrong.
Oh well,
Okay.
fish all that. People
What
want
do you
to
mean
put
fish
knock
all
Trump.
that?
Yeah,
He's
yeah, because people want to
responsible
knock
for his fucking
No, no, right
administration.
here,
Yeah,
right
okay,
here.
cool. So some
One thing.
negligence in
What
how
did
he.
Trump do?
Okay.
One thing.
What exactly? Yeah. What did Trump say? What did Trump like?
No,
You
but
guys are
here's the thing.
you're such a
People come
rube,
in.
Andrew.
People.
You have no idea
Here's how
how
it. No,
things
hold
work.
on, Milt. This is how it was presented to me. Aren't you upset that
Right? It's
Trump's?
because
No,
you
hold
don't
on,
understand how things
hold on.
work. You have to have
No,
it
no, no,
presented
no,
to you.
Millet. This is how
Like
it
you
was
just don't get
presented
it,
to me.
Andrew. I'm sorry.
No, Millet. Listen, this is how it's presented to me by people who are against Trump. Okay, people who are on your side. They came in and said, "Look, don't you find it concerning that Trump is just picking people up based on tattoos and deporting them to concentration camps? Don't you find that concerning?"
I'm like, yeah, I would find that concerning if that's what's going on.
It
Is
is.
that what's going on?
Yes.
To a certain extent, yes. Like they are
Really?
picking up
Trump
people.
is
They are
picking up
picking up
people.
people
Trump.
He's
based
deceitful.
partially
He's
on
a
a
deceitful
classification
liberal.
system that has been shown to be ridiculous, right? So one
Very
of the
deceptive.
classifications that they had, right, for like who should be picked up as a quote unquote terrorist, because they just changed,
Very,
MS-13
very
to a terrorist
deceptive.
organization instead of a gang, right? But who should be quote unquote picked up as a terrorist? One of the criteria, right, was this like list
Just
of
like his
tattoos.
media.
Yeah. So
Well, but I mean,
Very, very
let's be honest.
Jewish
Like
Israel.
it's been standard gang like policing for like 35 to 40 years that tattoos are like things that they use to identify people as gang members. When you get
No, no,
arrested in the
El
United
Salvador.
States,
That's enough to get you locked up.
no, but
yeah,
the
but
point
when
is,
you
the
get
point is,
arrested in the United States, they strip you down and they take pictures of
you
your
guys are so
tattoos.
dumb.
They literally do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
check
fine.
this:
That's
if you
fine.
laser
That's all
remove your
true. Like, just
tattoos in
shut
El
up.
Salvador, your term gets like shortened. So
No,
this is a
like, but the
crazy
point is,
thing. They
the
want
the Trump
total
administration is
disconnection.
incompetently applying the standard, right? And the
Well,
standard is like
but I mean,
stupid
like I don't know why
because
you
they
would say that
include
about this
things
particular guy.
Well, no,
He
in
was
the
that
in
doesn't
the
apply to
tattooed.
this
package of
case.
like
He
which
this
tattoos to
like
identify as gang tattoos. They include things like the Manchester United tattoo,
no, but let's just
right?
take
So
this
like,
specific
and
Well, no,
case,
no,
the
no.
Trump
right?
So what?
administration has been
This
shown to be
specific
incompetent
case
in the way that they're actually applying the
Well, no, no, no.
standard,
But
This
this,
this
but
isn't
this
right?
some
isn't an
this
dude
issue
walking
of
on the
specific
the.
side of
case
the
is like an
street.
issue thing because this
Right. This
person
is way
was
back
arrested a
in.
long time ago,
This is way
years
back in
ago.
2019. So it has nothing to
Yeah,
do with the current
this
policy.
doesn't really have anything
But
going on, right?
but
It's
I mean
true.
the second thing is just that, like, okay, if you want to show us that they're deporting people solely on the basis of Manchester United tattoos, please provide the evidence.
I think there's a story to that effect.
We'll provide it.
Please provide us the evidence because
Yeah,
we
yeah.
get we
Well,
get that there's a
I
we
thought we
get
don't
that there's a
request,
lot of.
just like, you can just look it up, right, Ethan?
Yeah, I can
Oh
look
my
it
god.
up.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But like, the whole
The
point is that
Trump
like,
hatred's so weird.
Right, but
So
this is
not
one of the
Trump
weird
hatred,
things
right?
that goes
Okay,
on. It's
okay.
right.
Who
It's like
cares?
you
Listen, listen,
argue
listen,
they've
listen.
given you a
If they were
specific
providing you with a
influence.
straw man, Andrew, then that's on them, right?
no,
Like
The
like
point,
look
the
look.
point
But
that I'm
Millis,
making and that is consistent is that
he wasn't just
the
swooped off the
active,
street.
the
If he's at Home
active
Depot with
order.
two
Okay, shut up,
terrorists, if he's
shut
at
up,
Home Depot, Millis,
shut
if
up,
he's at
Andrew.
Home Depot with two
Yeah, that's
terrorists,
fine.
that's
That's
not
fine. That's
swooped off
fine.
the side of
I'm
the
not sure if all those
street.
facts are correct. Whatever. Like, Ethan
Well, let's
trolls.
just
Like, who knows?
assume they are for a second.
Why? Okay, that's fine.
Let's
I'm going to
assume all
assume
the
he's a
facts and
terrorist.
evidence
Listen, I'm assuming he's a
are
terrorist. So shut up.
adjudicatable.
Listen, I'm assuming he's a terrorist. Okay. There was an active order from the U.S. court system that said this terrorist couldn't be deported to El Salvador.
Only to El Salvador, right?
Right.
You understand
Where
that.
did they
Only to El
deport
Salvador.
him to?
There was nothing. I agree with you. I'm not
Right.
saying that he shouldn't have been
Okay.
done. I'm saying, but
Okay.
now that it's
So the Trump
done,
administration
right? But
admitted
now
in
that it's
court that it
done,
made an error and deported this man to El Salvador, where there was a stay
Why
on
aren't
sure,
you
him
but
being
won't it
happy
deported
that
all
they
be a
got
to
that
El
moot
fish
point
out
at
of
Salvador.
the end
here?
of the day?
Millis,
Because
Millis,
what'll happen is if, for instance, they let him come back, the United States would just deport him to another country immediately, right?
That's fine.
Because that order stands, right?
Yeah, that's
There's
fine.
no reason, right? But now
I'm
you're
just
just
worried about
playing a
them, Tim.
game.
I'm worried about
Look,
them.
Now,
look, no, I think all of us can remember. I remember how Millith used to get outraged at all the administrative errors in the Biden administration, and he was going
I
through
am
all the
outraged.
administrative errors they would commit with a
Ethan, if
fine
the Biden
tooth comb.
administration, oh my God, if the Biden administration made an administrative error that was this egregious, I would be
What do you
outraged.
mean? They
What do you
wrongfully
mean? What do I
killed
mean?
people
He
in
was sent back to a
Afghanistan.
country that he's specifically not to be
They
sent
killed
back
the
to.
wrong guy in Afghanistan.
Okay,
there you go. Were you
the
up in
Trump
arms about
administration
that? Are you
killed
freaking
the
out
Trump
about that?
administration killed the wrong guy in Afghanistan.
Exactly.
No, no,
The
no. The
point is that
Biden
the errors are
administration.
made all the
Yeah, so did
time,
the Trump
right?
No, no, no. But
administration.
that's the point. Is administrative errors are inevitable when you're running an organization as large as the United States government.
Yeah, okay, that's fine,
And
right?
the United States government,
The
the
point,
decisions it's
okay,
make have grave
Ethan,
consequences. So
Ethan,
sometimes grave
Ethan.
mistakes are made.
Yes, I
Now, in
get
this
that.
case, the mistake is not that grave, given that the whole point was we were protecting a terrorist from other terrorists that he pissed off with his terrorist activity.
Okay, yeah, that's good. It's good for you. That you can frame you can frame it any way you want, right? My point is that, like, again, I don't think, as you pointed out, Ethan, the debate is about whether or not they're responding to the U.S. courts in good faith, and I don't think they are. And I think there's plenty of evidence to show that they're
Okay,
not.
well, what specifically would you like like the Trump administration to do now?
I would like the Trump
I,
administration to use the same type of, like, I don't know, political and or like what's the word I'm looking for? Like when countries talk to each other.
Diplomacy.
Diplomatic, right? I would like them to use all of the tools in their tool
Okay, wait.
case
How? So of all the
diplomatically in
concessions we could
order.
demand from El
I would
Salvador,
like him to, when the El Salvadoran president comes into the White House, I would like him to say, "Hey, we made a huge mistake, and we would really like that guy back."
well, he did
Right?
ask for him
That's what
back.
I. They're right. No, well, yeah, you asked for it in a sarcastic
No, no,
manner,
no. But
right?
I'm saying,
And
I
I
mean,
would like them
how
to also.
much?
I would like them
How
also to.
many? How
I would
many
like them also.
concessions from El Salvador should
Right.
we be
I would like
willing to
them
give?
also to attach policy, specific policies to that request. Right. Care and
Right, but
stink
the court
policies.
order doesn't compel us to pay a ton of money to El Salvador to give concessions to El Salvador to get the guy back, and that's a matter of foreign policy
That's fine.
discretion.
That's fine that it
And
doesn't
and
compel us to
literally,
do that.
and then then it really does. How
To try
much?
to
Wait, wait, wait.
facilitate
But
what the
sorry, please
court
listen.
ordered,
Please
right? To
listen.
try to facilitate
How
what the court
much?
ordered in an
How
honest
much?
manner.
How much we should be willing to concede to El Salvador to get the guy back depends on how grave the mistake was. And if it turns out that the guy is a terrorist who was here illegally,
Well,
who
how
had a
big of
final
a
order for
terrorist? Like,
deportation.
how many people did he kill? You know, let's get some numbers
It
down.
doesn't matter. The point
No,
is
it
like just
matters.
listen
It
to no,
definitely
no. The
matters.
No,
point
you
is
can
that
If
he's
you
if you're
kill
part
Al
of a
enough
Qaeda's
terrorist
people, you
accountant,
can
organization.
actually level up out
if you're
of.
Al Qaeda's accountant, you shouldn't be here. You should be
Yeah,
gone.
you didn't kill anybody directly, but you funded Al Qaeda, right?
I'm talking about, for
No,
example,
that's
if
what
you
you're asking. You're
attach the
asking
No,
unless he
energy
but
murdered
what was his
grid,
somebody, then he's
actual?
not a
if you
terrorist.
Listen,
attach
listen,
the
listen.
if you
The
attach the
evidence of his
energy
actual
grid, that's
involvement with this
perhaps
gang.
more dangerous because it affects a hospital. That's what
Okay,
I'm talking about. So I
okay,
think the
great.
details of what their terrorism and our freedom fighting are and what they mean in different situations is important to keep track of.
I don't even know what any of that means in this context,
But
right?
I
The
don't
context
hear
was
any of
in
that.
2019 he was labeled a gang member, right? They found sufficient evidence to show that he was an MS-13 gang member. I don't know why you're fucking
No,
laughing.
no, they didn't
Those
find
those
sufficient
are in
evidence
the
to
The
find that he
fucking
point
was part
is
of the
that
record,
gang.
ICE
Alex.
needs to
Outright.
But you don't
re-scrutinize
want
who
to
they're
turn around
picking
and like
up.
re-adjudicate something that happened before and say it wasn't occurred. You don't
No,
have a
they just
place to
found that there
stand
was
and say those
an
facts are false
immigration
or not
court
false.
found that there
You
was
don't have a
found
fact.
that there
But
was.
that happened independently of what's going on now, right? You weren't freaking out 5 years ago and saying he's not a terrorist, he's not an MS-13 gang member. How dare
Deport
they
him
do
5
that?
years ago.
They did. They were going to deport him, but then
They were
he
going to,
he
and
had
they
a
didn't. And
lawyer.
then he
He
used
had
a
a
lawyer
lawyer
like
that
you're
said
supposed to.
what?
Okay,
Ethan,
good.
why don't you
Okay,
remind us
you got
what
it,
the
buddy.
lawyer told him he couldn't go back for? What was the reason, Ethan?
Because the
Because
rival
he
gang was
claimed
going to
what?
assassinate him.
Yeah, because a rival
You can
gang of the
disagree
one
with
that
that,
he
but
wasn't a member of was.
that's not
What do
what
you mean
the
we could
immigration court
disagree with
decided.
that? That's what the
That's
court
fine. You
says.
can disagree with that. That's not what the immigration court decided, right?
What do you mean?
That is what they decided.
No,
That
the
is what they
immigration.
decided.
There was a first court that found that there was a preponderance of evidence that he was part of a gang, right? But then he got a lawyer and went back to court, right? And that court found that he couldn't be extradited to El Salvador.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
But
so they
Yeah,
never
the
yeah, yeah,
two
so
yeah.
courts were
exactly under
ruling on
your
the
That's
own
what
same.
terms,
happened.
they never
That
decided whether
they
he was or
right
wasn't
the
a
predicate
gang member on
facts.
the second
The
time, right?
predicate facts were the same for both courts. Where on the one hand, the one court was saying, "Hey, we need a final order of removal for this guy. Why? Because we think he's likely part of MS-13."
Yep.
Second court comes along, "Oh, guy's likely part of MS-13. He's going to get assassinated by this other gang. So he's going to still be here illegally, but we're going to do a withhold of removal
Yep.
so he doesn't get assassinated."
Exactly.
So that ruling stands. Now that is what Tim is saying. All Tim is saying is this. He's not saying that it wasn't erroneous to deport the guy. All he's saying is now that the guy has been deported, I don't think it should be at the top of our fucking foreign policy agenda to demand to get him back from a sovereign country that doesn't want to give him to us.
No, but I think
And the
it's a
only
very,
reason it
very,
is
very
because you
important
guys want to
internal
inflict as
matter
much
as to
pain
whether or
upon
not
Trump
the
as you
executive
can.
branch is
Right?
respecting
No,
the judicial branch.
it's
I think
only
it's
the
a very
only reason
important
you
matter.
guys are freaking out is because it's Trump and you guys don't
Yeah,
like
that's
Trump.
why.
You're not freaking out because you think that he like is a
No,
great
but the
guy.
Supreme Court didn't say
Right.
it has to be the top of your agenda. There's no specific ruling that the Supreme Court issued that the
I'm
Trump
not saying that
administration
it
has
has to be the
defined.
top of their agenda either. Am I saying that, Ethan?
No, but you're asking that they inflicted
You're
political
saying they're
damage,
defying the Supreme Court by
diplomacy,
not
that they
doing more.
start putting economic
Yes, I'm
sanctions
saying
on
that
them. You're
I
asking
don't
them
think
to
they're
do all sorts
responding
of
But
to a
stuff.
lower
putting
court's order
sanctions on,
in good
putting
faith.
pressure, doing like a whole hat and dance, trick at the White House, blah 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 blah. None of that is what the Supreme Court ordered. That's additional stuff you're asking for, which which has nothing to do with
No,
respecting
but
the
the
rule of
lower
law.
court has like just directly said, right, that they should be quote unquote facilitating, right, his return. And if like the only thing they're doing to facilitate his return is that Trump asks a question of the guy when he's in the White House in like a sarcastic manner, right, and they both laugh at it, then like I don't think that's respecting the court order.
Look, if he asks for the guy to be returned. Okay, maybe he should do it more sincerely. Maybe he should do it more
Well, maybe they should
enthusiastically.
actually be like facilitating it, right? Instead of just like the president asking
Well, no, no, no. But
and like
that's the
and
point. Is
like
the
in
good
a
the good news
conversation
is
earlier saying like I want to deport more people to your
no, no,
country
no.
even
But
if they're
the
citizens.
good news
Like
is that the Supreme Court
that's not
clarified.
good faith facilitation, right?
No, no, no. But the good news is the Supreme Court remanded to the lower court so they can clarify exactly what the conditions are for
Yes, and they are
effectuating.
clarifying it, and it's
And
not going
and
to be
to
asked to
the
the guy.
extent that the lower court has done that, the Trump administration has not defied any specific order
No,
it's
but
received.
the lower court is literally saying that like you guys are not in good faith interpreting the orders.
No, no, no. But here's the point.
No, 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 no. Yes, yes, yes.
No, no, no. Here's the point. What is the specific thing that they need to do that they haven't done?
I don't know. Have they adjudicated that yet?
Exactly,
Has the
they
lower
haven't.
court
So
come
they
up?
can't
Has
be
the lower court
defying.
re-adjudicated?
They
And
can't be
has
defying
it
an
been
order.
appealed back to the Supreme Court?
But that's the point: is you can't defy an order that's so vague and overbroad that there's no specific thing that you can do to fulfill it.
No. Okay, I get that, but like, there's a spirit to the law. Like, you can't just say that like because they have no letter to this law or whatever, right? Then like the spirit of the law can be rejected, right? And like they did also a whole bunch of other weird tricks, right? Like there was an oral order, and like they said that like the oral order didn't apply because it was given orally, right, as opposed to written down,
No,
which is
you're
like
confusing two
obviously
cases.
not the case. Am
But
I
you're
confusing cases?
confusing two cases.
Am I?
There's a different case where there's a class of undocumenteds that there is deporting under the like Alien and Sedition Act, and basically in that case there was an oral order that was given. Then before the oral order was written down, they put the guys on a plane, and then they're over international waters, and then they say, okay, can't comply with the written order when it comes out because the
I thought it
guy's
was the
under
same guy.
international.
I thought he
So
was part of that group.
no, no, no. It was a different group
Okay,
of
different guy.
people,
Sorry, sorry.
and then the Supreme Court just ruled that that judge didn't have jurisdiction because it was a D.C. judge and it needed to be a Texas judge.
Okay, fine. That's still like that's not like good faith like engagement with the judicial branch.
Yeah, that but that's a
To
different
say
matter.
like there was an oral order which is like absolutely standard, right, for
But
court
just
practice,
to be clear,
and
that's a different
everyone
matter.
knows oral orders have the same force as written orders.
But that it's just a different matter.
No, 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 okay, that's fine. But I'm saying, like, if they're doing those types of shenanigans, right, then, like, it's. I'm just giving you other examples
Yeah,
of
but
ways in
those
which I
guys
don't
right
think.
now, that
Okay, okay.
judge, right now that judge is having basically the two guys that were the prosecutors from the Department of Justice. They're putting those guys on a criminal contempt trial.
Yeah,
Now,
of
it's kind of a crazy story because the Department of Justice won't prosecute their own people for this, right? So
course
the
not.
judge is actually getting
A
his own
sheriff, yeah,
prosecutor
Marshall. Yeah,
to come try the case against the guys.
yeah, yeah. I know, I know. But like, yeah,
So
we'll see how that works, right? That's like a pretty arcane law. Um, the Supreme Court's made its ruling, and now let them enforce it, as Jackson said.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
but
So
like the Ethan, the point is that I don't think when it comes to these immigration things, I don't think anything that they do is like in good faith, right? I don't think the reclassification as MS-13 to a terrorist organization is in good faith, right? They're not committing terrorist acts in the normal sense that we understand it, right? I don't think using the Alien Sedition Act, right, for like these groups of employed like contributing immigrants is in good faith, right? Like there's plenty of things that like they're
Well, no,
clearly doing
here's
that
where
I
I will
don't
agree.
think are in good faith, right?
Here,
And
no,
it's
here's where
just
I'll agree with you.
exemplary of the way in which they're engaging with the judicial branch, right? This example, right? And it's like clearly the judge, right, who is in this like whatever the guy's name is case, right? Clearly the judge who's below the Supreme Court, whatever level he's at, right? Clearly he doesn't think they're interacting with them in good faith, right? Do
Well,
you
no,
agree with that?
here's the thing.
Do you agree with that?
Well, first, I just want to be clear on the judge issue, which is just that, like, these judges, I think, are political activists who are adversarial to the interests of the administration. No,
Yeah,
that
that's
much
right.
is
Okay.
clear.
Yeah.
So,
The
like,
Supreme Court are activist judges against the administration. That's right.
what? No, 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 no. I'm talking about the lower court judge who
Yeah,
you were
that's
talking
fine.
about.
But the Supreme Court
And so I'm
basically
just being
affirmed what the
clear that
lower
I
court
don't
said. So like
I don't I
it's
don't
just
think the
silly.
opinion of the lower court judge carries much weight, given that they are literally like partisan hacks.
Yeah, but
So
the Supreme Court are partisan hacks, and they affirmed what the important
no, no, no.
parts of what the lower court judge. Okay.
They vacated many specific parts of the
Yeah, I know,
ruling,
but they affirmed the important
showing that
parts.
the judge showing that well, you can disagree about what's important. Like for instance, the
For this
well, no,
conversation, even
I'm just trying
relevant
to
to
lay
this
out I'm
conversation.
just trying to lay out the point. You're just drive by throwing out a bunch of stuff,
Okay, sorry,
some
sorry,
of which
sorry.
is
Okay,
wrong.
I'll shut up.
Which is The second part of this, which I think is important, is just like this issue. Nothing about the ruling even says that it should have any of the president's time or attention. As our chief diplomat, basically all it says is that it's an order that applies to the administration. And so low-level functionaries in the administration can do what they try to do to get this guy out. But it's actually just it would be exceptional compliance for the president to spearhead an effort to get the guy out. That's beyond what the letter of the order says.
But
And I think separation of powers implies that if the court actually wants to compel the executive branch to do something, then it needs a narrowly tailored specific order. And so I don't think you actually have to bend over backwards to comply with the spirit of a malformed order.
okay, like that's fine. I'm sure all of my other examples of how they're not like in good faith interacting with the judicial branch. You sure you have like a technical excuse for that as well.
Well,
Um,
no, it's not about that. It's that they're clearly in this place where they're in a war with many of the district court judges throughout the country. And in many of these cases, these district court judges are doing things that are very procedurally irregular. And so the Trump administration is in this mindset. Now, is it regrettable?
where's the procedural irregularity here?
Okay, well, we can go through that.
Yeah, I'd
Take
love
the
to.
take the
Where's
judge
the
and the
procedural? I
take.
don't know. Like,
Okay,
honestly,
well, I'll just take the case that we were just talking about.
sure.
So the DC judge who was just ruled they didn't have jurisdiction to do what they did. The
That's very
person
common.
no, but I'm about to explain something to you about the procedural irregularities in
Sure.
the case. So, first, the guy is not supposed to. It's very clear that the guy, based on the facts, despite the fact that he protests to the contrary, that he specifically wanted to take this case. And so they didn't go with the normal procedure for randomly assigning cases to judges. And not even the judge. So, and a lot of times, basically, people who are shopping for judges will go based off of the schedule for if you do an emergency,
This is
who's going to
extremely
be on.
common. Both sides.
Right. But this judge wasn't even on that schedule. And so what became clear
That's
was that this judge specifically wanted the fame and notoriety from being on the Alien and Sedition Act case. And basically, the judge, ever since, has been making a huge media spectacle out of everything that happens and how they're dressing down the administration. And they've been way overstepping their bounds. And everything that they've done, I mean, obviously, this part where you're basically taking these Department of Justice people, where the Department of Justice people say, hey, we don't control, we're not like the wranglers for the ICE people, so taking these two guys that are basically like low-level prosecutors, Department of Justice, right? And basically holding your own trial and creating your own prosecutor to come try the people because the Department of Justice won't, because these people didn't comply with the ruling that the Supreme Court held you didn't have the authority to make. That's procedurally irregular.
okay. Like,
That's false. The immigration judges work for the fucking Supreme Court. What are you talking about?
No, it's the Article 3 judge in the
no, wait.
DC circuit, the ruling from the Supreme Court. This is a different case. This is the Alien and Sedition Act case. A DC judge ruled, and the Supreme Court vacated the ruling because they didn't have jurisdiction, and the case would actually have to be refiled in Texas.
No.
Hey, Ethan,
Ugh.
that is the most common thing in the world. The right
Do
No.
we have
promise,
to go through
very, very
I'm just
commonly shoves
explaining
the
to the guy
president.
what the.
Do you want me?
I'm
Okay, okay, that's
explaining.
fine. That's
I
fine.
know
Do
I'm
you
we
want me
always
to
explaining
respond?
to the guy
I
what
know.
the
I know you
context
are.
is.
I know you are. I know.
And if
Okay.
your
but
ruling is
you're wrong.
vacated, the thing that's extremely procedurally irregular is to prosecute people for contempt of it.
No, no, no. Wait. Like, I feel like there's a little sleight of hand there. Like, so, like, okay, which case exactly are you talking about where the lower court, right, is trying to enforce something that hasn't been ratified by the Supreme Court?
No, so it's not that they're trying to enforce the thing that hasn't been ratified. They've given up on enforcing it. But the point was because the thing hadn't been voided at the time, the guy is holding the people in contempt still, right?
No,
Because
because because there was a specific order that like they ought
no,
not
that's what
deport
I'm
these
saying.
people.
That's what I'm saying. So
It
a
just
lit,
wasn't written down.
it's not literally a contradiction, right? Even though that
I'm not saying
order,
it's a contradiction.
the oral order was no, I'm not saying it's a contradiction. That's my claim.
Okay.
So I'm not saying it's literally a contradiction, but I'm saying here's the nuance of the case, right? Which is the nuance of the case is guy issues oral order. Delay, it's written down, but can't comply once it's written down. The guy decides to hold in contempt the prosecutors
Because they didn't comply when it was oral.
neglecting his order.
Yes.
That order subsequently is vacated,
That's
right?
fine.
And he's
Happens all the
continuing
time.
to pursue the prosecution of the people
Great.
for the contempt of that order. Now
Absolutely.
that is highly irregular.
No, it's not.
No, it literally is
You're right.
highly
You're right.
irregular. If
Going
you look,
after the prosecutors is highly irregular. Yes. right? But the way in which the prosecutors ignored the oral order is also highly irregular,
No,
right?
that part
Because
is actually not
everyone
highly
knows
irregular.
an oral order has the exact same force as a written order.
No. But here's the
There's
problem.
no need for them to write it down,
No.
right?
But
So
here's the
that
pro-
them
here's
splitting hairs and saying, well, we can't get them back now, and we didn't stop the deportation when you gave us the
no. But
oral order
here's the
because you
problem.
didn't write it down
No,
is
no. But
just sophistry.
that's not what they're saying.
Okay.
What they're saying is that they just didn't have control over the people that went and did this, right?
That's
So
just
they
nothing.
didn't wrangle those people. Now, whether they're right or whether they're wrong,
They
all
didn't
those facts will
comply
come
when the
out.
oral order came
But
out.
That's
That's
the
the point.
thing.
to extra to basically assume this like executive prosecutorial power on behalf of the judicial branch to go pursue someone for contempt based on unknown facts, based on a vacated order, it's a huge abuse of discretion.
Yeah, but a huge abuse of discretion on the prosecutor's side, right, was to ignore an oral order, which has doesn't happen.
No,
People don't
that does
ignore
happen.
oral orders from court,
No, but
right? Because it's not written down.
no, but these
And
things
their
happen.
excuse was, right, we didn't comply because it wasn't written down. That's
No.
hilarious. That's like them
No, but
being
that's not their excuse.
that's okay.
That's what I'm trying to explain. What I'm trying to explain is what they're saying is
I know what you're saying.
they they didn't wrangle the people. Okay.
Right.
And so if they said they're basically here's the thing that's the nuance in the case. They're like, we could have distributed basically we were going to distribute the written order to the people. So when you sent that over to us, we're going to notify them of the holding by sending them the holding.
Yeah,
You know?
but they should have done that
And
when the oral
and
order.
basically so then the basic point is just that the thing that they could have done that would have been good faith, right? Is basically to get in touch with those people urgently to relay the oral order before the written order had actually
Oh
been
my God,
promulgated.
Ethan, that's how everyone deals. Like in court, if the court gives you an oral order, right,
No,
you
no, no.
are
But
to
I'm
take.
just explaining.
Everyone takes that with the exact same force as a written order.
No, but
It doesn't.
no
They
one's
don't need to wait for the
no
judge
one's
to write it
arguing.
down to distribute it to the different
No,
That's
no,
agents
no.
to
that's
What,
not
get
even
the order.
arguing. He's not arguing that
That's
point. You
just
keep
like
coming
it's
back to that point,
sophistry.
but
Like,
he's
what the
not
hell are you
saying that.
talking about?
He is not making that point. You keep going back to that point, but he's not making that point.
Okay, what is he saying?
do you want to try to explain it, Tim, or should I try again?
Try again, but keep in mind that he's not talking about the oral order. He's talking about the fact that it was vacated at a later date, and he continues to still try to do that.
Yeah, that's
Keep that in
fine.
mind before. So hold
Yeah,
on,
that's fine. I get
before you
that, Tim.
respond, just keep that in mind. Go
I
ahead.
understand. I understand. So let me just ask a couple questions, okay? Like Ethan, do you agree that when the oral order came out, they didn't act on it?
Well, I honestly that's a fact, not an evidence. Like I don't know what they did or didn't do
Okay.
because I
Um
mean they're gonna have to defend themselves, you know.
yeah, okay. Right? And then the point that the thing that's ordered, right, the oral order, which is the initial order, the point that that is later vacated, right, and they're still going after the prosecution is completely irrelevant because orders get vacated all the time. But the lawyer's responsibility is that if the court gives you an order and that order is active at the moment, then you are to comply with that order until it's vacated,
Well,
which
just
they didn't do. That's what the court is
no.
claiming.
But
The
here's the
court is
thing.
claiming they didn't comply with the oral order, right? And the thing that they said, the reason they said they didn't comply with the oral order is because they didn't have a written order,
No, so
right? That's what the court is claiming.
here's the problem. Okay, first is here's the thing you need to understand about the way these procedures usually work,
Oh God.
which is mistake. No. Here's the thing that's like it's actually extremely common for stuff like this to happen, where if you actually require basically like urgent, willful compliance from a party with an adverse interest to yours, that basically it quote unquote slips through the cracks. That's actually way more common across a whole bunch of litigation. You're saying like this is unheard of, you know? No, it's not unheard of. It's just the remedies that are being pursued are so much more extreme than normally would be pursued in a case like this. Now, the basically this guy, the judge, Boasberg, right? He's basically said he's laid out this process, which is you can try to purge the contempt by the administration if you brought the deported individual back to the US court. So he's basically using the contempt basically as like a carrot to try to incentivize them to good faith bring the person back. And he says if they don't, then he's going to require depositions to figure out who's responsible, right? So he doesn't have any specific evidence about who complied, whether they tried to comply, whether anything criminal happened. He's just assuming that he has probable cause to do it. So then he says, basically, if they refuse to prosecute, then he's going to appoint a special prosecutor to pursue the basically the contempt charge, and that's legally possible, but that's what's really unheard of.
Yes, that's very strange.
And
Yes.
and so then what you're going to do is basically have this three-stage process that we have to go through, where obviously first we had the initial order, then there was the alleged violation of it, right? Then there was the probable cause finding from Boasberg. Now the administration, they've been given the opportunity to cure it. Now, if there's no compliance during that period where they have the opportunity to cure it, then basically he needs to figure out who he wants to throw in jail. Okay. Then, and he named specific government officials, but he's kind of clear in his order that he's like, we have really no idea who's responsible for what. Then they're going to basically refer him for prosecution. And then if the DOJ won't do it, he's going to appoint his private guy. And basically throughout this entire process, like basically like malicious compliance is kind of the name of the game among lawyers, you know? Like for instance, it's like when you do discovery and then you drown the person in irrelevant evidence, you know? It's like that's sort of malicious compliance, you know? Now like if it came up, if it got to the point where it was completely gratuitous, most times you'll just let it slip under the radar. If it came up in a court under normal circumstances, you would do sanctions against the person, right? But you wouldn't pursue criminal contempt against them. But the reason why this guy is doing criminal contempt rather than sanctions for kind of malicious compliance type violation is precisely because he's overstepping his power by using a criminal contempt charge basically as like a QPQ carrot to try to bribe the officials to doing what he wants. And you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to use as an inducement the threat of criminal charges against lawyers.
You guys have moved off of the case, and
Yeah. So like, yeah. I'll just concede, Ethan. You're right.
well,
Wait, I
according to
missed that.
the
Say that one more time, Milif.
Ethan's always right, guys. You just know that.
So Milith, what is the clearest problem with Trump?
Oh, you want that alphabetically, or
I just want the
like how
thing
do you
that
want me
you
to
think.
go about
What do
presenting
you
that
think?
list?
What do you think there? What issue do you think is, or what flaw does he have that is so clear that nobody should be in favor of him? Like just
Corruption,
knock it out of the park.
incompetence.
Well, that's kind of broad. I mean, what are
Okay.
you talking about?
So like
Illogical tariffs. Why is he
yeah,
tariff
so like, and the incompetence
countries
goes to
that don't
like
have
things
anything
like
to do
the
with
tariffs, the way
deficits?
they rolled out the tariffs, right? The whole theory behind the tariffs, the way that they have like different speakers, like going out on different news organizations saying completely different things about them, right? Like their everything about it was just like a disaster. Like the way that he like chased like trillions of dollars away from the stock market just by like announcing things, right? And then there's like, the type of reports that like you get about like people in the Trump administration insider trading on the different announcements that he was going to make, right? Or like the way in which he like puts as head of like agencies people who have like business interests, right, in the agency not functioning properly, right? Or the way he like got rid of inspector generals, right? Or the way in which like he like lies about losing an election, right, to the point in which his followers attacked the Capitol, right? And then he like does all of like he like sets in motion a scheme to like send in fake electoral um certification letters, right? And like it does a whole bunch of other illegal shit, and then like lets the like goes to pardons the people who like did a lot of this like crime on his behalf, right, once he gets back into power, right? Or like the kind of guarantees he makes, like he went to like the fossil industry and was like, elect me and I'll do everything you guys want or whatever, right? Like the type of like the type of interests, quote unquote, that he has, right? Like who knows where his like he doesn't disclose any of his actual financial information, right? So who knows where his like actual business interests are, and like what explains like his coziness towards like Putin and his like hatred towards like, I don't know, Canada, right? Like it could just be where his business
Bam!
interests are. So you do okay. What else? What else do you want, Andrew?
This is
Which
probably
of
the
those?
reason. This is probably
Which
the reason why Trump won. Is just
which of
listening to
those do you
Millard.
think is? Which of those do you Which of those do you think is the most undeniable? Like
Jesus
something that
Christ, what a whiny Canadian.
All of it.
all of it is
Yeah. Do you have
undeniable. Okay.
something there you want to deny?
Yeah, there's one
Well,
thing. Can you point out
I
the people who benefited off of the stock market you were talking about, as far as the money that was taken out?
Yeah,
You
sure.
said
There's like
people were
recent
inside
reports
trading.
on that. I'll look it up if you want me to.
Yeah. Hmm.
I just wanted to say about the Garcia deportation case that it says that the Supreme Court says there must be an informal interview with Garcia, so they'll certainly send somebody down to get a deposition from him, and that for all future cases, if he's brought back to the U.S., then due process must be given to him. I just got to mention that.
Interesting. Good to see you, Ike, by the way. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I mean, Samoa, are you saying you accept all of that? What Miller said, you only deny one of the things,
No,
or what?
what I'm saying is that all of it's trash. But this is the reason why, from the left, he was voted and won the popular vote because they just don't believe the shit. Like all this is gas.
What
It,
shit?
it's
Wait,
uh,
what? What?
yeah, all of. Oh my goodness, the reason why you guys lost is because of what Milif just did. He went on this tirade of why I am so uncomfortable. Like that's all he did, right? So then
I
he
was
says,
asked. I was asked a
Whoa,
question.
wait,
I just
no, he's
answered it.
saying those are fact. He's saying those are
No,
facts
no,
about
no,
Trump.
they're not. No, they're not. Um, these
What
are
do you contest?
criticisms. So let me give you an example. This is a criticism. The way that they wrote out the tariffs, he doesn't understand the actual end game. And the end game, if you're kind of looking at it now, and you can say, right, like encounter this, you could say, oh, this is just what they rebounded with, but it's to get everybody to go against one adversary, and that was China. But if you go back and you just look at every move that they made as far as the negotiations with Ukraine and Russia and the pressure and the deal with the minerals and all these things, you can see that their main point of everything leads back to China. So if you're looking at it now and you say, hey, would you have on April 1st believed that everybody would be okay with a 10% baseline tariff? Everybody would be okay with it. Would you have said that would be possible?
There is no
Absolutely.
10% baseline tariff.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hold on, hold on. All right, so there was a pause on the increase of tariffs, and they said we're gonna
90
the
days.
baseline across the board 10%
No, he
tariff.
walked that back.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, he walked
hold
everything
on,
back. But
just
let him
just
finish. Go ahead.
wait, just wait. There's a 90-day pause
Mhm.
on all these on that April 2nd liberation date percentage of tariffs. He reduced everything down for those that are playing ball, so to speak, the 75 countries before he upped the ante on China. He said we're gonna move against China, and then he did this Truth Social post where he says China has ripped off the United States of America and all countries within the world for way too long, and we need to combat whatever, right? So what he's done is he said, hey, I'm good with you guys, but we all need to focus on this one bad actor. So he's controlling the narrative right now.
Then
And you can
why didn't he just
just
target
relax.
China?
Come on, come on.
Oh, I
So
thought
the
you were
reason
done. My bad. Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, the reason why you need like you're creating this
It's all about the
coalition.
narrative with Samoa. Who controls the narrative?
Yeah, hold on. So if you can create this coalition where people are like, you know what? We're going to give this, or the United States says, we're going to give an ultimatum to all these people. Pick a side. You're either going to retaliate and be with China, or you're not going to retaliate and engage in good faith negotiations so that we can settle this because we do need each other, right? Anybody who did not retaliate with the tariffs after April 2nd were considered on the United States of America's side. The only one that did retaliate was China. So now there's this two big dogs in the yard going to go at it, and every exit point or off ramp that China has already been pushed to the United States of America side. So if you're looking at what was said last Friday from China, EU assist us in combating Donald or the United States of America unfair practices and violations of WTO. So that tells you right there that China needs help. They need somebody to fill in the void that America is leaving. Do you agree with that, Milif?
No.
No,
So then
America.
why are they?
America is
Hold
the
on. So then
largest
why are they reaching
consumer.
out?
America is the largest like consumer base in the world, but we
No, hold
only
on. So
make up
why
about
would so why
12%
is
of
China
China's
reaching out
exports.
to? All right, but why is China reaching out to the EU and
Because they
Australia?
just want to up their exports. Like China's reaching out to Canada, and Canada's reaching out to China, right? Because like
Wait. All right.
Canada's main
Okay.
trading partner is America, and now America's not looked at as a stable trading relationship, right? So like basically like every country, right, is like running into the arms of China, which is like a horrible thing for the like
All right.
what you
Real
think
quick
Trump's
question.
strategy is, right? But also
All
no,
right.
no, no, one more thing.
So do you
Like
think
the way
Canada's
Trump like every
negotiating with
so
America
the
right
way the
now?
Trump administration works, right, is that they like throw out all of these different explanations, right? And then like as time goes on, his defenders can just like pick the explanation that like best fits like kind of like post hoc. best fits like what actually happened. So like they were saying things when they came out with their like tariff proposals. They were saying things like, "We want to onshore jobs, U.S. factory, whatever jobs. We're going to raise a
You're
ton of
getting caught in the
revenue.
weeds,
We're going
bro.
to
Come
raise a
on.
ton of revenue to the U.S. government. We're going to raise a ton of revenue from these tariffs to the U.S. government, right? And like those explanations, right, are at odds with like your theory about like how they're actually it's 3D chess
You're
and like what they
Yeah. So
meant to
you're
do was
getting
go after
caught in the
China,
weeds.
right? Right, but
After April 2nd, was
because
Canada
they
back
give
to the
you all of those
USMCA?
three explanations, even though those three explanations are like not mutually like sorry, they're mutually at odds
All
with each
right.
other, or whatever.
So I
That's the right
think,
way to start. One
yes, I
second,
think
so
you're
one second, let me just
responding
finish.
to, yeah, I think
So
you're
even
responding
though
to the
those explanations are at
noise.
odds with each other, right? After the fact, right? Once Trump has walked back his like tariff proposal and like he's not clear, then like it becomes clear that he's not trying to onshore jobs like in U.S. manufacturing, right? Because he's not like tariffing the whole world that has manufacturing or whatever, right? And it becomes clear that he's not trying to like raise revenue off the back of like these tariffs, except for like the revenue China would, the companies, sorry, revenue that China, the revenue that the
Oh, please
companies
take
that
a breath,
import from
brother. Take
China
a
would
breath.
give,
We
right?
got all
Like
day. We
so,
got
like
all day.
once those explanations fall by the wayside, right? You can like post hoc like grab onto the explanation that like is still somewhat relevant, right? But like the whole point is they just throw out all of the explanations,
All
right?
right.
And even though they don't
So,
make sense with each
so,
other, right?
wait,
You guys can just
come
grab onto
on,
whatever one you
bro.
want.
All right. So, real quick question, right? So he says, Canada, you're going to become the 51st state. If you say you'll become a part of the United States of America, all this will go away. You guys are responding to that. And yeah, you should, right? But what is the motive behind doing this? It starts a conversation. After April 2nd, Mexico and Canada went back to the USMCA, right? As far as
No,
that. Come
USMCA.
on, bro.
What are you talking about? They haven't gone back and renegotiated the USMCA. They're not even
No,
talking about that, right?
that's
All they're
not what I
talking about
said.
is like
All
which
right, you're
products
not
they're going to
listening.
tariff between each other are the products that are not USMCA compliant. That's it.
All right. All right. Thank you. So after April 2nd, the reason why Canada and Mexico were not on that list as far as the reciprocal tariffs, right, was because they were pointing back to the USMCA. Do you disagree with that statement?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean they were pointing back to
When
the
it
I do.
comes
I
USMCA?
do. I disagree.
when it
Go
comes to
ahead,
yeah,
Samoa.
when it comes to Canada and Mexico, we are going to refer to the USMCA.
Well, we're going to say that for all the goods that are USMCA compliant, we're going to continue with that as opposed to further tariffs on those goods, right? But like that was like completely contrary to like Trump's initial plan, right? That's not what
That
he
was
was suggesting at
Trump's
the beginning.
deal, wasn't it? The USMCA.
Oh, this is
Yes,
so
so Trump
stupid.
negotiated the USMCA,
Okay,
correct?
so why
Maybe
would
we
Trump
should
go back
stop
on his
talking,
own deal?
bro.
Like, what's?
Stop talking. In
Oh
order
my
for you
God,
to,
Samoa, come
yeah,
on, bro.
yeah, hold on. In order for you to want to renegotiate terms, somebody has to initiate it, right? So
There's no
if by
talk right now between Canada, Mexico, and the US about renegotiating the USMCA. Like it's time of like
this
being
is
in
so
existence. Its
stupid.
time of being in existence is actually coming up soon, I think, right? So there
So
might be
do
some
you
talks
wait? Hold
around
on.
like just like
Samoa,
how we're
Think,
I
going to
want
go
Samoa
about
to
that, but
talk. I want to hear Samoa.
it's not
I
like
want to
the
hear Samoa.
tariff threat
hold
made
on, bro.
Canada and Mexico come to the
Think
table
about
and
what Milif is
renegotiate the
saying right now.
USMCA, right?
All right. So Milif is saying that the
Because I agree with
USMC.
Midliff. I want to hear you
Yeah,
talk. Go ahead.
sounds
Sorry.
good. Milif said that the USMCA, the point in which that they are going to either negotiate new terms or whatever this is coming up soon. I don't know that to be true, but let's just go with that. Okay, cool. It's coming up soon. So wouldn't this be the perfect time to stable router for the conversation to start so you can control like your people? Hey, Canada needs to do this. And then you're able to leverage in negotiations. You had your Ontario guy come out here, your Alberta guy come out here. Everybody's talking, right? It did benefit you guys in Canada, right? It did benefit you guys because you guys used Trump as Orange Man bad, and then you can win elections or whatever the hell.
What are you
The fact of the
talking about?
That's
hold
not a
on,
They're
benefit. What are you
talking
talking?
about
You talking about
Canada going
talking
into
points?
recession or like
all
going
right,
into
all
like a
right. So you're
depression
being, yeah. So
because
you're
of what
being
Trump's
very,
doing.
yeah. So you're
Canada's
responding to
Canada's
like every
Canada's
little
literally
thing.
rethinking
So,
north
so
south
just real quick.
oil
So what's my
pipelines,
point?
and it's like trying to build
All
east
right.
west oil
All
Let him
right.
pipelines to like
finish.
What's
export to
my
Europe.
point though?
Midliff,
Yeah.
you
like
What's
can
my
let him
point,
finish.
Miller?
We're
we're
double
making
teaming him. You
deals
gotta let
with
him finish.
China on like electric cars, right?
All
And
right.
we're
Midliff.
So,
getting rid
so
of
you don't want
like
to talk what I'm. You don't want to talk about what I'm talking
any
about,
of the
Miller.
like government subsidies that they were giving to Tesla.
All right,
Like
Miller.
it's
Let
just
it all
crazy.
out,
Like, I don't know
Miller.
what you're
Go
talking
ahead,
about.
Miller.
Canada
Yeah,
has
you don't know what
instituted a
I'm talking about,
100%
Miller.
tariff
That's the
on
point.
Chinese EVs.
So,
All right.
so, so my question is this: Did the
Yeah, they
concern
had
with
that.
the?
They had that
All
before
right, all right.
this whole thing.
Did
They're gonna probably
right.
renegotiate.
Thank you, Milif. But we
Yeah,
really want to get to this, right?
cool.
So
you had representatives come to the United States of America to negotiate something, right? You guys are posturing back and forth, shutting
Canada?
off. Canada came to America.
Yeah, to ask America to stop the tariffs.
Okay,
That's all
so
they were
just real quick,
negotiating. They weren't negotiating like some deal. They were just saying like it would be nice if you didn't tariff us. That's it.
bro. Do you know how
Are we
stupid this
coping
is?
about tariffs now?
Yeah.
I,
We've
I don't
been
know what
talking about
Millis's
tariffs,
problem.
and I
So
want
Millis's
Samoa
problem
to
is this,
explain this
right?
shit. And
Is that
Samoa,
Millis is saying, just hold on.
go
Millis
ahead.
is saying that there's all these things out here, and it's super confusing because they're all moving in different directions. What I'm trying to do is find where it all makes sense, like the connective tissue of how these things all connect. And
Mhm.
every single example that I give Millis says, no, it's not connected. Of course, it's not going to be connected because that's the way that you see it. Nothing is connected. But if
That
you look
no,
at the
but that
larger
no.
pic,
Hold
just
on,
hold on,
Samoa. Come on,
just
bro.
hold on real quick, right? If
All
you
right, go
go
ahead.
back to the first term of Donald Trump versus China was a big thing, right? People say Donald Trump lost that tariff spat, the trade war with China because of COVID or whatever, right?
What?
That was put on pause. But the designation,
Trump had to give like a bunch
just
of
hold
money
on, man.
to
Just
like
hold
Let him
on.
finish.
to
Let him finish.
farmers.
Let him
Trump had to
finish.
give a bunch
Yeah,
of
yeah,
bailout
just
money to
stop
farmers
talking.
because
Just
they
stop
like
talking,
Let him
Millis. Just
finish.
stop
destroyed the
talking.
soybean export market. But okay,
Millis.
yeah, he
All
did
right,
great on
brother.
that one.
I know you're super sensitive, but there's a reason why
I'm
you were
not
wrong about
sensitive.
the election. Well, then
Okay,
why do you keep interrupting? So
okay,
in the first
because you're
term,
going on forever. But keep going. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
you keep cutting me off.
Yep.
In the first term, Donald Trump and the right, or whoever the hell followed him, designated China as our number one adversary, right? People said it was Russia. Donald Trump and them said no, it was China, intellectual property, so on and so forth,
Mitt
right?
Romney said it was Russia.
I
All
think
right.
Obama said it was Russia, right? I mean, not Russia, China.
Oh my
No,
gosh, this is
Obama laughed at
horrible.
Mitt Romney
Sorry,
saying it was
sorry. Go
Russia.
ahead, Samoa. Sorry, sorry.
Bro, this, all right. But anyways, but now we're right back to China being the centerpiece, right? So when Donald Trump gets in, he's clear. We're going to negotiate with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to get that out of the way, and we are going to economically get these rare earth minerals, and we're going to do this and AI. If you're looking at what he's moving forward with as far as the AI, America, da da da, who controls that market? So to me, that's an entailment of, oh, that means we got to go against China. And then you're watching his tariff policies, and he's like, hey, this and that, this and that. And now China, I think, is like 145 or whatever it is. They're going back and forth, spitting back and forth. And everybody else is kind of like, hey, cool. The EU, Italy was here today. I believe Japan and all these other countries are coming here today or like this week or whatever. So they just had the prime minister here, and then the English or the British prime minister. All these people are talking with America to negotiate a deal. This what's in their best interest, right?
No,
I'm
they're not
saying that there will be
negotiating.
certain stipulations, right? That America, the stipulations that America is going to have is, we're going to negotiate with you guys and give you the best deal possible, but you can't give China a way out. You have to let us handle this and not give them any reprieve, right?
Samoa,
So,
so the reason that these countries are visiting with the United States is because of so much instability and insecurity, right?
okay.
Because like I got a small business, right? I need to order my perfume bottles, and I need to know who should I order from. Should I
Save
order them from the
themselves.
guys in so should I order them from Florida, or should I get them from China, right? Because I got two choices
Hey, you got to
basically.
pick
Or from
one,
Vietnam.
right?
Yeah, and I got to pick one, and in order for me to pick one, I got to figure out what the future is going to be. So if so, I need to make a calculation, because if I order from Florida and then there's a bunch of tariffs, then I'm going to just order from China instead. But if there's no tariffs, then I'm going to order from the United States. And so I think that's what a lot of
So,
these countries
so
are
think about
doing.
what you're saying right there. So when Donald Trump says, "Hey, we're going to pause all these so we can have good faith discussions with all of," these are the type of conversations that they're having right now. Do you agree?
They're just asking Trump not to stir shit around so much so that they can actually make future plans. It's
All
not
right, all right, all right.
negotiations.
God, these
It's
people
So
can
hold
like
on.
talk
they're
about
pissed
Trump
at
so
him.
hard,
You
it's
know, they're
actually
not they're
insane.
yeah, they're
Because you're
pissed
present
at
there.
him. They're like,
All right,
stop fucking moving
Remember,
shit
remember,
around.
all right.
remember
So,
Stop stirring
prior,
shit
like
around
all
so
remember
right.
I
a
So
can
you
couple of
just
actually make
months
pointed
business
out.
ago.
plans.
All right, all
You
right.
Remember
know,
a
So
that's the
you're
couple of
thing.
months ago when
all right. So
everyone,
you're
every conservative was like,
Okay.
"Guys, you guys on the
come on,
left,
come on.
you
All right. So
progressives,
so
you're
you
so
yourself.
afraid. He's just trolling you. You guys are just scaremongering. You're so
All
alarmist.
right, all
He's
right, all
never
right. Man, you
actually
guys
going
are
to do
crying right
any of
now.
this.
So
He's just gonna use it as a scare tactic. It's just a negotiating tool, bro.
all
And as
right,
soon
sounds
as he
good.
fucking did
So
it,
so there's an
the
ultimatum
script
before you,
completely
right?
flipped, and you started coping like
I don't even know
insanely
what you're
hard.
talking about,
And it
bro.
was like, oh, suddenly tariffs are really good. You know, it wasn't just a negotiating tactic. They're actually very good for the US economy. Like, you guys are shameless retards.
Yeah, I think you're crying right now. So he's always been talking about tariffs. He used them in the first term, and the reason why I'm talking about him using
I
them in the
didn't
first term,
say. Oh my god.
just wait. So you,
Unsurprisingly, you
Nah,
all right,
didn't
cool.
because
Thank
understand
you.
Trump
what my
just
point
likes the
was.
attention. He just
It
likes
doesn't
people
really
coming to
matter.
him.
I just wanted to focus on what I don't know what your name is, but you were talking about your perfumes, right? So there's an
Yeah,
ultimatum out there, right? You either go that way or this way. And I'm
right.
saying that these people are holding these meetings, and Donald Trump is going to persuade them to be the first choice, America and
Of
not China.
course, but what
Or
they're saying to Trump is, "Hey, stop flipping the game
and then
board
Trump
over the
saying I
table."
will, yeah, and Trump saying I
Because he's
will
a
stop.
retard who doesn't have
Hold
a
on,
plan.
hold on.
He's saying, "I will if you
Hold on.
don't buy from China."
There you go.
And it's so
And
fucking
but
obvious that he
wait, wait,
doesn't
wait,
have a plan. Have you
and
heard these Trump
obviously,
representatives? None of
wait,
them
hold
can
on, and
actually tell you what the
obviously,
fuck is going on.
hold on, and
We can't hear
obviously,
you
what I would
guys.
say
We can't
is,
hear you
I
guys.
will buy.
Because
And
I would.
obviously, what I would say is, I would buy for you if you guarantee not to stir shit around. So,
Okay.
the longer, Samoa, the longer that Trump keeps doing this stuff, the longer he keeps making the situation, like the future, near future situation, unmeasurable. Like,
No,
I
I
don't know what the
understand
price
your
is going to be.
position. I'm saying that
Yeah,
I'm
then
saying the
nobody's going to
government
buy
already knows his
from him.
plan. Yeah, I'm saying the reasons why they're speaking to them, and they've been in constant communication, right? Like
Part
if
of
you're
the
just
deal.
piecing things
Part of the
together.
deal.
All of them are doing it, but what they're saying is, we're getting pissed off at you. Stop
No,
throwing the
I
table
think
over,
you're getting
because
mad
we
because you're
will.
not in the
No,
know.
everybody, because
No, I
everybody's
think you are.
Nobody's
no
in the know.
everybody.
Not even the Trump representatives, which is why when
Right,
they're like
right, right, right.
subpoenaed by Congress and these various committees and in Congress, none of them can say anything of substance. They
I
can't
know
tell
you
you what
need a
the plan
vet,
is.
right? I
They
know you
can't
need
tell
a
you what the
vet. It's not healthy
negotiating
to
plan
hold
is.
things
They
in.
can't tell you what the long-term
No,
goal is.
because
They
there's no
can't
long
tell you
term plan. He
anything
just wants to keep it
because there is
chaotic.
no plan.
Yeah,
The Trump has the
his plan is
concept of
to
a
keep it.
plan, probably, but
Don't dub
it's
team. Let him
obvious to
respond.
everyone,
Let some more
and
respond.
basically economists from both sides all agree that there is
These
no rhyme
guys,
to the reason here,
I think
none.
it's Ben
And
Shapiro. Ben
you're just
Shapiro
coping
has this
hard.
cup
You're
full of
cum
tears
guzzling
for
Trump.
people.
We get it.
All right, cool.
You have to bow
So
down and
let
suck the
some more
dick
No,
respond.
of
we're
dear
just pointing
leader. We
out that this
understand.
way of thinking
Let some
is
more
not
respond.
healthy, and this is the reason why they lost the election is because you guys aren't tapped in. You're not in the know. You don't know what's going on. Your
Neither
whole
do
experience.
you,
This is what I do know. I know that right now the
which
two
is
big
nothing.
dogs in our
You know that
world
your throat is
are
full
going
of
one on
Trump's
one.
cum. That's what you know.
Yeah, they're going one on one. China and America right now are lined up. That's what I do know.
Samoa, I want to
There
ask
you
you.
go.
I've
This
been
is
trying
such
to let you
crazy
speak as
coke,
much as
bro.
possible because I want you to hang yourself. So I want you to answer me. What has the Trump administration do for the American people with imposing these tariffs? Like what good has it done?
So there was a stat that just came out that we've taken
Mhm.
in over 25 billion so far off of the tariffs. But what it
Nothing.
does, so just real quick.
How
So what
much
it
did you
does do,
lose in revenue in that
No, let him go.
space?
Let him go. Let him go. Let
yeah,
him go.
yeah, hold on. So
Yeah,
what it
yeah,
does
yeah, yeah.
do is it
It's
serves
fucking
multiple
retarded.
purposes, right? So
Let
like
him go.
politically, all right, cool. So like when you're seeing all these companies and they're saying, "Hey, we're going to invest in the United States of America," I think it's up to like 4.3 trillion, right? Like Nvidia, as far as their supercomputers, Honda, car industry. Everybody's talking about putting all this money, this big investment. Apple, so you can go online, look at the list or whatever this is.
Mhm.
But people are looking for exactly what this gentleman was just talking about, as far as the
Mhm.
optimism. Like in the future, is America going to be dependable? And I think that these conversations has already been had. If I was the Trump administration, I'd be telling the people that are the closest to me, we need to do this to China now. We need to move to China right now. And
Mhm.
China has already sent out the memo to the EU and to Australia and to other people that they feel would be their off ramp. And America's best strategy is to make sure that everybody moves away,
Okay.
allow China to take it.
Okay. So I don't think you answered my question,
Here's the
but
thing:
You said,
China
what
might
was
be
the
more
reason for
stable,
the
though.
tariffs?
hold on. Hold
Dude,
on. Hold on.
Come
people
on, bro,
might
this is
view China
stupid.
as a more stable partner.
Hold
That's the
on.
thing.
Yeah, they
More
Yes.
might,
Yes. Yes.
right?
Yes.
dependable.
Yes. That's true. That's true.
Right, they
But hold
might,
on.
right?
Let's go
And
back to
it
my
is the
question.
hold on, it is the United States of America's job to persuade them to know that it's not, that
But
China
it's
isn't the future, that we
But
are the
if
future.
Trump keeps fucking
that's not
around,
gonna fucking work. That's the point, Samoa. It's not gonna
Stupid,
work.
stupid.
If you think that's gonna work, then you are living
All
in a
right.
fucking alternate
Do
reality, bro.
you
What do you?
agree that China is ripping the world off?
No,
No,
All right, there you go, and that's why
no,
you are where you are.
no.
okay.
You know
What do you
why? I'll
mean?
tell
What
you
does that
why. I'll tell
E-
mean?
you why. I'll
Every
tell you
What
why.
country
does
has
that
hold on.
mean? We
Every
are where
No,
country
we
has
no.
are
talked
I'll tell you
about.
because
why.
Hold on, bro. Come
we
on.
have a
Every
fair
country has
trade
talked
deal.
about their exploitation with slave labor with the Uyghurs.
Oh my
Everybody's talked
God,
up.
bro! Come
Just hold on, real
on,
quick, bro.
Samoa,
No,
bro. You
I'm no,
can't be
I'm
fucking
talking to. Hold
serious.
on, bro. I'm talking about the leaders of Mexico, Canada, their whole position on tariffs themselves. Britain, Ireland. Everybody talks about the intellectual property theft. Everybody talks about the espionage. Back in the day, or not even back in the day, like right now, like they own massive amount of land everywhere. They're controlling like Africa. It's basically modern day colonization.
And
If
you're talking about
everybody,
shit that's not
hold
pertaining to
on.
what we're talking about right now.
So if you know that they're starting to take a stronghold, you either stand there and let it happen, or you do something about it.
Okay, so you just tariff people that aren't doing anything to disrupt your economy.
Yeah. So in order for you to find out who's on your side, you have to be able to present an
So you just
ultimatum.
okay, so you just punish people that aren't doing anything to disrupt your economy. Like, are you saying that's valid?
I don't even know why I'm talking to
Yeah,
this guy.
I
What
think
the
you
Oh
fuck?
guys
my
already
God!
disagreed on
You
this.
What
literally
is
just said
wrong with
it.
this
You
guy?
literally just you said you just start
Punish
tariffing
people?
people willy nilly.
Oh my goodness,
What you mean? Oh
bro.
my goodness! That's exactly what they're doing.
Hold on. If my motive is to see in this on stage how many
Mhm.
people are on my side, and I put an ultimatum there, I just wait until you guys pick a side. Once I
No,
know
no,
that I
no,
have
no.
them,
That's not
hold
that's
on,
not what's happening. That's
hold on.
not what's happening.
That's
Or we might
exactly
be
what the
getting
No,
hell
it's
pissed
just
not.
off.
No, it's
happened.
not.
We
No,
might be getting pissed off for you saying that we have to even make a fucking choice.
no, but don't
That's
please,
the
please,
problem, right?
please,
Is that you
please.
guys
No,
don't
hold
think
on,
we
hold
No,
on.
we
you
don't
guys
need to
don't
make a
think
choice. It's
Nah,
a
listen,
connected
listen,
global
listen.
economy,
please.
dude.
The reason why you
Don't
don't hold on, the
accept
reason why
his
you don't
framing of the
come on, relax,
situation.
bro. The
No,
reason
you
why you
relax.
guys
I
don't
let you
see
talk so
yeah,
much.
shut the hell up, bro. The
I let you
reason why
talk
you
so
guys
much,
don't see
Samoa.
it is because you don't see China as a bad actor. It is
What you mean?
the
All right,
onus
cool.
shut up, bro. The onus
Ugh,
the onus is on America to provide
God
persuasive
damn,
arguments
bro.
or evidence to say these guys are bad actors. And if we keep on this trajectory, we are all going to pay for it in the long run. So
We've
now we
been
need to
on
take a
this
stand.
trajectory and we've only been going up. What are you talking about?
What an idiot. How do you
Okay,
think,
what an
hold on,
idiot.
how do you
Okay,
think China became China, like where
how do
they are
you
right now
think
economically?
America has been going up in
All right, you're not
revenue?
thinking. So let me ask you again.
Oh God.
How did China become so wealthy?
Is
Through
that
fucking
relevant to
hard work,
is that
dude.
relevant to the
No, it's
conversation?
because America allowed them into the
Have you?
Ain't
WTO
no
back in
No,
allow. What
2000.
no,
the fuck you mean
no, no,
allow?
America has
No, we
fed
They
their
distributed
lost.
many
market
China
for
lost
China's
companies
been
that were
billions of
there
around
59
for
for
dollars.
years,
fucking
pulling
bro.
them back.
5,000 years, Samoa.
No, I'm
Jesus
talking to,
Christ.
hold
Samora, you on
on.
some bullshit, bro.
So if you look at the 1980s and 90s in
Okay.
comparison to 2000 when they joined the WTO, and you're looking at all the trade agreements when we outsourced all of our manufacturing to them, we became the person that is now regretting that strategy in the first place because they became the
So you
worker,
sound like
right?
Trump. What you're
They
On the
saying is
hold
that
backs
you
on.
of
don't
China.
believe
It's on the backs of
that the
America.
American people can compete with the Chinese. That's what you're saying.
They're they're
We have to
using slave
reindustrialize to do
labor.
that.
Well, stop fucking
Yes.
blaming other
Yeah. No.
people.
No. No.
This is the
Samoa's
worst
right.
thing. This is the
Samoa's
worst
right.
thing.
How am I
This
Samoa's
is the
right.
blaming it
worst
on
They're
thing
other
that
using
people
people.
when I'm
they're
saying we're
using
the
You know
slave
what?
reason?
labor.
You know what? You know what the tariffs
How
are?
am
The
I
tariffs
blaming
are
other
an
people?
admission. The tariffs are an admission that Americans can't compete with the Chinese. That's exactly what it fucking is.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
It's a weak point. It's weakness. It's like saying, "Oh, but they're we believe in free market open capitalism except when other people beat us at our own fucking game."
Yeah, you don't even know
No,
what we're
it's
So
just
talking
stop
about.
fucking
What the
no,
hell
blaming
are
it's
you
not
Samoa,
talking
you
Samoa.
just
about?
said
that.
Wait,
it,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Samoa,
no, no.
Samoa,
You just
listen,
said
No,
it.
listen.
I'm blaming
It's just
Samoa,
simply with
America.
understanding of what.
You're
I
blaming
have a
America
question.
for what? For not lowering their wages?
Bro,
For
did you
not
just
for
hear
Look,
what
using
I
look,
said?
slave
look.
wages?
I'm
The
blaming
problem,
America for
Samoa.
taking us on this strategy. Yeah,
The
yeah.
problem
What's your
is not
question, bro?
China. The problem is North American culture. That's the
I,
fucking
I
problem.
I
I
said
lived.
that.
Look, I lived in Japan for a decade. Right? Those
Hold
motherfuckers.
on.
Those
Do you
kids.
acknowledge
Wait.
that that's what I said?
If you
And
said it, then I
I
agree
did,
with
I did,
you.
I
All
did.
right.
I
Damn.
said
Okay,
I'm
so
agreeing
wait,
with you.
hold on. This is the problem. So instead of people fucking working their ass off like the Chinese, the Korean, or the Japanese, who their kids they go to school school from fucking 9 to 5, and then they go to all of them go to school after school. They go to school from 6 till 9 o'clock at night.
You have no idea
Kids,
what you're talking about.
oh, I don't,
No,
eh?
I'm
I
sure
lived
that's
We
in
true.
sit
I've
Tokyo
on
got
for a
friends
Clubhouse for
that
decade.
tell
15
me so.
hours.
I
Sure,
lived
probably
in
true about that
Tokyo
in
for a
culture. I don't know anything
decade.
about that. Yeah, but yeah, no, I'm not
E-
commenting on that. Sorry, that was
Okay.
uneloquent of me.
Okay.
Like,
So
so like,
so I lived in Tokyo for a decade
I
and
know,
I
I get
see
that.
the difference in culture,
I get that.
okay?
But like,
Okay.
but the American economy attracted the brightest minds from everywhere, right?
Yeah, but
That was one of the
it doesn't
strengths
matter.
of it. So like,
You can have tiny
it
little
doesn't
pins
matter
of
if like,
light, but if the vast majority of the people are not working as hard as the vast swaths of Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, you still can't fucking compete.
right? Okay, so America, right, is by far, like, not
America.
by
Yeah.
far, but by like a significant amount, the